The following is a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Pressure is building and tensions mounting at the Cairns Cup in St. Louis. With the leaderboard knotted up and players trading blows, the event is still wide open. The American Cup rematch between Alice Lee and Irina Krush held promise, but fizzled to a draw, leaving them both a full point behind first place. Alexandra Kosteniuk seems back on track after a roller coaster event, winning her game to slingshot into co-second. Zhongyi maintains a narrow half-point lead over the field. Can she hold on till the end, or will a new contender overtake the leader? Day 7 of impressive chess, coming up next.
Welcome to round 7 of the Cairns Cup. We are here at the Q Boutique, where you can purchase chess gifts for your family and friends. Make sure to check it out at qboutiquestl.com. Now, let's go back to the studio and start the day.
It's looking like the Zhongyi show, as she has led from the beginning. But there is a pack closely behind. Can anyone catch the leader? We'll find out today as round 7 starts right now. Hello and welcome, and we're now in the final straight. Looking forward to the action. I'm International Master Jovanka Houska, and it's a great pleasure to be here in the studio alongside the legendary Grandmaster Yasser Seirawan, the equally legendary Paikidze.
It's a great honor to be with you both. We are having a lot of fun calling the action through 6 rounds. Hello, everyone, and welcome to our show. Indeed, round 7 is about to begin. And I have to say, 2 ladies in particular have really impressed me with their accuracy. I refer to Tan and Harika. And therefore, it's no surprise that they're at the top of the leaderboard. Tell us about the standings, Jovi, after 6 rounds of really great action.
Yes, and as you see, Zhongyi, she is at the top, sole leader with 4 points out of 6, but she cannot rest easy because Alexandra Kosteniuk and Harika Dronavalli are just half a point behind. And when you compare Tan with 8th place Irina Krush, there's only 1 point between them and 3 rounds remaining. It's intense.
Absolutely, compressed at the top for sure. Tell us about the format for this, the 4th edition of the Cairns Cup.
Well, it's a 10-player round robin, which means there's 9 rounds and the players will be playing each other once. It's played at a time control of 120 minutes or 2 hours, plus 30-second time bonus per move. And this is what makes it extra special. No draw offers allowed, and you have an incredible $200,000 prize fund.
Absolutely. And our schedule.
Yes, just 3 classical games remaining. And if there is a tie for first place after round 9, it does mean that we are going to have playoffs on the Sunday.
Absolutely. Looking forward to that if it happens. But I have to say, Nasi, our tournament leader, Tan, has been so impressive thus far. Wow, speak more about her success.
Yes, indeed, yeah. So the top seed of the tournament, Tan, has been displaying fantastic chess, and she's still undefeated in the tournament. In fact, she has been tied or alone at the top for all the first 6 rounds.
Wow.
That's very impressive. And let's take a look at her line score. She started with a win against Alice Lee, a very beautiful game. Then she had 2 draws, then another beautiful attacking win against Anna Zatonskih, and 2 more draws. As you can see, she has this pattern. Yeah. Win, 2 draws, win, 2 draws. She's due for a win today.
Right.
And let's take a look at the road ahead. There's only 3 rounds left. Today she's playing Elisabeth Paehtz, and the last 2 rounds, not an easy pairing. The 2 ladies, Harika and Alexandra, are only half point behind her, currently sharing the 2nd place. So everything could be decided in those last 2 rounds. And our today's key matchup will be Tan against Elisabeth Paehtz. They've only played 2 classical games between them, and they both ended in a draw. We'll see if one of them can take a lead today.
Wow, I was about to say, these 2 ladies have been at the top of the game for so many years. They've only had 2 games with one another. That's extraordinary. But it's my great pleasure at this time to introduce the 4th member of our broadcasting team, Begim. Begim, what stands out for you in this round 7?
Hi guys, I'm excited to be here for another great chess. It's going to be an amazing day. It's round 7. Everyone wants to grab points, and I'm super excited to see and looking forward to see the game between Mariya Muzychuk and Alice Lee. Mariya had a heartbreaking loss against Alexandra Kosteniuk yesterday, and it's interesting to see if she's going to come back from it, while Alice is grabbing all her chances to score any point she can, and definitely she's gonna use her opponent's psychological disadvantage to her advantage. So we are here for another exciting, eventful day, and I cannot wait to interview the players after the round.
Thank you, Begim. Indeed, that one's going to be very exciting. Let's have a peek at what other games we have in store.
Absolutely, the pairings for this round 7. Take it away.
Yes, you can see Irina Krush has the white pieces against Nona Dzagnidze. Both of these players on a 50%, so they do need those valuable points if they want to get a shot at that big money. Mariya Muzychuk will take on Alice Lee. Anna Zatonskih plays Alexandra Kosteniuk. Anna Muzychuk will play Harika Dronavalli.
Huge game, that one too.
Definitely. And Zhongyi will be playing Elisabeth Paehtz.
All of the pairings look to be outstanding, but you kind of gave away the ship there. Big money at stake.
Yes, I did do that, because take a look at this. First place will win $50,000. There will be a winner at the end of this tournament, even if there's a tie. Second place, $40,000. Third place, $30,000. And you know what, Yasser? This kind of money is enough to make the players nervous.
I would think so. Big shout out. Thank you, Dr. Jeannie Singfield and the St. Louis Chess Club for that generous prize fund. And our players are arriving a little bit late today. I know the security, they want to make sure. Oh, they must have been in the players area. I think that there's just where the players can grab some snacks
Alexandra
and drinks.
Kosteniuk in the pink and Elisabeth Paehtz in the grey, walking to their seats. Alexandra there with the black pieces. She has a big game against Anna Zatonskih, because Anna Zatonskih is a tail ender. You kind of want to beat her. She's got a target on her back.
Absolutely.
But the problem is Anna
can play really, really well.
And Alexandra, as she mentioned yesterday, has been on quite the roller coaster. Yes, she's in second place, but she's actually got the most wins and the most defeats in this event
of any of the players. And she said in her interview yesterday with Begim, oh, please, all I want to do is play a normal, calm, rational game. And she was really talking about her game with Mariya yesterday, where she knows she got outplayed, she was really in trouble, and then towards the end, turned it around so completely that she was no longer fighting for the draw, fighting for the win. And Mariya just kind of collapsed after all of that.
And here's our tournament leader, Zhongyi, entering the building. And of course, she has that big game against Elisabeth Paehtz. It's actually the first time that Tan is playing white. She's, of this half, right? Because she's actually had a double black.
Blacks in her last 2 games. I'm surprised. Tell me why these 2 ladies, who have been at the top of the game for so long, have only played each other twice.
In classical.
In classical.
A lot of the times that they would have played each other would have been in rapid and blitz.
Gotcha. But still, 2 is not a lot.
2 is not enough. It's not enough actually to gauge the players' styles. But these 2 do know each other very well. And there you can see their lifetime matchup in classical. 2 draws between the pair. But Zhongyi, she's really gotten better and better, you know, because she won the Women's World Championship in 2017, and somehow or other, you know, her stardom didn't quite take off. She lost her title to Ju Wenjun, and then she kind of faded away until the candidates this year.
In Toronto this year, yes, that was really quite an impressive performance, as she's the challenger, and we are expecting the Women's World Championship match to be played later this year. Am I correct in that?
That's
thinking?
right.
Yeah.
We don't know where it will be played.
Exactly, as she will face her countrywoman, Ju Wenjun. Looking forward to that. Again, one of the things that's really stood out for me, especially about Tan, is her incredible accuracy. She and Harika both have just been impressive. They very, very rarely ever make a mistake. And Masi corrected me when we were talking about the game that she drew with black, where she was a pawn down against
Muzychuk, yeah.
The top engines were saying it was a draw, and we were saying, oh my gosh, she's in trouble. And look at this. This is a surprise C2, C4.
She does play C2,
Dabble.
C4. Yeah, she does indeed play this opening. So perhaps this comes as a surprise to Elisabeth. Usually Tan is playing D4, but I have also seen her experiment with E4. What has impressed me the most about Tan's play is how she's able to play all types of positions. We've seen her handle razor-sharp, complicated positions, actually on the inferior end against Irina Krush. And we've also seen her defend positionally against players like Anna Muzychuk. The C4 indeed has come as a surprise to Elisabeth, and she's just taking a moment to gather
readjust
her thoughts.
Exactly.
I'm sure she's decided what she's going to be playing. She's just simply going for... It is a long time for the first move, but here it's just about what kind of approach you want to be taking. Do you want to embrace the challenge and lift the e-pawn 2 squares forward, or do you want to kind of keep the position a bit more closed and go for something else?
One of the things, well, not one, the thing that goes through my mind when I get surprised on an opening move 1, and I can explain it better when my opponents play e4 against me. So let's say that Elisabeth came into this game thinking to herself, I am going to be facing d4 and only d4, and she's played c4. Then you start to ask yourself, okay, against the English opening, I usually play x. There's something my opponent likes and wants to play against me.
Yes.
So maybe I'm not going to play my usual go-to defense because against the English in this case. Maybe Elisabeth wanted to say, for argument's sake, play the Grunfeld, and maybe the c4 move is one of those ways of avoiding or sidestepping a mainline Grunfeld. So that kind of goes through your mind. While Elisabeth is taking her time on move 1, let's just go around the playing hall for a moment and see how Irina is going to doing against Nona. Both of these ladies, when you were shouting out the pairings there, 50%.
Yes.
They need a win today.
Especially Irina. Irina has had quite a rocky tournament in terms of positions. You know, she's been on the better side of a draw, the worse side of a draw, and the heartbreaking, missed opportunities where she was completely winning against Alexandra Kosteniuk. But here the players are actually racing through the opening. It's a Nimzo Indian.
Rubinstein with Nimzo Indian with c takes d5. Nana's just thinking about knight takes d5. Not really recommended. Knight takes d5. Oftentimes you do get into these isolated queen pawn positions, but I'm not very happy with my bishop sitting out here on b4. Usually the bishop would be better placed, whether it be on d6 or e7, and the most standard recapture would be e takes d4. Very recently, I must say, I think it's Wesley So who's making this line popular, putting his bishop on d2, castling and playing for g2, g4. Castling long, I want to say, and playing for g2, g4. The old school of thought was that if the bishop's not outside the pawn chain, white's not getting advantage. But as we've seen by Wesley and others, f3 with the bishop on d2 has given a new life to this centuries-old line. Knight e2 on the position. And I just took a quick gander at Elisabeth's game, and she still hasn't moved, which is quite a shock. Remarkable that you're, 5 minutes into game and you still... She must be going through her files, trying to check.
But she plays c4 herself.
Exactly. So she's experienced fighter. Let's jump to the game of Anna Zatonskih, because if anybody was going to wait or think about move 1, 2, or 3, it's got to be this lady, Anna Zatonskih, at d4, d5, a Slav. So Alexandra is giving an opportunity to go into a very quiet Slav exchange, c takes d5, as well as giving her an opportunity to go into for some of the sharper Slavs, including those where black plays an early b7, b5. So Anna is gauging her mood. Does she want to play?
Also, c6 seems to have come as a surprise to Anna Zatonskih, because she's also pausing for thought.
Exactly. Again, another pair of ladies who are at 50%, both yearning for a win so they can get onto the podium. Mariya versus Alice Lee, and we have a Queen's Gambit accepted on the board. Very traditional Queen's Gambit accepted, c7, c5. I played the Queen's Gambit accepted very often when I was black, and I'm used to moves bishop b3, bishop d3, queen e2,
That's my favorite.
And even the cheeky gambit with e2, e4. I've faced a lot. Your favorite is queen e2?
Queen e2.
Okay. And
we just heard that Elisabeth finally making a decision as to what to play on the first move.
Let's see.
She's gone for
the symmetrical.
I was going to say, I like to call it the copycat.
The copycat. The symmetrical English, the copycat. Knight c3. Interesting that in my particular practice, I always preferred the move order g2, g3, exactly. And the position could easily transpose knight c3, knight c6, and away you go into the copycat. But the reason why knight c3, I once had a very bad experience versus the move b7, b6.
Okay.
And I couldn't get a clear edge. So the move g2, g3 was literally designed to stop this. And I once had a game with Ulf Andersson that went at knight c3, g2, g3, bishop g2, bishop g7. And I played the move e2, e3, thinking I was rather clever. I was going to put my knight here and play for d4. And Ulf shocked me. Like, how dare you do that?
That's a very surprising move, right?
I would say so. He gave up his fianchetto bishop. I was aghast. I took like this. He played d6. I went d4, and he played very bizarrely. But later, it all made perfect sense.
And he went b6 and bishop b7.
Exactly. And he was solid.
Yeah.
And he castled queenside, pardon me, and he went eventually f5 and got a very decent position. Anyway, let's see what Tan has done. Is it Tan's turn to go into a thing? Because at this moment, a lot of players like to go knight f3 as opposed to the g3 lines. Knight f3 aspiring to go d4. And it was Alexandra Kosteniuk who really, I want to say, blazed the chess world and popularized the move e5. And that was considered a century ago to be a bad move, because the intentions of e3 were very clear, and after d4, black has weakened his control of d5 and white has not, but Kosteniuk proved much the wiser. So we'll see what Tan does. We're going to continue our walk around the playing hall. taking a look, I think, for the game between Anna and Harika. And here I want to invite Nasi into the discussion because I'm very curious what this line of play, this knight e7, knight g6, is called. What do they call this
Kozio.
one? The what?
The Kozio.
The Kozio. Who's Kozio?
No, actually I did some research for this because there's a Kozio checkmate.
Kozio checkmate?
Yeah.
Okay.
See, we don't need
Elaborate. I mean, we.
Jovi knew the answer. Yes, it's called Ruy Lopez Kozio defense.
Okay.
And there is already only 24 games in the position.
It's a rare bird.
I'm guessing it can transpose to some main lines.
Right.
As a non-E4 or E5 player, not super familiar with this, but let's say, where did the deviation happen? A6? Actually, I have played this with black.
The Steinitz defense, yeah. I always called it the Steinitz defense, but go on.
Castle is knight g6. Okay, so instead of knight g6, the idea
G6.
of knight e7 is g6 and then fianchetto bishop castle.
Now there we've seen Shakhriyar Mamidarov play this line as black very often. He's got it into his repertoire, and the old way of playing it without g6 is to play d6. Is to, to play d6, and when they go c3, then you go g6.
But eventually you still fianchetto, that's the
exactly,
idea.
right.
So knight g6.
d4 is on the board, I believe.
So you're voluntarily choosing to put the knight on g6 instead of f6, and your idea is not to fianchetto. It's a bit strange, but I can see how knight wants to go to f4 eventually in the future. Here already less than 200 games. But I think Anna is playing pretty fast, so she's familiar with this line.
She played d4 already.
Yep, she played all this. Knight takes d4.
Yeah.
And according to the engine, white's slightly better already. Let's take a look at knight d4 is the main continuation, and then b5, bishop b7, and here there's a lot of, white has tried pretty much every move.
Okay.
c4, rook d1, the queen stepping back, a4, everything.
Yeah. And just to quickly mention, sorry, we've got to show the Noah's Ark trap.
Do not play knight c3 in this position.
Yes.
Knight c3 would be an awful, awful move.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And
Yeah,
if, you,
C5,
if you haven't lost your bishop like this already, well, you've got a lot to look forward to. Trust me, this is not fun.
Yeah. It has happened to me in a different opening.
Yes.
Yeah.
But it's a common trap. Indeed.
Absolutely. So knight takes d4, queen takes d4. You said b5, bishop b7.
And bishop b7 is the best, and then
I can imagine c4 to...
every move here is a candidate move.
Okay.
The engine really likes rook d1. So if black still goes c5, c4, what's the idea? Of course, there is a very beautiful tactic. You ready for it?
Bishop takes
Bishop
f7.
f7.
Bishop takes f7, and then the bishop on... definitely not that. Bishop on b7 is hanging.
And then my queen isn't protected. I was
You have
wanted to play
take.
knight
Yeah,
e7.
you have to take.
I was
Yes.
going to play knight e7, but you can't take my bishop. Ha ha ha! You take my queen. And
I would be a little bit worried about this rook getting trapped on b7.
Too many squares.
I mean, he has two, c7 and b6.
Not easy to
But
attack.
black doesn't have enough pieces, right?
Yeah.
To attack,
Yeah.
yeah. If they had white squared bishop,
Yeah,
for
you'd
sure,
be more
yeah.
worried, right? But yeah.
I don't know if
tactic.
your database...
We do have some moves.
Yeah.
So far, they've been following this line, yes.
I don't know if your database would have it, or it's an easy search. Has Harika, to your knowledge, played this line before? This Kozio?
Yeah, I had a look at the games and I didn't see any games by
Harika? No.
But on the other hand, this move, knight g6, rings a bell. And I think it might have been tried at the candidates, but
Very
At the
recent.
candidates.
maybe at the candidates, maybe at Norway Chess. I don't know. I don't know why it's ringing a bell for me, but
There you have
It
it.
feels like a one-game prep.
definitely. Do you know, some English grandmasters have a great name for those one-game preps.
And they are called
Boil in the bag.
boil in the bag.
Yeah, so you're like, well,
Like
I remember
a fast dinner.
Yeah,
You only use it
well,
once.
It's
You
his
boil
reference
the
to
bag.
rice ready in 10 minutes.
Gotcha. Boil in the bag. You heard it here first. Boil in the bag, winning with boils in the bag. Well, there you have it. And by the way, I see that Tan, after some deliberation, played e2, e3 on her third move.
Yeah, interesting choice. This is called English Symmetrical 2 Knights Variation.
I could have said that. Why
figured it out.
don't you ask me the easy questions? What do you call this, Yasser? I call it the Symmetrical 2 Knights Variation, and I would have been right.
But do you know
E3.
this, Yasser, that's
It's modest.
less than 146 games?
I was about to say, it's modest.
But is E3 designed to play
D4.
D4, right?
Full stop.
So if you see, yes. And how are we transposing into a Tarash or something after D5?
Or captures on D4 and then play D5.
Oh, but hang on a second. Then you're in Caro-Kann territory.
Yes, now we have Caro-Kann.
Yes, you do.
Does Lizzie play Caro-Kann?
No.
No, she doesn't. So she would probably avoid this.
Right. So that's where Tan is trying to outfox her opening and get her into a Caro-Kann, which she doesn't play. And so she's doing it from a C4
Yeah, whenever
move
white
order.
starts with first move C4 or knight F3, they're trying to trick you on getting into
Right.
some transposition that you're not familiar with.
Can I play a devil's advocate for a moment? And this is a shout out to my friend Roman Gingiashvili, and he had the Gingy defense. G7, G6, D2, D4. Why else did you play E2, E3? Bishop to G7. And a Gingy Indian defense might be D5. Bishop capture C3 check.
Oh, this cell chestnut, yeah.
Yeah, B takes E3, knight A5. And what Gingy's idea was, obviously the C4 pawn is our target, but let's just play knight F3, play along for a moment. And because the knight isn't on F6, he has this really interesting idea of F5.
I could see
Follow knight
Lazzy
F6.
reaching for it.
Yeah, you know that. And if you can get the knight to F6 before white plays E4, white's going to have a very hard time working the two
Nazi
bishops.
in the American Cup?
Yeah, I played something very similar with different move order against Alice Lee, and got checkmated in 25 moves. So I abandoned this line.
You're not the poster child for the Gingy Indian defense.
It's too risky.
But yeah, and one of the reasons why this line is because white wants to play E4, and she's already played E3 on move 3.
But she could still, after knight A5, play E4.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes, and so
F4.
So it's a little bit of a half a tempo, you might say, that black gets a keep an eye on this one, and then we have our last remaining game going on here, or was that it? Anna Muzychuk versus Harika. She did play C4, and very quickly, by the way, no, pardon me, it was Rook D1 with that trick that Nasi showed us. Bishop takes F7 check, King takes F7, Queen takes, winning material. That's 2 pawns, actually, we win. And Harika, very quickly, played Queen E7, renewing the threat of C5. Also potentially attacking the pawn, stepping in front of her bishop, though.
Yeah, it
looks
looks
awkward.
clunky, right?
A little clunky. C4. Please take my pawn on C4. That will cost you a piece, thanks to the pin on the E file. And if you defend the bishop, whoops, I insist. I'm going to win a piece. So the E pawn cannot be captured. And with the move C4, white is at last ready to go knight C3 without fearing that the bishop could be trapped.
So black's idea is presumably then to step up with the queen to E5. Because you've got to liberate the dark square bishop.
No question about it. Queen to E5. And I'm sure we're still in theory,
for sure.
But how it goes, only Nasi knows, and she doesn't tell us everything we need. What's the story on this one?
Well, I can tell you this is not a very theoretical line in this
Okay.
position. There's only 4 games.
4.
Yes.
So this is fresh. By the way, you can't step up. That's checkmate in 1.
Sorry, what?
Knight C3, Queen, the D7 is mate.
Oh, yes.
Don't do that. I'm just looking at the board. Wait a minute. You know, your knight's not on F6.
Oh, you were trying queen e5.
But the knight is usually on F6 defending. So we had it in the pattern.
Oh, I didn't see this rook on D1.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. So,
it's
not checkmate. That's not.
It's interesting for black to try b4 because that way you can't play knight c3.
Okay.
So you have to commit to knight d2 later on, which, I mean, after you put the rook on d1, you don't really want to close the d file.
I would be attracted to A3.
You want to immediately solve that problem.
Of my rook on A1. I would love for you to play A5, and I could trade
For sure.
rooks.
Queen
and,
A7.
Yes.
Yeah, the next move is not easy, doesn't come to mind. Queen d6.
Queen D6.
A very strong
Wow.
No checkmate for you.
Darn. Okay, I'll play ball. Bishop E3.
Bishop e3, that's trade.
Take with the bishop.
And look, that's why knight went to g6.
After all of that, we finally,
Yeah.
knight
Then you-
E2 check is on your agenda. I see that now.
And if the knight isn't allowed that check on E2, then you can go knight to E6 and kick
Yeah.
the bishop away from the long diagonal.
Wow.
A lot of maneuvering.
That was a
clever
surprise.
one.
That was a surprise move. So queen e7, c4, pardon me, don't allow the checkmate.
Right.
What did we have? b4.
Yeah, I was looking at the b4 line.
And again, a few,
But you don't have
just
to
a
play
few,
E3.
yeah, just a few games. After
Yeah, only
b4.
4 games. Before
Does it-
b4.
Does it make no bishop a4? You would
Here, best move-
castle.
Is actually c5 after b4 to not allow queen d6 and attack the pawn at the same time, I'm guessing.
Right.
And yep, can't take because of the mate. So, long castle.
Wow.
This can get quite sharp.
Okay. Queen takes
Queen
b4.
b4.
Queen takes
Okay, this
C5.
next move.
No,
Yeah,
you
there's
can't.
queen e4.
Queen e4.
Aren't we just better? Yeah, white is better, of
Knight
course.
c3 and
Knight
bishop
C3.
e3. This kind of
Yeah,
has
this is nice
echoes
for
of a
white.
scotch. It feels good. f7 is hanging, and I wouldn't say black's king is really happy.
Yeah, no, black has long-term weaknesses. The a6 pawn, the king on the queen side.
Right.
So this is very much preferable for white. So after c4, what else could you play instead of b4? Maybe immediately c5? It's an interesting move.
Okay.
Because if you go queen d3, knight comes in with a tempo to e5. So
Right.
queen e3 probably.
Okay.
And I can
then-
try b4 now.
Because you've got to stop the knight getting to C3.
Right. And now you don't have your c5 idea, so you can try a3 now.
Yeah, but doesn't black's pieces look a little
Odd, yeah.
discombobulated? Your queen is in front of the bishop. The knight is on g6.
Discombobulated.
Discombobulated. Hey man, I played code names. I'm expecting my team to keep up with me.
You've got a great vocab.
but
Bishop A4 looks
Also.
very troubling.
Yeah, because we're provoking long castle, which would help us.
Right. Declare your.
So on
King.
95, you'll play f4. Bishop. This looks ugly. Bishop c6.
Oh.
Take, and just f4. I mean, white's so much better here.
Yeah, you put the pawn back on b7, it might be a Berlin. You put the pawn on b4, it just looks like a weakness on c5 to me.
Totally.
Yeah.
But I tell you something,
Please.
Harika is one of the most accurate players in the tournament.
She.
Because our statistician, Ben Underwood, did compile the current average accuracy per game. And you see,
Is this after 6 rounds?
Yes.
Yes.
And as you can see, Harika has 97% accuracy. In second place is Irina Krush with
Also a surprise.
96.5, and Zhongyi 96.2.
The reason why I say Irina Krush accuracy is surprise is because she's been on that roller coaster where she's had winning positions and she hasn't converted. That was why I wouldn't think of her accuracy as that high. Whereas Tan has been really impressive, as you see Irina Krush with the white pieces against Nona there. And I don't, yeah, that was the Rubinstein Nimzo. C2, C4, Harika is stopped. Let's go to our marquee matchup, and that would be Tan and Elisabeth. And after E2, E3, guess what? No move.
Silence.
Silence, crickets. Here is where I had recommended playing G6 and Bishop G7, a kind of a Zhongyi Indian. If you're prepared, like Ulf Anderson was, to give away your dark squared bishop, G3 might be a way to go. Another way to go, and I think a lot of players are very willing to play the Tarrasch these days, or if you prefer, a Karo Khan, Panov Bodvinik Karo Khan with D7, D5. I've always played these positions as black, and I felt very, very comfortable with them. Maybe Elisabeth less so. How else could Elisabeth get surprised? What alternatives could she have from this point?
I'm looking at the alternatives. You can develop the knight, as you mentioned. You can also step up with the e-pawn, again, as mentioned. And you can go e5. Yeah, this is the move that I wanted to also say.
When you say stop, you mean just do it like e6, d4,
go
d5.
for the whole symmetrical business.
Gotcha.
Right.
Copycat.
Exactly. But what's running through Elisabeth's mind is that maybe she's not familiar with this particular opening.
Right.
And Tan is proficient in these type of E3, D4 setups.
There you go.
So we'll
see who's better prepared.
And another alternative that Lizzie could try is simply to step up with the D-pawn 1 square.
And why would you be attracted to that? Because after D4, I've got D5 in my pocket, you know. D7, D6, it feels passive.
It does feel passive, so therefore it's not one of the most popular moves. Another alternative.
Well, thank you for sharing.
Well, I'm just showing you with another
Give me
move,
another negative.
another one which is very
What's
weird.
that? What's
only
another?
been played once.
Once.
F5.
We won't go deeply into that. And what is that opening called? F5, C5, F5.
But you know what the funniest thing? In
What?
that one game I have in my database, White went,
D.
I'll do the same. F4.
No. Okay.
Joke game there.
Yeah, I think the players may not have been the world's top 10. F7, F5. Does it have a name? If it's only one game, I'd say
Symmetrical.
no.
This is just symmetrical English. And okay, we do have a move. She
After
does go
long
for
thought.
knight F6.
By long thought, I mean 20 minutes for your first 3 moves at the highest level is very rare, because you would have really assumed she's ready to snap out the first half dozen moves, at least,
Very
if not
risky
dozen.
as well, because there is no second time control. The players just have that time control of 120 minutes, 2 hours, plus 30-second time bonus. And it's very difficult to lift yourself out of the time trouble scramble once you're in it.
Exactly. Here, I think Lizzie is, after the move d4, more or less compelled to go into this Panov Bodvinik. Takes d5, and again, now suddenly you're talking about thousands of games that have been played over the millennium here with d7, d5, pardon me. And we'll keep an eye on that. We saw Irina on screen just a moment ago, and I suddenly got very interested in what she, again, is up against Nona, and yes. So really, Irina is borrowing a page out of the Wesley So playbook. Wesley has been putting his bishop very modestly on the d2 square, and what his long-term idea is to complete his development, connect his rooks, and play for the move f2, f3, most especially when you haven't played for c5. Mm-hmm. So still early days, early theory.
And isn't this the case where you drop the bishop back to d6?
Also. Yes.
Right.
Yes. And I remember the game between Garry Kasparov and Deep Jr. And Gary had some position. I'll just put it on the board. It's going to look like this: A3, Rook C. Let's say Knight D7. I'm not quite sure. Rook C1, and it was Garry Kasparov versus Deep Jr. And Maurice, Ashley, and I were jolted out of our shoes when we saw bishop takes h2 check. It was like, what? The computer sacrificed a piece, and Gary's king went for a walk, king takes, knight g5 check, king g3, queen g5, and it was like a really crazy game that ended in a draw. But the move bishop takes h2 is a menace. I mean, you always have to be aware when the bishop drops back to g6, and your knight isn't on f3,
Yeah.
the bishop sacrifice.
Exactly, you definitely
It
have
was-
to be aware of that.
was a
I've done
great
the Greek
shot.
gift a few times in my career.
Yeah, and successfully?
Yes,
Oh,
because
those are the best.
I only sacrifice when I know.
And you're absolutely
Exactly.
Aw, Nona went bishop f8, tucking her bishop away. No bishop d6 ideas. Oftentimes the bishop on d6, by the way, does get targeted. So Nona's just kind of ruling that out. Bishop to f8. I'm anticipating queen c2. We'd probably see bishop b7, knight d7.
Yeah, I'm anticipating the rook swinging over f3.
Right.
Where does the rook place itself? Does it place itself on d1 or e1 in these type of lines?
Correct. Both.
Both.
You put it in between the squares. You don't clarify whether you put the rook on d1 and e1, and then you should do bit later in the game. You know, so it's a quantum rook. It's on both files at the same time.
It's like Schrodinger's cat. Maybe it's on d1. Maybe it's on e1.
Only through careful observation.
You know, I like this type of chess, right? Be
You might like
Unclear.
atomic chess. Be careful. I mean,
and atomic chess is impossible.
Oh, it really
whenever
is
I
brutal.
play it, I feel like I've been scholars mated all the time. Like really, it's like I've lost. Yeah, so atomic chess,
Blowed
we
up.
should clarify what it is.
It's a chess variant,
It is
yes.
a chess variant, and when you capture a piece, you explode the area around it.
right. It's not just that one piece gets removed from a particular square, but it's in the vicinity of where the piece got captured. Everything gets taken off.
Is literally one of the most craziest variants of chess.
Yeah.
And it was it got even more crazy when I found out about the sticky kings.
Sticky king.
So yeah, you can actually in atomic chess like put your king next to your opponent's
I see.
king.
Sorry, and you call it sticky king.
Sticky king, yeah, and
Okay.
because you cannot literally you just follow your opponent's
Boom it
king.
around,
Oh my god.
making
I
a draw.
would love to see like a competition being played in atomic chess.
Let me take you to the game of Anna Zatonskih and Alexandra Kosteniuk. Alexandra, boy, she's been like a cat. Somehow, some way, she herself doesn't understand it. She's in a tie for second place with Harika, only a half a point behind Tan, and she's got the black pieces against Anna Zatonskih. Move bishop d3. Okay, I mean, I know this is a move and everything like that, but again, not the most ambitious. We have seen, and boy, I don't even know how many, but I'm just simply going to say thousands of games that have gone in this fashion with knight f3, knight h4. You hunt down this light square bishop, and then with your two bishops, you play technically superb, and you win the game. That was not what Anna did. She went bishop d3. There was a trade of bishops, e7, e6, and we've caught up with the players. Essentially, it comes down to this. At a certain moment, white is going to play e4. If that advance brings an advantage, well done. You're great. If it brings you nothing, then black is just absolutely fine. Easy equality. My friend John Donaldson in these positions as black, he really likes to discourage the move e4, and the move bishop b4 is one way of doing it. It's not the only move, of course. Oh, sorry, we have castles on the board. Bishop b4, even though it's not a pin, you know, one of the things is that after a6, bishop a5, bishop back to c7, well, you've kind of made a little concessions. If you go c5 and
You're
clamp
not ready
down,
for it.
then the funny part is that when you play c5 and clamp down on the queen side,
E5 comes.
as the counterplay. It's
Yeah.
pretty fun. And normally I'm used to seeing a kind of equality. By the way, bishop d6 played very quickly by Alexandra. Castles came, and so, okay, they're still in their prep. We'll see how things go. Where would you like to take us, Jovi?
Maybe we can take a look at the game between Zhongyi and Elisabeth, because Elisabeth has in fact sped up now that she's taken those opening choices, and we see that she'd just gone for just simply e6, d5, immediate confrontation in the center, and still the game of copycat, because after a3,
yes,
a6 indeed was the response.
These lines usually transpose to a queen's gambit accepted. So if you, as black in this position, played the move d5 takes c4, bishop takes c4, I believe there's a game of Alice Lee going on, isn't there? Where, yeah, you can just compare, let me go back just a few moves. You can compare this game of Alice Lee to the current game of Tan, where if she had captured, it would have been a transposition. a7, a6, the old foxes from the 20s, 30s, 40s, and 50s liked to play these waiting moves. And the idea was whenever you capture, I get the development. D takes c5, bishop takes c5, b4, bishop e7. I recall a game, I think it was Tony Miles, and I think it was Walter Brown. Somebody made the mistake of putting their bishop back.
It looks very odd to put the bishop out of sight there.
Exactly.
I mean, because he's just looking at the pawn on e3, that's granite.
Exactly, and it was not a successful outing. So I'm more used to seeing bishop to e7, bishop b2, castles, queen c2, and we've caught up with the players. I'm going to invite Nazi in on our discussion of this position because...
Before Nazi dives in, I'd like
gives us a deep dive.
Exactly. Because Zhongyi, as Nazi earlier mentioned, she's been in the sole lead for the vast majority of the tournament.
Right.
And the numbers are saying that she has a massive chance of winning this event. Take a look at the win probability, again compiled by our statistician Ben Underwood. So after day 6, you can see it was 60, high 60s. Now it's 70%. The numbers are in her favor.
Wow. So that's very, very high. That's absurdly high in my view, because here we are, we've got 3 rounds of play left. Tan is going to be playing her immediate competitors, Harika and Alexandra, who were tied for second, a single half point behind.
I think it's good that she plays her immediate competitors because she can keep them down, right?
Well, if she scores, yeah, it's great to keep your competitors down. If they score against you, it's not so much fun. 70%, that's very, very high.
It was very high, especially because when you think that between Irina, Krush and Tan, there's only 1 point between them. Okay, but you can see that this is Tan Zhongyi's road ahead. She has the white pieces against Elisabeth Paehtz, then black against Harika Dronavalli, and then ends the tournament with white against Alexandra Kosteniuk.
But wait a minute, seriously, 70%, that's
impressive.
That's very, very high.
The numbers,
they don't lie. Well, thank you, Ben, for that. Queen c2. Nasi, take it away. Are we in theory? Are we still in theoretical territory?
Not really. There's only 6 games in this position, but position looks somewhat familiar, like maybe move order is a little bit different than what theory suggests. So here, for black to really equalize, Lizzie needs to make next 3 moves with pawns. Start with the take c, then b5, and let's say bishop d3 or b3, and then a5. Very quickly trying to solve this queenside structure without giving white a breather before white castle. Yes, a5. How do you react?
So if we take the pawn on b5, knight takes b5.
I've got so many questions.
You will play bishop b. Oh, the knight's hanging.
So it's the bishop. Yeah.
Okay, so it's the rook.
So it's the rook that is bishop. Okay, I'll show the line. Yeah.
So is the other rook. No. Now if I take the other rook, I got 2 rooks for the queen, but my king is...
Here actually white has only moved to not lose. It's queen b7. Bishop takes b5. Threaten checkmate. Again, only move knight d4. There's no other way to defend the mate on e2.
And you're also attacking the bishop on b5.
And here black has a couple of different moves. They all show triple zeros. After b takes a, bishop a6, bishop d7, all... Wow, black is still down an exchange. And 2 bishops are hanging at the moment.
Correct.
This is very
So
bizarre.
what's the 0-0s, yeah?
The easiest line I see is bishop d7, rook d1, queen c4, and repeat with rook c1.
Oh.
But let's take
It's just based on the fact that white can't castle and
Yeah.
activate the other rook.
Exactly.
But let's take a look at this crazy line with b takes a3, only move queen takes back, b5,
A takes b2.
Queen b2, and knight d5. So yeah, if white could castle here, of course, just
It's-
clear exchange, but
Right.
now bishop b4 is coming, actually.
Right. Knight c6 gets met by bishop f6. Rook d1 gets met by bishop
You can
b4
go knight
check.
knight c6. Oh,
Yeah,
but there's
bishop
bishop
f6.
f6.
Bishop f6 and black.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. Oops.
Yeah, white has to be careful. The right move is rook d1, and then
Bishop b4 check.
give the material back. Yeah, and end up in a very drawn game.
But wait 1 second. I mean, that line is so crazy.
Yeah,
Because you have to either know your theory
Right.
or just have that intuition to kind of just set the board ablaze. What would happen if, like, Lizzie just played a normal move, such as that? So d takes c4, I think, is understandable.
B5 's also.
b5 is very understandable as well. I'm thinking bishop b7.
She can play bishop b7 and rook c8, but then maybe
That's
white has
the
a
most-
tiny bit advantage. Castle, rook c8, rook d1. I mean, maybe engine saying equal, but having played similar positions from both sides, white looks a little bit preferable.
It's like you've got a tempo and a symmetrical
exactly.
position.
And there we can see on the camera, it looks like Tan is hiding from her opponent. But
Who's behind door number 1? Oh, I
it's
know.
interesting. She
former
must
world
be just
champion.
simply looking at the screen.
Yes,
And
exactly.
just looking at her game and calculating the positions in 2D.
By the way, as competitors yourself, you're playing in the Women's Championship here in the United States. Boom, to boom, boom, boom. You like your position. You get up from the board. You walk by the monitors on your way to getting yourself a coffee, doesn't matter. And you look at the position, you go, oh my God, I'm actually worse, because you're seeing it in a different viewpoint. Does that happen to you, or vice versa? Oh my gosh, I'm winning.
I always check my game on the screen because
You
it gives
do?
me a completely different view. Especially
Okay.
if, let's say, I'm playing with the black pieces and then on the monitor you see it from the white's view.
Right.
That's actually very helpful, yes.
Yeah. And
Really?
I noticed moves for my opponent that I didn't see on the board.
and have,
Just by seeing it on screen.
Yeah.
and have you ever had a moment where you've gotten up from the board,
Right?
you've gone to the bathroom, you're washing your hands, and then you're like, oh my God.
We all have those eureka moments, and there you see that Tan is in fact looking at the monitors, so she gets a bird's eye view of all 5 games. But I think that is interesting. I especially see today's players, who, again, they're the children of the computer. They use the computer for their chess engines and for their databases, so they're used to seeing that 2D. And I know, for example, in the case of Hikaru, he likes to look away from the board, and I think he has it in his mind, a 2D view rather than the 3D view. So he calculates in his head. And I find that interesting, that you walk past the monitor, you go, oh no, she can take my pawn. I thought it was safe.
No, indeed. And I've noticed all the other players do it too. We all look at the screen. Also, because we study chess on computers,
Yes.
and we watch other games on the computer, our eyes are kind of used to seeing it this way instead of 3D
Right.
version.
Exactly.
So a lot of players, especially younger kids that I've taught, tell me that they can't calculate on an actual chessboard. They need to visualize the computer one.
Oh,
Really?
The
interesting.
screen, yeah.
I think I'm going to give away my age on this one, because I was playing for the longest time, and along came the computers, and I couldn't look at the two-dimensional screen. Where are the pieces? I want to move the pieces.
Yeah.
I can't move it on the screen. So I had the opposite impact. I noticed that Elisabeth is thinking, and Harika by the way, has come back with the move Queen d6. Take it away, Nasi, on that one. Queen d6.
Yeah, so after c4, we were looking at b4. That wasn't allowing white to play knight c3. Then we also considered this move c5 first, then b4. But instead, she went queen d6 right away. But that's not ideal because now Anna has already taken the queen.
Yes.
She can develop knight to c3.
Yes.
And there is
very logical.
No issues here for white. It looks actually very pleasant for white. If you play b4 now, of course, I'm happy to jump forward to d5.
Okay.
Yeah.
And just you've got a great outpost.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Difficult
so
to
I
beat
think
that knight away.
Actually, knight c3, white has a pleasant
It's
advantage.
funny, if you go back with the queens on the board for just a moment, I thought that white's capturing of the queen was kind of helpful. And what was going through my mind as white is I would avoid the queen trade and play the move queen e3 for
E3.
just a moment. I'm attacking your queen. If you wanted to play queen b6, then I'm happy to trade queens on my terms. Queen e5, that would be the answer.
Yes.
Knight
And
c3.
we would love to play f4, but
Queen c5.
I was thinking
though.
c5, but black can actually take now on e4. And then
I have
support
no
the bishop with
f3.
f5. Yeah.
I have no
Yeah.
f3
So
in that
f4
case.
would be a mistake.
Gotcha.
You can play knight c3 here, but then bishop d6, and black is totally controlling the black squares on this diagonal. And
Okay.
Okay.
g3, queen h5. This is a little bit
Weakening.
weakening indeed. Yeah.
Okay, queen takes d6.
Instead, the queens came off, and there is another game where the queens are off as well, and that is between Anna's sister, Mariya Muzychuk, who is playing Alice Lee.
Let's
so maybe
catch up
we
with the
can
players.
catch up with the players, begin from the beginning.
Well, we do have a queen's gambit accepted, and then the move e3, e4. I think I had an outing with Jan Timman in the First Ladies' Cup in Indonesia, where he tried this gambit against me, and he got away with it. First Ladies' Cup.
You were playing in a tournament called the First.
Ladies' Cup.
Okay.
The First Lady of Indonesia, Madam
I see. I thought you were playing in a women's event.
That's what I thought too.
There's a lot you don't know about me, but no, we don't want to
I
go
thought
there.
that might be that would be a great idea. Like have a women's event and then throw in the Rogue Grandmaster.
That suits me. I like that. I'll be the rogue. I'll be the rogue player in this case. But it was the First Ladies' Cup in Indonesia, and I must say, it was an incredibly enjoyable event. Seriously, I'm not joking. It was like 20 players, and we played in 3 locations: Jakarta, Yogyakarta, and Bali.
Oh.
And I toured the Indonesian islands, and I absolutely loved it. C5 takes d4. That's not the most challenging way for black to deal with this. B5, B4, and trying to capture the pawn on E4, I've always thought was the right way to go in these situations. Alice kind of bailed out, and she got herself into this well-known ending of 4 versus 4, 2 versus 2. I kind of call it the Queen's Gambit accepted ending. But there's a few problems here that I'm just noticing for black. Alice has just played king e7, and with this move e5, black's king, you can't go to d5. We've got that square protected quite a number of times. So knight d7, bishop g5, you have to play f6. Whoa. That move,
F6
rookie,
was a mistake.
rookie
beautiful.
won.
I can show you.
Please, Nasi, this is suddenly, Alice is in a bit of trouble here.
Yeah, I think
Please.
Alice missed this move, quiet move. I'll show you in a moment. So f6 is a mistake. Instead, she could have played king e8, and then
Okay.
position is, engine says completely equal, even though black cannot
Equal.
castle. Triple zeros. But she
Wow.
played f6, missing this idea, which Mariya found immediately. Maybe it's part of her prep, or she has seen
Even.
it before. Take on f6, and this in-between move, rook e1. As you can see,
Double exclaim.
double exclaim, yes. The idea is if you take on g5, rook takes e6, and it doesn't matter where the king moves. I picked up an extra pawn. your king is
And
completely open,
initiative,
white's
yeah.
completely winning.
Right.
So instead, only move here for black that it wouldn't lose right away is e5, which has been played, and now Mariya is thinking she can play simply bishop h4.
That looks obvious and strong.
Yes, a lot of times it's the simplest moves that are the best moves. And here now she wants to play knight d5, rook d1. There's so many moves, and engine already says it's plus 1.3. And it's very difficult to play for black without increasing white's advantage.
Well, I can immediately understand why. You were talking about knight d5, but I love your rook d1, and I love this idea of f4 too, breaking the position in the center.
And you can see the player's body language. Mariya knows she's better now and she has a chance.
And
Alice looks very...
She missed rook e1.
Yeah, very...
this is good
upset.
preparation from Mariya, because
Yes.
Mariya is traditionally e4 player.
By the way, bishop h4
And there we
quickly
see
played.
bishop h4 being played.
Yeah.
And we all remember yesterday when Mariya Muzychuk lost against Alexandra Kosteniuk. You know, it was such a roller coaster game where Mariya was just putting the pressure from the get-go. And then at the last minute, she made some catastrophic decisions, and
lost.
Alexandra Kosteniuk won.
Yeah, and that was, again, when Alexandra came with Begim and just complained, I don't know what's going on. I just don't know what's going on. I can't play a decent game from start to finish. I've got a feeling that, you know, the engine may say, you know, -1 or +1 in white's favor, but this is really, really unpleasant because I can see my next two moves in a flash as white. Rook d1, knight d5 check, and I've got everything I want out of the opening. And black has to ask herself, where do the rooks belong? The king is in the center.
The king is in huge problems. I mean, I'm just looking at your f4 move that you suggested, and I'm thinking, where's the king going to run to?
Right.
And then...
Let me just demonstrate one of the problems that black is having. If you bring your rooks to the d file, you really would like to ease the pressure. You would really love to move your knight, but rook takes e5 check is going to rock your world. So the knight is stuck. When the knight is stuck on d7, it means that this knight, this square d5, I can drop a piece on d5 and you really can't prevent it. Furthermore, where's your king supposed to go? If your king were already on g7, I think you'd feel a lot happier, like it's like, you know, out of the center in a way. But you don't want to spend 2 tempi going king f8, king g7, Jovi,
no,
jump
you
in. This is not a...
don't want to be doing that. I mean, I'm desperately trying to think of a way to repair the position for black, because, you know, I'm thinking if the light square bishops were off the board, then the position would be at least...
Well, you would have e6 as a square,
exactly.
Your king could roost.
But, okay, you can't get the light square bishops off, and if you make the move b4...
Okay, let's try it.
Then
b4.
white will just jump in.
Knight to d5
Knight to
check.
d5 check.
Now, you're kind of lucky that's a check, because otherwise bishop b5 could be a check. So let me be cheeky. So I do have a more or less a dangerous move.
Right, but even then I'm kind of...
Rook e to d1?
Yes,
Not that
rook
bothered,
e
yeah.
to d1. Just to give yourself the funny square e1, king e1, bishop b5. Now you're threatening all kinds of discovered checks. And it was a boil bag?
Boil in the bag.
That was a... b4 was a boil in the bag. It was a one-shot thing
okay, well,
only.
that goes to show also
Yeah.
the black king can't take a step back in that kind of position. So,
No.
okay, so the pressing issue is now to defend f6.
Exactly. And Nasi, help us out on this one. We don't like Alice's position, but give us a heads up of
How to start to save it.
Right. Thank you. That's exactly.
Engines are good at defending any position. So here it's suggesting to play rook h to c8.
Not
a very
obvious
natural
move.
And if knight d5, which is the best move, just take. And give white the pair
two
of bishops, because otherwise black was going to just lose one of the pawns.
Okay.
Rook a7, rook d1, rook c7, and f4.
Okay. I like it.
Right, we have 2 bishops, black's king still in the center. bishop d6. I think actually, if this happens, black does have practical chances to save this.
Knight takes e5.
Because
So-
it's bishop f3. Yeah, white's position is great. No one can argue about that. But we don't have immediate threats. And as I was finishing that sentence, I just saw the threat. Bishop f6. So maybe white does have threats. So rook f8. Rook e2. White can threaten to double on d2. There's so many ideas for white.
And including bishop e4. It's not
Yeah.
fun, but rook on h8 to c8, not intuitively obvious, just to give up the two bishops.
Yeah.
Oftentimes you want to resist, and this is their first chance
Yeah, it
at one
certainly
another.
is. And you can see Alice, just 14 years old, and she is making her debut on the world's stage, so to speak. She's
the
playing
Cairns Cup.
the best players in the world. Mariya Muzychuk is a former women's world champion, and yesterday, as we know, she lost her game against Alexandra Kosteniuk, so she's come to today meaning business.
And for Alice Lee to win the Queen's Award and to become a Grandmaster, well, she needs to play other Grandmasters. And how sweet it is that she's playing in a tournament where most of the field is Grandmasters. So she can say to herself, look, if I play competitively in this tournament and I walk away with a, let's say, 50% score, or goodness me, a +1 score, that Grandmaster title is something that not only should I aspire for, but do it quickly and become a recipient of the Queen's Award.
Yeah. And to remind ourselves and the viewers at home, what is the Chess Queen's Award?
Yes.
Well, Rex and Jeannie Singfield have promised the next 5 American women to attain the full Grandmaster title within the next 5 years.
Yes.
Will get $100,000.
And to recognize the achievements of Irina Krush, who had previously got the Grandmaster title, as Irina said, wow, Jeannie was speaking and making this announcement of the award. What was going through Irina's mind? How can I win the Grandmaster title again? And she got shocked.
Yeah, and
by
she
being
was
the first
saying,
recipient.
she was, okay, it was, her goal to become 2,500 again. And there you can see the Cairns Chess Queen's Award. Over the next 5 years, up to 5 US female chess players will be awarded $100,000 for earning their Grandmaster title. 2024 recipient, Irina.
And I still remember James Slater, a famous businessman from the United Kingdom, working with Leonard Barton, offered the first British Grandmaster, I think it was £50,000, but it set off an arms race. There was simply no other way of putting
Yeah.
it. And it was Michael Steen, Tony Miles, John Nunn,
There
Jonathan
was
Spielman,
already-
Jonathan Mistel, and everybody was off to the
Yeah.
races trying to win that
But
Grandmaster title.
I wasn't around then, but I do remember that it was already incredibly competitive to become England's first Grandmaster.
Right.
And once this prize was announced, it just went nuclear.
Exactly. It really
And
was.
Tony Miles did win that prize.
It was an electric moment. And I think we've reached that time of our broadcast
Yes,
where we're going to check in with our friends at Q Boutique and
Yes, are you gonna-
see what's on offer. I'll take it away.
You're gonna take it away.
Commemorate the 2024 Cairns Cup with this iconic souvenir sweater. Made from a blend of cotton and polyester, it features the Cairns Cup logo on the front and the St. Louis Chess Club logo on the back. It is available in both men and women's styles and sizes. Stay cozy and show your love for chess with this must-have piece. It's available at QBoutiqueSTL.com, and do all your chess shopping needs, in fact, at Q Boutique, and we're going to be right back.
Yes, as we go to break, we asked the players to give some advice to younger rising stars about how to approach the game, and we'll be right back.
I'm all ears. What should I do?
What advice would you give to young girls who aspire to become professional chess players?
Well, just enjoy chess. You should love what you're doing, and if you're willing to make progress, just dedicate yourself to this task and do it every day. But yeah, the most important thing is to keep enjoying it, to keep focusing on the journey rather than on the results. Although it might be difficult, but I think in the long run it will help a lot.
Practice, practice, and practice.
It's not easy to give advice because, the advice should be personal, and I should know the girl that I give this advice. But in general, it's necessary to love to play chess, to be persistent, and to set high goals. Yeah.
Well, you never know if you will become or if you won't, but I would definitely advise that if the girl likes chess or really has the passion for it, just continue and work hard, because these two should be combined. And then if it's improving, then why not to be a professional chess player?
I think they should believe in themselves and they should have really high goals. Not the simple ones, but they should believe and have very high goals so that they can achieve.
Motivation, hard work, and sometimes also you don't only need to work with a coach, but work alone and enjoy the game. So you have to love what you're doing, and some good luck.
So my advice is for little girls to try to do something related to chess every day. In addition, when you go through some periods of time when you're not progressing or feeling like you're actually going backwards, don't give up, because this is not unique to you. Everybody goes through that phase of time, and you will eventually pull out of that phase and you will improve and get better.
I think I guess for just anybody who's improving, it would be to be persistent, because in chess there's going to be a lot of bad results in addition to the good results. So being able to go forward and treat losses, I guess, as wins as well, is something that's a really good chess skill to have. And I think it's also important for anybody who wants to become very serious with chess.
Start young and spend a lot of time on it, and I think you got to make chess your life from an early age if you want to become a professional. These days, people are becoming professionals so early, right? So it's not like, you're 18 and then you decide to pursue chess. It's like you got to be doing it from your childhood. So if you feel that chess is your thing, then you want to get started young with it.
Well, actually, I would advise them to never give up fighting, because it's not easy, especially as a woman in the chess world. We're only 10%, and of course the competition is also very big. So I would always advise them never give up, because you never can win a game by giving up.
The stages are set, the players are primed, the best of the best are ready to face off in the 2024 Grand Chess Tour. The top players in the world prepare to battle across 4 countries for a $1.5 million prize fund. Everything starts in Warsaw with the Superbet Rapid and Blitz Poland. Then off to Bucharest for the Superbet Chess Classic Romania. The players then travel to Zagreb for the Super United Rapid and Blitz Croatia. The tour concludes with back-to-back events in St. Louis, Missouri, the chess capital of America, for the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz and the Sinkfield Cup. 9 players will go in, but only one can be crowned champion. Who is prepared to make history? Get ready for the return of the Grand Chess Tour.
We are here to celebrate what the Chess Campus does and collectively make a difference to St. Louis through the artistic, cultural, and educational endeavors of chess. The St. Louis Chess Club and World Chess Hall of Fame makes such a significant imprint throughout our community, and with your help, we will continue to grow opportunities of outreach and engagement.
I'm Grandmaster Maurice Ashley. Join me on October 24th to 26th for the St. Louis Chess Conference, to be held right here in the chess capital of America. Also featuring legendary world champion Garry Kasparov and Hall of Fame inductee Judith Polgar, the conference will explore the broader educational and social impact of chess. For more information, visit stlouischessconference.org and sign up today.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. championships as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today. The St. Louis Chess Club Scholastic Program brings the educational value of chess to kids in schools across the St. Louis area. Active in over 100 schools throughout the St. Louis City and County, the St. Louis Chess Club has been able to reach over 85,000 students in both in-school and after-school programs. We view chess as a valuable educational tool. Learn more about our scholastic programming by visiting stlouischessclub.org/education. In the world of collegiate chess, there is no team rising quite like the one at the University of Missouri. The team has brought home title after title, including the 2024 Pan American Intercollegiate Championship, the first time ever in school history. Guided by their head coach, Christian Karilla, there is no stopping the Tigers. Respect, responsibility, discovery, excellence. University of Missouri.
Here is the place where we enjoy the game of chess of its beauty, to advance the cause of chess and to help St. Louis Chess Club to serve as a capital of the world of chess and to keep bringing new and new millions of new fans into the game every year.
I'm Grandmaster Maurice Ashley. Join me on October 24th to 26th for the St. Louis Chess Conference to be held right here in the chess capital of the United States. Also featuring legendary world champion Garry Kasparov and Hall of Fame inductee Judith Polgar, the conference will explore the broader educational and social impact of chess. For more information, go to stlouischessconference.org and sign up today.
The World Chess Hall of Fame, located in the heart of St. Louis's historic Central West End. Want to know why chess has intrigued people around the world for nearly 1,500 years? Stop by and learn about the impact of chess from our 3 floors showcasing the art, culture, and history of the game. The World Chess Hall of Fame has something for everyone to enjoy. For more information on current exhibits, please visit worldchesshof.org. St. Louis, the chess capital of the United States. It also plays host to an award-winning shop dedicated to chess merchandise, all-occasion gifts, and plenty more. At Q Boutique, you can shop both in-store and online. From quirky greeting cards to luxury chess sets, there is something for everyone at Q Boutique. Enjoy a shopping experience like no other. Make sure to check out QBoutiqueSTL.com for a wide variety of gifts for everyone to enjoy.
Welcome back, and round 7 is in full swing. Before we just dive into the games, let's take a look at the standings. Because Zhongyi, she is the tournament leader. She's been at the top for a while, but she cannot rest easy. We're now in the final straights, and Alexandra Kosteniuk, Harika Dronavalli are just half a point behind, and then we'll have a whole load of people there on 3 points. But before play began, we were visited by a very special guest. Take a look. We are joined by a very special guest, Rex Sinkfield. You are the co-founder of St. Louis Chess Club and one of the people responsible for making St. Louis the home of American chess. Welcome to the show.
Thank you very much. Happy to be here with my 2 favorite announcers, commentators, along with Nazi Paikidze.
Of course, of course. Well, in that case, you're our favorite guest. Rex, we've just celebrated very, very recently when the club was announced as the chess capital of America, and we sent a delegation.
10 years ago.
Yes, we sent a delegation to D.C. to thank the Congress.
Right.
A lot of progress in those 10 years.
Yeah, we've had several senators and congressmen show up. And I send my dearest regards to Ted Cruz, senator from Texas, who I was happy to defeat twice in a row that day. He was very accommodating.
He gave up his pawns and bishops willingly.
Yeah, you know.
You took down a senator.
I know. What am I thinking of?
Right.
Very impressive.
But 10 years of history.
Yeah, I know. It's hard to believe. It's hard to
fast.
believe how long ago we started. It's just going way too fast.
Yeah. And now here we are at the Cairns Cup celebrating the tournament that your wife created.
That's right. Yes. And celebrating it with the, what is the name of the award? The Cairns?
The Cairns Chess Queens Award.
Chess Queens
Award.
Which will pay $100,000 to any one of 5 women, American citizen women, to gain the Grandmaster title within the next 5 years.
And there we can see Irina Krush
as the award
also
was
being
Yes, and that was
honored.
a great touch, giving it to Irina in recognition of her past. She was really surprised.
It was a very emotive moment at the opening ceremony when that happened. I was very proud and grateful to you and Jeannie for that, because Irina has really been, for us, a kind of a shining light.
Oh, she's a marvelous ambassador for the game of chess worldwide.
Yeah.
And a model for every woman who wants to aspire to something.
Yeah, absolutely. I think because of this award, we suddenly see a lot of interest from American girls and women who are desperate now to work towards that Grandmaster title. And talking about women, the Cairns Cup obviously is happening. Have you been following the action?
I have been following it religiously every day.
Nice.
John Costello, our important security guard, who said, Rex, if you don't mention my name, you're going to be in trouble.
I think I have to finagle John into the conversation, too. I owe him big time for all of
the great farmer
works.
Pitcher for the St. Louis Cardinals.
Exactly.
Yeah. And he was on Whitey Herzog's team. Whitey Herzog, just passed away a month and a half ago. Just absolutely amazing. It followed shortly by Willie Mays. Yesterday, at age 93, I think Whitey was also 93.
A very sad passing. Willie Mays stand out. Yeah. But Rex, I got to ask you about the Grand Chess Tour that's coming up, and the tour will soon start again in Bucharest. Right. But then come August, and here are the dates of the tour.
Yeah, and you can see the Grand Chess Tour will finish in St. Louis, starting with the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz and the Sinkfield Cup. You looking forward?
Very much so. I have to confess, this is probably my favorite tournament. I mean, it's a nice one because it attracts all the strong players from all over the world. I've never been invited to that.
I don't know how they've overlooked sending you an invitation to be a competitor.
But it takes up almost the entire month of August.
Right. Well, I mean, so much prepreparation goes into that.
Yeah, that's nice because there's nothing else to do here in August.
And how do you feel when you're in St. Louis and you see that now there are so many grandmasters resident in this beautiful city?
That is such a source of joy, and when I moved here 16, 17 years ago, moved back from Los Angeles, thank you, Lord, for freeing me from that devilish place, there were no grandmasters.
Right.
And then Ben Feingold was the first to move in as one of our announcers, followed quickly by many others at St. Louis University, Lindenwood, University of Missouri and Columbia, and we already had Webster College here.
Exactly.
So we've got like 20 or 25 grandmasters.
Right.
And I assert, with no evidence, mind you, I'm doing a Joe Biden. Sorry, didn't mean to get political. I assert this is the city with the largest number of grandmasters in the world, larger than even Moscow. I don't know if that's true or not, but it sounds good.
It sounds great. Seriously, my immediate next door neighbor is Fabiano. I'm not aspiring to become the U.S. champion. I just want to be the best guy on the block. That's my goal these days. And Fabi tells me the story. There's a wonderful little sushi bar just right around the corner. maximum seating capacity 20 persons. He went in there the other day, and the whole restaurant was filled with St. Louis University students. And Levon Aronian was also in the place. He counted 18 customers inside this little sushi bar were grandmasters. Wow. And it was like the greatest concentration of grandmasters in the world. I mean, I was like, dang. I mean, that's pretty impressive. But it's because of you. Yeah. It's the single.
Well, you know, when you said being the best on your block, I'm sure you know the story about Joe Garagiola, a famous fellow from St. Louis, and was the most frequent guest on the Johnny Carson Tonight Show over 25 years. Mm-hmm. And he used to say, you know, if you make it to the major leagues like I did, you're certainly the best player in your city. Or at least you're the best player in your neighborhood. And for sure you're the best player on your street. But I wasn't any of those because Yogi Berra lived right across the street.
I bet you the two pushed each other to the max. When we saw the Grand Chess Tour just a moment ago, we saw that the Sinquefield Cup obviously is the crown, the crown jewel. But I remember, and I'm not sure you remember this, but we were going to make a tournament here in St. Louis, and we got a committee together to name the baby, name the tournament.
Yes,
and
I remember.
You had only one request.
Right. That St. Louis be in the name of the
Precisely.
tournament.
That was it. And then you came back and you said, okay, so what are we naming it? We said Sinquefield Cup. You go, what's wrong with you guys? I gave you my marching orders and you cursed me out in Latin. It was the only time in my whole life I got cursed out in Latin. I'm looking forward to the next time it happens, Rex. That was great fun. Rex, seriously, we have remarkable things still going on in St. Louis. Now we've got PBS doing a series. We've got the World Chess Hall of Fame. The music nights are sold out months in advance.
I feel sorry for people who don't know about it or don't attend.
Right.
I'm just still amazed. I bought the CD of the last one we had.
Right.
What was her name? Jean Vera or something. She's a French lady.
Right.
French, American, British.
Yes.
And she's got a beautiful British accent, speaks beautiful French, and she actually speaks correct American.
Well, it sounds like the perfect lady. But so many, I want to say, projects, programs from, the outreach with the firemen, the police, all of the coaches, the educational stuff. I mean, where else are we going? I mean, I think we've covered the whole spectrum of things we can.
It's kind of hard to think of other things broader than that. I mean, our efforts with the police and the inner city children, that is by far my favorite thing that we do because it brings these two groups together who need to see each other on friendly terms.
Yes.
And when I go to these events, I was just at one recently at Busch Stadium, I addressed the officers briefly and I said, it's so nice to see all of you not standing next to my car.
That was a great story. But thank you, Rex, for joining us in the studio. Thank you for doing absolutely everything you can for chess and St. Louis.
And thank you for being such great commentators. That's the reason people watch these games. It's not the games, it's you.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. It's always great to have Rex as a guest in the studio.
Isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, we just had a lot of fun with that interview. And there's so much to talk about because there are so many initiatives that are taking place here in St. Louis, and it is becoming more and more a magnet for players. And it's not just because of the university scenes and all of these grandmasters, because the club is just a great place to hang out, to come and play chess, to see the lectures of the grandmasters in residence. And I think all of us. Have you also been the GM in residence at
No, I haven't.
Myself especially, I think. Nasi, have you been
I've
a GM in
taught
residence?
all girls camps there.
All girls camps, okay. But yeah, St. Louis, really, really thriving. What have we been missing while listening to the interview with Rex. Nasi.
Right, we have some updates in Zhongyi's game against Elisabeth Paehtz, our key match today. So we left it here. I showed you this line with d takes c4 and then a very concrete line with b5 and a5.
Right.
That was good for black. Instead, Lizzie chose this queen b6 move, which is an inaccurate move. It just delays the development of the white squared bishop after queen b6. I'm guessing her idea was to maybe go for d4, rook d8, d4, something like that.
Right.
But after bishop e2, she actually took on c4 and then went knight g4. So these moves are, they're kind of connected. Maybe she's looking at the e3 pawn. I'm trying to figure out what her idea is, because now it looks like after simply knight e4, you can't easily go back to f6 without messing up your pawns on the king side.
Right.
So white's already plus 1.2, 1.3.
Whoa. And for Tan, who's leading our tournament, this is great news for her.
This would be huge.
How should Tan play it? I mean, are we looking at aggressive stuff?
Knight e4.
And there we can see Tan's line score. It's a beautiful pattern at play. Can you see? She won her first game, drew her next two, then she won again, drawn the next two. So she is due for that win. She has the white pieces against Han Zhongyi and the most promising position that we've seen so far from.
I wouldn't want to be her round 7 opponent with a pattern like that. But
yeah, if she makes this move knight e4 with a simple threat of h3, white is much better.
Exactly.
Yeah.
If you don't mind going back, because queen b6 to my eyes is not a very attractive move. And when you play the move queen b6, if you don't mind, the first thing that goes through my mind is why can't and why didn't Tan play the move c5? Because you expand with the tempo and knight to a4.
She could have played c5 for sure, but maybe she didn't want to allow e5 on the next move.
If you don't mind,
so
knight
let's say
to
knight
a4. Yeah.
Okay, let's try immediately e5.
And knight to b6.
But you're making a whole load of moves.
So they're good moves. Rook to d1, bishop to e6, I'm assuming.
Like, we have a lot of space on the queen side, but black has improved in the center.
Yeah, but I was always taught that when I've got this wedge, and I've got moves like knight g5, you know, to keep you honest over there, I'm supposed to be happy, but...
Engine does say +1.
+1. But what she got in the game was actually even more than +1.
Yes.
So let's see the game position again.
So she played simply bishop e2.
Right.
D takes, bishop takes, and I think knight g4 was another mistake, or at least inaccuracy. Lizzie should have played either bishop d7 or rook d8.
Yeah, that was...
Rook d8 makes more sense, right? And then with bishop d7, just hide the bishop on e8 and live on the bottom row.
Yeah, rook d8, bishop d7, rook d1, and our predecessors would put their bishops on e8, chop along the chopping block the major pieces, and usually peace agreements were signed. Knight g4 is just wrong. It's just a step in the wrong direction. I don't like this move. It does have the idea of bishop f6 and potentially knight e5 behind it, but I must say, Nasi, I just very much like knight e4. That shuts down bishop f6, it shuts down knight e5, and it questions what are you supposed to do? f5.
I'm curious if black can try f5, because knight on e4 is too strong and h3 was coming. But yeah, of course, this creates a long-term weakness on e6 and
it certainly does.
Increases white's advantage immediately. So after knight e4, actually we have a move. Tan played knight a4, which was second best move, not as great as knight e4.
Okay.
And after queen c7, I guess she can focus on the queen side and maybe play rook c1.
Knight a4, queen c7, rook c1.
Because now if you play h3, knight can go back to f6 or e5, both are okay. And yeah, black wasted some time, but they're recovering.
Yeah, but h3 is very useful.
But also white has to now waste some time as well, because the knight on a4 is offside, unless it's going to c5.
A quick question though for you. because I think Tan has a more specific idea in mind. Queen to c7, if you don't mind me playing a move for a moment. Bishop to d3. You know what I'm about. Gift me your pawn. I'm assuming you're going to move your h-pawn or go knight f6.
h6?
Let's say h6. Let's say h3. Let's say you go back. And this is what I was trying to drive at. Can I
try to make the queen awkward? Yes.
Disrupt your development just a bit.
Okay.
Because I'm taking advantage of the c-file, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm taking knight takes e5. We'll drop the queen. That's not what you want.
Well, queen to d8.
Queen
looks
to d8.
Ugly.
Ugly.
I mean, rook to d1 is coming, and then you have to. Well, maybe you can still survive with bishop d7. Oh gosh, I don't like this.
It's very strange. This position looks good, so good for white, but after rook d1, advantage is completely gone.
Really?
Oh, really?
Yeah. The computer even says minus 0.5.
No way.
So you don't, after
Why?
queen d8, you just come back with the bishop? No.
No, bishop, this whole idea is not great because after queen d8, black is just good.
Really?
Yeah.
I thought I was winning time. How about that? The computer engine just shuts me down. I thought I was making a tempo and tempo. I was about to call myself heroic. The computer says you spoiled your position. So no bishop d3, no bishop e5s. Just get on with development, rook c1, and so forth.
Bishop a2 is possible.
Bishop a2.
As well. Idea is that if black plays b5, now white can play knight c5.
Right.
That's
and if bishop
well, that makes sense of the knight being
f6.
Bishop f6?
Yeah, just I'm trying to justify knight g4.
So we took away that square. Oh, you're taking on b2?
Or you're right.
I don't think you can.
I can't. It's mate. I have to play 95. I'm sorry.
Yeah, 95.
Yeah.
Takes rook c1. I think white only has the advantage because of this bishop.
Yeah, it's a little
still very
awkward.
hard to find a good square for that bishop.
And the black queen is not that well placed. You
Not
need to
ideal.
move over to e7.
How big would you say Yasser advantage is for white? I'm going to guess
One?
it's
half a point.
Yeah, it's bigger than that, 1.2.
I wouldn't have said. I wouldn't have said that high.
But it's, you know, one thing, Zhongyi, she's been playing very well throughout the tournament.
Yes, she has.
So let's take a look at her performance rating. And there you can see the current tournament performance rating for everyone. And you see Tan, with her 2 victories, she is at the top, 25-72. She is undefeated in the event and, of course, sole leader for a while. And in second place, it's Alexandra Kosteniuk, who complained that she was having the roller coaster ride of a tournament, but
Harika's
she is
third.
is gaining points. And there you see Harika Dronavalli, also undefeated with 25.05.
Those 3 ladies with the highest TPR 10 will be facing them both in the championship rounds tomorrow and the following day. Rounds 8 and 9. Tan is playing her closest rivals as we refresh
I also
the
have
board.
an update in Alice's game.
Please.
When we left it, her position already looked pretty
Bad.
bad, but then I showed some computer line rook h to c8 and the best way to try to save this endgame. But she played this move king d8, which looks natural. She wants to hide her king somewhere safe, but now advantage is almost +3.
Rook takes e5? No.
Ooh, you're ready for that already. I think knight takes. That's actually playable. Bishop f6, king c7 takes, bishop d6.
Didn't I just win 2 pawns?
You did. It is
I'm a
playable,
hero.
but this is not as good as some other lines,
Oh, really? I shouldn't cash in so fast?
which would be so hard to resist at
2
the board.
pawns are 2 pawns.
Rook hd1.
That
d1 is
threatens
much
bishop
better.
f6.
Right, so now if you go, let's say king c7.
Now the knight jumps in.
Knight comes with a check.
Well, you were eager. Bishop takes.
I think even if I saw this line, I would still go for the 2 extra pawns.
Yeah, I mean, 2 in the hand is a lot.
And computer says after bishop e4, it's +3.
+3. Now there I wouldn't have guessed. I would have guessed big advantage. I might even guessed pawn and a half. I would not have gone to +3. +3.
No, this is, we're
But
not
the
going to
thing
see
Wow.
this.
Yeah, but the thing is, once you are in this position, you understand that black can barely make a move.
Truly. The knight is stuck to the f6
The f6
pawn.
pawn is the problem, yeah.
The
But I
h7
would think
pawn.
maybe there is some bishop d4, but it doesn't
Yeah,
matter.
the
Rook
rook
c1,
c1.
rook c6, and then we pick
Wow.
up everything.
Death on the light squares.
Oh my goodness! For Mariya, this is a dream come true. This is like a perfect opening advantage. Two bishops, no problems with your king, and Alice's king is actually kind of floundering. Wanted to turn our attention, if you don't mind, to the game of Irina and Nona for just a second, because I did spot a pretty cat. There's a pawn that was captured by Irina. She has played knight f4 and queen f3. That is to say, Irina's putting all the pressure that she possibly can bring it to bear on that d5 pawn, and Nona kind of just threw down the flag and said, I don't believe you if you're going to take it or not. Knight to c6,
And this
Irina
is the
said,
moment where a mistake was made according to the engines. Because
where,
I'm just
what, when?
tracking the evaluation bar.
Okay.
And it says that knight to f6, so knight to c6, sorry, is
Was a bad move or a
was
good
a bad move.
Yeah, it was a strange move in the sense that, I mean, Irina's advertising what she's up to. She wants to take that pawn, and knight c6 gives her the opportunity. I thought that it was knight takes, knight takes. Now she's played knight takes. Now I thought
she'd take with the queen.
The queen, right? Knight to b4.
Was she worried about after queen takes?
Let's see. What would you like me to do?
After queen takes knight? So knight takes knight.
Knight takes.
Queen takes knight.
You expected, as
I
did I.
expected this. I'm just
Irina.
wondering what Irina was afraid of. So queen takes queen.
Well, knight
Is
takes
this on
comes with a
knight?
tempo. Now I really am threatening
and
a
you can't go
heavy fork.
the desirable knight takes d4 because knight c7, as
Precisely.
you pointed out.
Knight takes d4 is a nice tempo against the knight, but knight c7, kind of, well, that hurts.
Yep.
But rook to d8. Rook to d8. Now knight c7, I can just scoot my rook up and rook e7 and no harm, no foul. Here it's not that easy for white to prove something. I mean, white might be a smidge better, but okay. This didn't happen, so I'm more than curious about the current position. The current position, Irina captured with the knight. So she's inviting knight takes d4, right? So does she have bishop h7 ideas in mind? What is going on here? I have to take?
Yes.
Or do I play queen h3?
Okay, let's try queen h3.
Okay, because that is a tempo. I am threatening checkmate in one move. That more or less is provoking g6. Now is it time to take, or what am I doing?
You can you step up with your pawn?
Well, takes. I'm not convinced I'm necessarily better, but sorry, you said maybe I should play e4?
No, I kind of wanted to maintain that knight.
Me
where
too.
possible.
But here you go. Now I understand. Maybe I should play knight to f4. So the idea is, from the attacker's perspective, I need two moves. I want to play bishop to c3. That's golden on that diagonal. And I want to play bishop to c4, and that's golden on that diagonal.
Though.
I might have the time.
You might have the time. So say the knight steps back.
Knight to e6, yes. Okay.
Yes.
Take it away, Jovi. What's my...
Well, I wanted to go bishop c4.
C3. Oh, c3 first.
Yes.
Okay.
I want those dark squares.
Okay.
And then, unfortunately, you're very good because you put your knight right where I didn't want you to put it.
Okay.
Yeah, because if you move the queen, say you put your knight on c6, the knight can actually jump over to h5.
Uh-oh.
And do some damage that way.
Now I'm very, very frightened.
Yeah.
Now I'm very frightened. That's a raging attack, and I'm not good. By the way, Nona didn't do this. She's surprising us. I think both... Nasi, jump in on this one. Both of these ladies are causing Jovi and I to question our understanding about chess. First of all, was knight takes d4 a good move or not?
Knight takes d5? Oh, I mean here, knight d4.
Yeah, because that was... Was that a good move?
It was computer's first choice.
Okay, thank goodness. Okay. But she played c5 takes d4. And now I'm thinking...
Queen f5?
Nice, by the way, that g6, knight f6 check is scary.
Yeah, what can you do? You can try queen h4, but that allows knight c7.
Yep.
That's our fork that we know
Yeah,
very well.
I mean, black has maybe some compensation, but nothing really. Engine says it's +2. Option 98.
Gotcha.
No
And
serious
you don't have any
compensation.
rook e5s?
Instead of
instead of knight e5, rook e5.
Rook e5. Oh, this is nice. Queen
Queen
f4.
f4.
A very nice move.
Let's trade queens. What do you say?
It's beautiful.
That is cute.
That is a
both
work of
rooks are
art.
hanging. Yes.
Yeah, so now after queen f5, I guess you have to allow knight f6. I mean, it's just winning an exchange.
Well, is it so clear? G6, knight f6, king h8, queen f4.
So you move your rook, let's say.
Yes.
6 or 7?
Yeah.
Rook
e6 says boot the knight away.
Rook e6 is losing to knight h7 tactic, because then queen f7 and the rook is hanging.
Okay. No.
Rook e7, I think.
You can't evict the knight.
Right.
So rook e7 has to be played, and here it's so close to mate, but there is no mate yet. Okay, this is a bit shocking, because here the only move that's +3 is just simply e takes d4.
Oh.
I would be considering
knight takes h5. I was looking that direction.
Every fiber of my being was playing knight takes h5 and
Okay,
sacrificing.
if black takes back, the bishop c3 is gonna finish the game. So let's say if queen d4, this move knight e4 is just winning with the threat of bishop c3.
Wow. And why
This is not easy.
why can't we take on h5 in that moment ago?
Very tempting here, right? So
Truly.
if knight h5, let's see.
I see the bar going down
e5,
and
I
down.
think black can force a queen trade.
And okay, I did win a pawn, but not necessarily.
So yeah,
the
you'll be
game.
up a pawn +1,
Yeah.
but
Not
nothing more than that.
necessarily. I'm cashing in the chips
But
early.
I mean, it's not easy to evaluate this position as +3.
Okay, so the current position
actually.
is advantage for Irina, and she has to play a very precise sequence.
Queen
Queen f5, threatening checkmate. G7, G6, because queen h4 runs into knight c7, and that's +2 according to Nasi. G6, knight check. You can't go king to G7 because that just allows us to win an exchange with check. Therefore, we went into the corner. We went queen to f4, just dropping back with the queen. The rook having to defend a pawn on f7. Knight takes h7. Queen takes f7. Went to e7.
Could you, instead of moving the rook, go on the counterattack with... No, you can't. There's a simple
You want
answer.
to say bishop to d6, queen to h4
queen
as
to
well.
h4, and then
We're-
try to do something with this pin.
And the whole idea is we're going here anyway. And then the computer really shocked us by saying this very promising looking position is a big advantage provided you just capture and maneuver your bishop to c3. You should not go for the combination knight takes h5, which I think everybody, be reaching for that pawn. I know I would.
Exactly, when you open up the H line, so...
I mean, and you're opening up this bishop, but in any case, if Irina finds the sequence, continuing with takes, queen takes d4, queen takes d4, knight takes d4, you just maneuver your bishop to c6, and once you see it, it looks so obvious. I mean, of course, this is how we play chess, and white is winning.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay,
Wow.
well, things are heating up in that game, but of course there is a lot of action on the boards, especially as we're reaching that final straight, that final hurdles. But as always, we invite everyone at home to ask us some questions. You can do so by using Twitter or X and tweeting us using the hashtag Cairns Cup. Or you can just simply respond on the Facebook social media posts. And here's one now.
Let's stump the masters. This is from Vivian.
Yes.
Louis.
And they're asking, when you play in tournaments, is the game plan usually to go for the win and risk more in the beginning rounds? Or do you play safe with draws and see how the tournament shakes out?
Taking from my perspective, again, I was very, very different when I was growing up. I was playing in all of these open tournaments. And whenever you play in these open tournaments, you really have to score, I'm not joking, 80%, 85%, 90%. So I found myself white, black, green, yellow, doesn't matter. I'm always playing for a win because if I didn't win the vast majority of the games, I wasn't winning a prize. So I'm not a good, I mean, in these round robin tournaments, it's much more strategic. I think you might be best able to answer
Actually, I haven't
Vivian's
played
question.
too many closed tournaments.
Enough to really...
Yeah, and I've never really been a favorite in any of these closed tournaments. I've always been probably the lowest rated player in the field, and there you kind of go with the game plan that you're just learning and that you're just going to enjoy chess. I'm also like you, I was raised on the open circuit, so you need to score as much as possible.
Big.
So you have to just hone your skills when it comes to the end game and choosing those dynamic openings. But I do remember Bobby Fischer, you know, there's a famous quote, you know, that he was looking at the tournament and it's like, okay, I'm going to beat this person.
Here's my point, here's my point,
I'm
here's my
happy with a
point.
draw here and there.
Okay.
But yes.
Well, let's ask a two-time U.S. champion. How do you approach the early rounds? Are you trying to figure out your form? Do you play risk-free?
No, I always know my form's bad, but
you take it as a given. I'm rusty.
I still always play for a win, and just like Joey mentioned, that I mostly play close tournaments now, so I know who my opponents will be, and I will pick and be like, I'm gonna push against this person. Draw would be good against these people, and I prepare my openings accordingly.
Oh, really? So you look at the lower-rated players in the field and say,
Not necessarily lower. It's more like
I have a good score with this
Exactly.
person, and so on.
right. What's the quote? Play the board, not the player.
Yeah.
Well, I don't follow that rule. I play the player.
There's a lot of rules that nobody seems to follow.
I was going to say that Nazi's approach is actually very, very common. Like
Yes.
from all my grandmaster friends, you know, and they're quite
Point,
high
point,
level.
point.
They say that they are not just playing the board, they're
Right.
also playing the person. They're making decisions based on the style of play, what they know about the player, their records.
But then you have a tournament like the Cairns Cup. You can't sit there and say, you know, I'm going to play for a win against Irina Krush, because the very next day you're going to be playing a former world champion, Mariya Muzychuk, and you can't play for or draw against her because the very next day you're going to have black against tan, a former world champion. So there's no easy points, so you can't just sit there and go, oh, I've got to collect my points here and there.
Yeah, but you can decide where you're going to take the risk, right?
Okay.
Right, and when you should do it as
And
well.
are you going to take the risk when you're white or when you're black?
Exactly, right, and who you should do. I mean, we saw Tan do it in action. You know, she played quite riskily against Alice.
Yep.
And it worked, a treat.
Also against Anna Zatonskih, she took on c5, allowing queen b2, completely destroyed her own structure so that she could have the dynamic attacking potential, which she did, rook e5, and she destroyed Anna's king. Thank you for the question, Vivian. I'm still, I think, you know, don't go in that direction so much as play hard. Just play hard for the win in your games, and just play the board. You know, sometimes you'll be presented in a moment that you should be attacking, and go for it. Our conclusion is that Irina has a very, very big opportunity. When we talked about the standings, we say that both Irina, Nona, with a 50% score, they need to win to get to that podium and to be in the top three because the prizes are so generous. So Queen F5 is the way to go, and just refresh our standings for us if you don't mind.
And these are the standings after round 6. We see Tan Zhongyi, she is on 4 points out of 6. But the difference in points between Tan Zhongyi and Irina Krush, whose game we just saw, is just 1 point, which means that literally it's an open, wide field, you know, for anyone to
Irina and
grab the
Nona,
first place.
Irina and Nona with 3, a victory by either one of these ladies. They jump to 4, and then depending on the outcome of Tan's game. So really a victory could be huge. Irina has this moment. And I think a lot of puzzle rush tactics, it very, very often happens, don't ask me why, but you have to imagine that this dark square bishop is resting on the f6 square. And the rook on e8 is actually on the f8 square. So you'll get these puzzle rush tactics, and really I can guarantee you a point in your puzzle rushes, because in those situations you play the move queen f5.
Yeah.
The bishop is nicely defended by the pawn on g7, but thanks to the threat of mate, the battery of the queen and the bishop, you're forced to play g6. So what I want to say is that all of these top players have trained themselves to look at queen f5 in these moments.
Absolutely.
You provoke g6.
And knight f6 is
These are very easy moves to calculate.
Yeah.
You drop back with the queen because you want to keep an eye on this knight. Simultaneously, you simply want to take the rook. Your eye is immediately drawn to this f7 pawn.
Is it necessarily drawn
Please.
to knight takes h7 though?
Not necessarily.
In your calculation, once you're over the board, you're like, yep, knight takes h7, that is going to clinch me the victory.
Right.
But in your mind, sometimes you get some confusion, like you forget that the king is not on h8, but is on h8, not g8.
Not g8.
And sometimes it's not that clear.
I get here, for me right now, my vision is clear. It can get cloudy by other little factors, nagging things. But right now, I see knight takes h7, and I'm home free. The move that I have difficulties with, rook e7, not this move. This move, I find instantly over the board, like that's not a problem for me. Because I understand, I have enough experience that whenever I can get my opponent to provoke, to get them to push their pawns forward, it weakens their king.
Totally.
So for me, queen h4, provoking h5, but this is where I have a problem.
Well, I think the thing is, 9 times out of 10, we're going to go knight takes h5, and we're going to be a pawn up, and we're going to be very chuffed with ourselves.
Chuffed, yes.
Happy, that is.
Yes.
And then, we get back home and the computer tells us, what in God's name were you doing? Because after he takes d4, you could have just had it in the bag. And
Exactly.
we go, whoops.
And that takes me a little while to recognize. I do, of course, absolutely recognize that in this position, a move like d4 takes e3 could be absolutely terrible because of bishop c3. I do understand that the bishop will be so strong on c3. I actually don't understand why not winning a pawn and continuing the attack isn't good enough. But this is a moment for Irina. Nasi, where else is the action?
Just a small update in the game Muzychuk against Alice. We're looking at this position before White made the decision, and we're discussing this. After rook e5, White picks up 2 pawns, and it's so hard to resist that. But Engine was saying White's much better after rook d1. Its differences between +3 and +1.5, so huge difference. But we do see rook e5, and I also want to show you the accuracy. I know it's still early in the game, only 20 moves, but 100%.
Accuracy.
97%, and yet it says it's winning for White.
Okay. A quick question there for you. So, first of all, rook takes e5 is considered an accurate move by the computer.
Not the top move. Not top 3 moves, actually.
Yet rook d1 is considered the most accurate move. So explain to us again what that accuracy means. That value.
I'm not the expert of the accuracy here. I was just surprised myself. Yeah, because it says rook d1, rook c1, knight d5 are the first 3 top choices.
Rook c1, rook d1, knight d5 are the top 3. Got it.
we see rook e5 and it's still 100% accuracy.
So does it mean all roads lead to Rome? Is that what it means, Jovi?
Yeah, it looks that way. Although some roads are taken longer than others.
Right. And what we looked at, Nasi, was knight takes
has to
e5.
take back.
Take the
Bishop
pawn.
f6.
That's number 2. King went to c7.
Yeah, I was thinking why walk to c7 where you can take with a check, right?
Right.
Let's say try king d7.
But then we have a check.
Rook d1. And I'm forcing you to go there, because if I play bishop d6, bishop e5, this is even worse. I'm
much happier camper now. Yeah.
Right. So
you have to go to c7, like it or not.
Well, king e8 is possible, but it's not good either. Takes. King b7, take on h8, rook takes. Sorry, and
we're 2 pawns up.
If black didn't have 2 bishops, this would be game over.
Right.
But because of the bishop pair, they still have some game. And
but you gave me the key to the city there by telling me I should play bishop to d5. If you didn't have the 2 bishops, I'll take the bishops
good point.
off.
I was actually thinking, if we allow b4, we don't want to move knight on e4 or d5, because then it's opposite color bishops.
Yeah. But I think you were going to go bishop to d6 against my bishop takes e5 check. No. Go back.
Bishop d5 is very good here, by the way.
Yeah. Go back 2 moves. No. Go back 2 moves. Go back. Bishop takes e5 check, and I think you were supposed to play bishop d6. So
it's
that you
playable.
This way you don't get the 2 you don't get bishop d5 doesn't force.
I think I can still force you, because I can play rook c1.
Yeah, you're going to have to run with your king b6.
King d7, b7, b6, and well, if king b6, yeah, still bishop d5. You can avoid the trade, but
I was hoping.
Yeah.
I was hoping to play bishop takes h2.
Knight d4 is coming. Yeah.
Apologies. I was hoping to play with my bishop on c6, bishop h, or bishop f. No, bishop h2.
But Yasser, you're going to get your bishop trapped. Bishop takes
yeah.
bishop. And I think this was
sharp
courtesy
sharp
of
eye.
Fischer against Spassky.
That's nice. And of course, bishop takes g3, knight
e4.
For a discovered check. Ooh, you can't. Ooh. We were
I'm
in
the queen
car.
of cheapos.
Yeah, we were in the car and we were talking about great names for sports people.
Yeah.
And there was one name that John Costello shared, and that was Razor.
Razor Shines.
Razor Shines.
That's a great name.
Isn't it? And Razor Sharp.
Thank you.
G3. Okay, you got me on that one. Let's go to our 2-time former world champion, my pick for the tournament, Alexandra Kosteniuk. Where are you, Alexandra?
She is playing black against Anna Zatonskih. And her win yesterday over Mariya Muzychuk actually meant that she torpedoed up the standings
Yes, she did.
to 2nd place.
Yeah, she hit the trampoline on that
now
one.
she's playing black against the tail ender, Anna, who's really been having quite a tough tournament
No
so
other
far.
way of putting it. Absolutely. A very challenging event to our defending champion. But let's look at the line score for our 2-time former world champion.
Yes, it certainly is an up and down tournament. It seems like she alternates between a win and a loss. She's won 3 games, lost 2. That's been quite the ride for the former women's world champion.
And that victory that we witnessed in round 6, that could have easily been another one of those 3-result games.
And she was in big danger against Irina Krush in round 5. And let's have a look at her path ahead. And you can see she's currently playing Anna Zatonskih. She faces Anna Muzychuk, and she finishes the tournament with black against Zhongyi.
Could this be a screenwriter's script? As could it happen that Alexandra and Tan are number 1 and number 2, going into that final round, playing for all the marbles between themselves?
That's what we hope for, maximum drama.
Absolutely. Jumping to the game of Anna Zatonskih and Alexandra for a moment, we just saw the move c6, c5 by Alexandra, and that move certainly is okay. I have no problems with that move, and don't get me wrong. One of the things that I love to do you know that, is pin my opponent, win a pawn. Pin my opponent, pin down their pieces, win a pawn. So that's what I'm all about. To my way of thinking, what I should not be doing is attacking the d4 pawn with my pawn.
Yes.
Because that pawn, to my way of thinking, is a potential weakness. The way I approach these positions is
Bishop e7. This is the Caro player in us coming through. Because what we want to be doing is using that structure to make use of the half-open line. So
that's right.
Make trades, as many trades as possible to alleviate the space issues.
Right.
Then double up on the D line.
Bingo.
And when we're ready,
then
C5.
we play c5. So
Yes.
for me, bishop e7, queen b6, queen a5 is all okay. Bring the rooks to the d file and say to this knight, you know what, my friend? You're going to play nursemaid. You're going to have to defend the pawn on d4 the rest of the game. The problem I have with c5 is that after captures on c5, let me just put that on the board, bishop takes c5, rook d1, I'm not sure which rook, I'm just throwing a rook out there. You're going to play queen e7, I'm going to play knight e5, and now, I don't know, but I'm not a big fan of these moves g5.
Yeah.
I mean, probably the engine says, g5, black is fine. But after bishop g3, I kind of feel like I've made some, I won't say terminal weaknesses, I've just made weaknesses on the king side, and I'm not a big fan of this play.
I'm not a big fan either, because like you said, I love this idea of knight e5 and knight to g4, by the way, because it's very unpleasant to handle.
It's there.
Exactly, and you do not want to be going G5.
And one of the problems is if you don't play g5, well, you may never get a chance to play g5. I take with a check and I take the pawn. Yes,
and
sorry,
you're
Jovi.
threatening as well. I just wanted to point out, bishop takes knight and snatching that pawn on h6.
Oh yes, bishop takes.
So
knight d7.
Knight to d7 as well.
And the other way is like this. Oh, excuse me, I beg your pardon. Rook to d8, knight g4, and you wanted to say that you are threatening also just to win a pawn. So the moves c5, I find to be a little bit helpful, well, very helpful for white, as she will, that is to say, Anna will get rid of her pawn. By the way, and finally, I notice it now for the first time, that after we play knight e5, forget about knight g4 for just a moment. If it was my turn, I might be...
Rook d7.
Yes, I might be tempted to drop onto the d7 square and take advantage of the pin.
You've been hanging around me too much. I might be tempted. I absolutely would play rook to d7. What a great shot.
Okay, so for Anna Zatonskih, Anna is not having a great tournament, but I like her position. By the way, she had used the A1 rook, and I must say, I mentioned I wasn't quite sure which rook should go. She's used the rook on A1.
Actually, take a look at this, queen e7.
Yeah.
We're really going to have to dive into that position after knight to e5, because it's probably going to happen right now.
Right. I think you have to play g5, even though you don't want to. The problem is both knight g4 and rook d7 is too compelling. Too advantageous.
I mean, yes, because otherwise, if you go rook to d8, then knight to g4 is the problem, right? Although you do have
bishop to d4.
Bishop d4. Does that? But that still feels a little bit loose.
It is loose, but maybe it holds. I mean, these computer engines have taught us one thing. They can defend a lot of difficult positions, and we might take a look at this position and say, it's very distasteful, I don't like it. The computer has no such prejudice. It says, nope, I'm doing fine. So I have to find something a little bit more compelling.
I don't know, though,
Please?
because after knight to g...
Say it, bishop to d4.
I kind of wanted to
shot?
pile on the pressure. Okay, let's do rook rover. There's a bind going on.
Right, I love pinning my opponent's pieces, and that might just be it. Just bring up the rook and increase the pressure. I like it, Jovi. I like it. I think that that's a very good idea indeed. Not a position I'd feel comfortable in if I was Alexandra. Now, see, is the computer laughing at our I want to say glorious analysis? After d takes c5, knight e5, that's been our stepping position.
So the computer does have this interesting move instead of d takes c5, if I may show it
sure,
first.
Please.
What do you think about b4?
How do you like them apples, Yasser?
Hated it. B4?
I know. Okay, so let's grab it.
So gonna take it, c5, bishop c7, I'm guessing.
Uh-oh, d5.
Yeah,
I'm getting a little nervous now.
D6 comes with the tempo, so you're pinned, pawn's pinned, knight's pinned, and d6 is coming. So the only move that doesn't lose a piece here is bishop d8, which is
wow,
very strange.
Talk about rolling with the punches. Yes.
And here, according to the engine, take first on f6, then play d6. And even though we're still down
a pawn,
it's almost +1 for white. I guess white's going to get either b4 or b7 pawn back. And the bishop on d8.
Wow. See, that's where my judgment, I mean, I might have considered this as a line, but I stop at a certain moment and say, do I like this? Mm-hmm. And my first instinct, no. And the engine is saying, yes, like it. You're up a pawn. Or you're down a pawn, but you're favorable position.
D8 is just...
This is terrible.
Well,
I don't think I would have spotted b4. And then because of knight e5, I would have been,
Okay, but b4 is a familiar pattern, but then you also have to analyze take on d4.
Right. Yeah.
Take on d4. Now you got to play c5, bishop.
And here, you're not losing a pawn, you just... Sorry, I think I took with the wrong piece. Knight d4 is better.
I think you're supposed to take with the knight because of knight f5, right?
Yes, and here white just has a much better position, and we're not down a pawn, so that's a big improvement.
Gotcha.
But let's take a look at the lines you were considering. So that
we
was
were
d
considering
takes,
takes, bishop
and
takes knight e5. And we thought rook d8 to stop.
Well, according to the computer, the best move is g5 first.
Okay.
Bishop g3 and then go rook d8.
Gotcha.
And it's less than plus 0.4.
Only.
Yeah.
So even though we provoked this big weakening g5 move,
the top move here is also b4. Computer just loves this move, b4.
b4?
I'm not sure why it works here. I haven't looked at this. Bishop takes.
Is there queen b? No, it can't be queen
Oh,
b2.
he likes rook b1 and queen f3 and going after the b7 pawn.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Very strange.
Wow.
Before here, I would never consider him.
No, I thought, funnily enough, if you don't mind that position a moment ago, b4 I thought was okay, but I thought the idea was bishop takes b4. I thought you wanted to play f4. Not queen f3 and rook b1, but I thought the idea was to rip open the king's side. And the engine's saying, no, f4 is not a threat. There's no threat.
Yeah, f4 might backfire rook d1.
Rook d1. No, not on the f file.
Yeah, you're not on the f file, so I can offer more traits. And do we have weakened our king? You can, I mean, if you go rook f1, you allow rook d2.
Obviously, I wanted to play f4 with the idea of weakening f6. Thank you for that, Nasi.
Well,
b4.
That's a spectacular opportunity available to Anna Zatonskih. I think it's the perfect note for us to go on our next break.
All right.
And the current leader of our tournament is Tan Zhongyi. Begim had a chance to sit down with Tan and ask her about her career. Enjoy.
Hi, Miss Tan. It's great to see you here. Welcome to St. Louis.
Thank you so much. I really enjoy coming to St. Louis. I've walked around and realized that it is the world capital of chess.
What are your thoughts on Nona Gaprindashvili being here in St. Louis for the Cairns Cup?
I'm excited. She's one of the legends that I read in history books on chess. So it's an honor for me to be here in the same place as her.
How do you feel after winning the candidates? How does it change or affect your preparation for the tournaments until the World Championship match comes?
When I first started the candidate tournament, I didn't have high expectations. But later, during the tournament, pressure started to mount. It was pretty difficult for me. I'm glad that I won in the end. But for me now, what I want to do in the next few months is to adjust myself, because the candidate tournament was damaging to an extent. So I want to bring myself back up into a better state. And also, now that I'm in my 30s, I don't have the same kinds of either energy or expectations about the World Women's Championship. I really do treasure my relationship with my families and my friends. I want to spend time with them. I want to live a good life and take care of myself and not be so completely devoted to just the one event, the Women's Championship itself.
We all know that Chinese females were dominating the women's chess lately. So what is the secret to Chinese success in women's chess?
There are several reasons. The first one that I can think of is the fact that women players in China have guaranteed salary. So the sports system in China supports the chess players. So all the women players would receive a certain amount of salary that allows them to take chess as a career. If you only rely on the tournament prize money, that's not much. So that's one important factor. The second factor is for people like us in our generation, we actually grew up during the time of the one-child policy in China. So even though we were girls, we were the only child in the family. So we received a lot of the benefits that some of the other women may not have received in other countries where the gender disparity was much greater. Now, despite of these factors, I didn't anticipate that the Chinese women would be so dominating, and I'm not sure how long this would last, but I'm glad that we are in that position right now.
Well, how are you feeling competing against your countrywomen like Zhu Wenjun, and also how do you see it happening? Did you guys have any camps? Did you guys work together before? And how do you feel about competing against her for the World Championship title?
So when we grew up, Zhu Wenjun and I went to the same camp, the official camp of the Chinese chess team. But as we became older, we had different paths. So we didn't see each other that much. Now, my history of my competition results against the Chinese female chess players have not been very good. So sometimes I felt like I would much prefer that I played against foreign players because the Chinese women are super strong. But I'm hoping that this year around, it's going to be my lucky year. I will have the breakthrough that I may be the one winning this competition.
One important question I wanted to ask you, as a chess player who has been on top for a long while, you have seen many different coaches, many different people who influenced your career. So I would like to know, what was the best advice you got as a young female chess player?
So since I don't come out to play that often, people actually don't know me that well. But the reality is, before the age of about 21, I actually received very little professional training from individuals. So most of my training was done on the computers. My really very formal professional training came after I already was competing for the World Championship. So in my competition against Muzychuk, my opening preparation was completely deciphered. So I had to use the French opening, which is something that I didn't use again in the future. So after I won, I still didn't feel like I deserved the title. I had the imposter syndrome for a long time. So I went back and did all kinds of training. I tried to compensate for the idea that maybe I didn't deserve to win. I should improve myself, whether it's opening or other aspects. So I'm glad that I'm now coming back to have another chance to compete for the Women's World Championship. To me, it feels like I've proven myself that I deserve to be here, whereas a few years ago it didn't feel like that to me. Now, with this experience, my advice for other chess players is to believe in yourself. Don't doubt yourself. You deserve to be where you are. It's not just other people deserve to be where they are. You too deserve to be there. We're all humans, we're all equal.
And the last question is about you, just who you are besides chess, what you do in your free time, and just to have fun.
I have a lot of interests. I like science. I like reading novels. I enjoy history, both Chinese history and the world history. And I also like design, my clothes designing and so on. I also enjoy spending time with my friends. So some days I could spend the whole day with them, chatting and talking about various things. But I could also spend time all by myself for an entire day. There are many different ways of spending my time. I enjoy them all. I think this world is really wonderful. I'm glad to be alive during this time.
Thank you so much. And Ms. Tang, thank you for this lovely interview, and good luck with the tournament.
Thank you.
The stages are set, the players are primed, the best of the best are ready to face off in the 2024 Grand Chess Tour. The top players in the world prepare to battle across 4 countries for a $1.5 million prize fund. Everything starts in Warsaw with the Superbet Rapid and Blitz Poland. Then off to Bucharest for the Superbet Chess Classic Romania. The players then travel to Zagreb for the Super United Rapid and Blitz Croatia. The tour concludes with back-to-back events in St. Louis, Missouri, the chess capital of America, for the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz and the Sinkfield Cup. 9 players will go in, but only one can be crowned champion. Who is prepared to make history? Get ready for the return of the Grand Chess Tour.
We are here to celebrate what the Chess Campus does and collectively make a difference to St. Louis through the artistic, cultural, and educational endeavors of chess. The St. Louis Chess Club and World Chess Hall of Fame make such a significant imprint throughout our community, and with your help, we will continue to grow opportunities of outreach and engagement.
I'm Grandmaster Maurice Ashley. Join me on October 24th to 26th for the St. Louis Chess Conference to be held right here in the chess capital of America. Also featuring legendary world champion Garry Kasparov and Hall of Fame inductee Judith Polgar, the conference will explore the broader educational and social impact of chess. For more information, visit stlouischessconference.org and sign up today.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. championships, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today. The St. Louis Chess.
We are back with round 7 of the Cairns Cup, and so far we've seen a lot of intense battles, a lot of critical moments on the board. But before we get into the action, let's take a look at the standings after round 6. Zhongyi, she is at the top with 4 points out of 6, but half a point behind her, of course, it's Alexandra Kosteniuk and Harika Dronavalli. And then we see all the players down to Irina, Krush on 3 points. So points mean prizes at this stage.
They do, and very, very big prizes, as we know. But we do have what looks to be a massive just simply winning advantage, and that is the game between Mariya and Alice Lee. When we more or less left it, we left it in a position, this was just not pleasant at all for Alice Lee. Her king's in the center of the board. It's clear the king is under fire. White wants to play simple moves. Rook d1, knight d5 check, doubtlessly winning the 2 bishops and continuing the initiative. Our chess engines tell us that there was a chance for Alice to stay in the game. Rook c8, knight check, bishop takes d5, rook a7. And yes, Mariya has an advantage, but it's not completely overwhelming, and there's good kicking chances. Alice made a bad move. She dropped back with her king, and after the combinative rook takes e5, she made a further bad move. It's not everyone's cup of tea, I agree, but knight takes e5, whether you like it or not, it was absolutely required. Bishop takes, bishop d6. Yes, you're down 2 pawns. Yes, you've got the 2 bishops. Yes, you have to fight. This is it. That's just it. Alice didn't do that. Instead, what she did after rook takes e5 is she moved her king, compounding, I want to say, her error. She lost a huge central pawn that was keeping White's pieces at bay. And after these moves, rook e6, it's
Knight
very
to d5
clear.
is on tap.
Everything is on tap, and the pawn is hanging, knight d5. It's just looking all good. Let me just catch up with the players, because I think we did have another move. Rook e8 by Alice, and rook, I'm expecting simply rook here. reinforcing the rook, and whether it's bishop d5, whether it's knight d5, this is where all the vultures in the tournament come over to see what you have done. Alice is in bad straits.
Yeah.
And for Mariya, what
this is a
way
very
to
important comeback victory, because here we see some of her achievements. 25-10. She's a former women's world chess champion, having won the title back in 2015, and she's just a formidable competitor.
And imagine if her yesterday's game, where she was winning against Alexandra, if that had gone her way, boy, she would be right there at the very, very top. Again, for Alice, Alice Lee, she's been having up and down tournament. This was not a very good outing for her, as she's a pawn down, and, well, quite frankly, Mariya has a full winning position. Nasi, I'm going to turn it over to you. Bad news here for Alice, good news where else?
Well, it's not good news for Irina's fans.
Oh, she didn't play Queen f5.
Right, the Queen f5 that led to such fun positions that were much better for white. Instead, she played Queen h3.
Mm-hmm.
It's seemingly both should work, but there's some differences. So now on g6, we don't have, of course, knight f6 check, which was very important for that advantage.
Right.
So here her best move is to play e4, and it's slightly better for white still, but compared to what could have been, right, in the lines, if I may still put this on the board.
Sure.
There were so many tactics here after Queen f4. There's if rook e6, knight h7's just winning, and without it, there is also Queen h4 coming, and this looked fantastic for white. So I'm kind of curious what deterred her from going in this position.
Exactly. Sometimes we see ghosts at the board too. I mean, there's gremlins on the board. They say, don't go here. Queen h3, g6.
G6 is the only good move. If Nana moves a different pawn, let's say h6, then we can go back to f5. And then white's better again.
How funny is that?
Slightly different because pawn is on h6, but still white is much better here.
Rook is head.
I guess there's no knight h7. Oh no.
That's a funny line.
But she can play knight g4 and it's still double attack on two pawns.
Mm-hmm. Okay. That's one line. And Jovi, where would you like, one game, sorry, Jovi, where would you like to take us?
Maybe we can revisit some of the games that we've neglected.
Truly.
So I would like to perhaps go back to Zhongyi against Elisabeth Paehtz.
Okay, by the way, what we called our marquee matchup as we started our show, we left it after the move knight g4, and we weren't proud of Elisabeth's choice, f7, f5 to justify, I would say, the move knight g4, and castles, bishop d6, rook e8, bishop d7, and knight c5. We've caught up with the players. I like white, and who wouldn't? I mean, it just looks like the knight on c5, much very formidably looking at d7, e6.
Primed on the D line, right?
Exactly. The rook is already set up. And Elisabeth has to be thinking about how should I equalize. Maybe on a good day she could play rook here and bishop c8. You were about to make a suggestion.
No, I wasn't. I was just
yes, you were.
I was just going to say that she can't think for too long, because look at the difference in clock times. We see Zhongyi, she is 1 hour and 28 minutes, whereas Elisabeth, 34 minutes. And she's got the worst end of the position.
Exactly. I'm looking at this position, and the more I'm looking at it, the more I'm beginning to really warm up to white's attacking prospects. Yes, for example, let me put a bad move on the board. I don't particularly like that move, rook d8, but knight g5, just kind of like, give me that pawn.
Let's just grovel, rook e8.
And give me that bishop. I've always liked the two bishops. I'm
Take
assuming,
with the rook.
Give me that pawn. You know me, I'm a pawn grubber. And you start to understand that queen takes f5 and bishop takes f6, and you start to say, whoa, time out. I don't want to sign up for this stuff. So Elisabeth, with less time, and facing what looks to be pretty nasty things coming her way. And again, let's remind everybody, half a point lead for Tan. She's on this pattern of winning, drawing two, winning, drawing two. A win today would be the ideal way of going into the championship rounds against her nearest competitors.
Okay, well, I now
Please.
have a plan.
You do.
So
Let's do
you
it.
suggested Rook D8. I'm going to go a different direction.
I didn't-
Knight E7.
Knight e7. Okay, very good. What's the idea behind that?
I'm just stopping you from going knight takes bishop and knight takes pawn.
Why are you stopping me from playing knight takes bishop? I'm curious.
No, I'm not actually.
Fortunately, I do have my queen protected.
Yeah.
Ah, clever of me.
No, yeah. I was hallucinating. Okay.
Not
No,
easy.
no.
I mean, you could play rook a8, e8, dreaming
Or bishop C8.
Bishop
Okay, let's
C8,
go that,
and
not
you
that
just,
way.
you know, don't kill me kind of thing. But
Yeah, but
I
don't like.
please.
There's
tell
so
me.
many like. I don't know. I was thinking bishop C4.
Bishop C. I might grovel with bishop takes c5. Here's where I'm thinking I might go. Takes. Pretty simple. Again, I'm just playing two bishops. I'll play it simply. Rook to c1. You know what? Give me the pawn. Bishop takes
Okay.
a6.
I think I'll give you that pawn.
Bishop c4. Just bringing my pieces onto good squares. Bishop will be well placed on c4. And here's one. Not a lot of people will necessarily agree with me on this one, but a player like Anatoly Karpov would say, you know what? I like the bishops of opposite colors because you have a weakness. Your weakness is e6. I don't have a weakness. Whether you recapture with your, oops, that was supposed to be your rook, by the way. Whether you recapture with your rook or with your pawn, after bishop e6, you're going to have a long afternoon. Trust me, Anatoly is going to torture you for a very, very long time. These aren't fun positions. And if you don't believe me, look at the World Championship match. I think it was their first match, Garry Kasparov, where he won a bishops of opposite colors, did Karpov in a Tarrasch. Very, very impressive stuff. Okay, Elisabeth in trouble. Nasi, you got to jump in and tell us where the action is. We haven't seen Harika. Harika's game, she's in second place coming into today's. How is that game going?
Pretty even so far. Rook's on b4, unusual place for the rook.
Would you remind us where, when we left it, we had just seen the queen trade. If you don't
right.
mind going back to that moment. What happened?
Sure, let's check it out. So queens got traded, knight c3 was developed, bishop c6, the best move. I think I was showing that if b4, then knight d5, white's much better.
Gotcha.
So bishop c6, some development, and black pair, dark square bishops got traded.
Okay.
Knight finally showed white went to g6. Knight f4.
Okay.
Okay, here c takes b. Oh, never mind. A takes b, rook d1, castles. Actually, computer was suggesting that black didn't even have to castle and could have played king e7.
Interesting.
And keep the king in the center,
Okay.
protecting both pawns. After castle, rook b4 was actually the best move, as awkward as that looks. And here, after knight d5, white's advantage drops slightly. It says that maybe a3 prophylaxis move was better. Hard to follow. Knight e6 maybe.
But at first blush, white's for choice. Black's pieces are kind of cramped.
Yeah, white's slightly better, but is it enough to actually call it an advantage that she can turn into a win? It's a different question.
And the current position.
Yeah, this is the current position, knight d5. Now, Harika can...
Sorry, I just understood the point of a3.
Can you please tell us?
It's simply to just overprotect the A pawn, so that then you're able to jump in with knight to D5 or bishop, and make the trades. Yeah, sorry, that was like completely.
No, thanks for helping us.
Well,
I couldn't figure it out.
Well, welcome to the show. Great to have you on board, Joey.
I'm here with all those little insights.
if you know the answer, spit it right out.
It just dawned on me because I was like, I want to put the knight on D5.
Very good, and she's done it.
Best move is knight e6, but black can also take bishop D5, and white cannot take back with the bishop.
Because of the A2 pawn.
Because C6. And if you go back to B3, there is C5. I knew that rook was going to be trouble on B4.
Did I ever tell you about my escapades with my rooks and getting them trapped? That's nice. That's a nice one. Yeah, the rook on B4 did make a bad impression. We'd have to recapture with the pawn then.
Yes, white has to take with the pawn.
But now the knight is on a tempo.
Knight has to go back to G6 temporarily, and then come back to E5 or E7, we'll see. But computer says black should just bring the king over, defend the pawns if like rook C1, rook A7, and yeah, king F8, king E7 is the next couple of moves.
Could you see, like if the black king manages to get to D6, that maybe
D5 is a weakness?
D5 is a weakness, and you can just start to look at the E line one day.
Yeah, definitely.
Jovi, I don't disagree with you. I think this position, though, requires an accurate calculation. Rook to C5.
Rook B7.
I'm thinking rook B7, bishop to D1.
So you're going after the B5 pawn?
You know it with everything I've got. Bishop to E2.
Here black has to go C6.
Right. And now I take it on C6.
Take with the pawn.
And haven't I done what I've always tried to achieve, which is tie your pieces up? No king D6 in these positions.
That's true.
Bishop F3. And, okay, I'm not saying
I'm... But here you can go rook to D8.
Okay, king to E1.
King F1.
King F1 to E2 to
rook A7, let's say.
Black A3.
That is protected.
I'll explain to you why.
Black's passive, but defend. No, triple zeros here. No advantage whatsoever.
Come on, I did everything right.
I think chess has been solved, Yasser.
Wow, I did everything right. I tied you up to a weakness. I got the rook and bishop, Bobby Fischer's favorite.
No, I did everything they could, and it's still just triple zeros.
Well, don't blame me. I did good. So Anna, in my view, is slightly better. At least I think the rook on B4 does look a little, but maybe the move knight D5 wasn't the best. A2, A3.
And okay, well, hang on a second.
By the way, we do have knight E6 on the board. Whoa. I'm spotting a check, and I can mess up the structure, right?
Yeah, do you want to do that, though?
Let's have a look.
Because...
I took a bishop.
Yes.
You took a knight.
And then C5 is coming.
I took a knight first.
Yeah.
You've got to take, right?
No, I don't have to take.
No.
C5, I can throw in C5.
Pause, because I love pawn structures that are favorable for me. Bishop D5, you'll take my rook, I'll take your rook. I've doubled your pawns, but I'm not happy. That is strange. So I have to actually move my rook, and then you'll take, yes?
Yeah.
Okay, A3. It looks like a Berlin ending, major pieces. Okay, I'm going to say nothing. I don't have an advantage.
I don't know, actually. Could you have put your rook on D7 instead of protecting?
At this moment.
Yes. So here, rook D7. Oh, no, you got rook to D8.
I was afraid of rook A2. Rook D...
rook D8 is just
rook
kind
A2,
of...
Yeah. By the way, I think we have a stump the masters kind of moment.
Yes, we do. We do have a question from social media, and here I'm eagerly looking forward. It's a question from Nate. Currently, India has 3 players ranked in the top 10, Eric Gaisi, Gukesh, Praggnanandhaa. What do you attribute to their rapid rise and success in the game?
Well, that one is actually pretty darn easy. They have of player, 20-time world champion or whatever he is, and that's Viswanathan Anand. Vishy became a legend. India is the land of cricket, and cricketers are the big sports heroes, but Vishy, thanks to his incredible success and winning so many world championships, he's influenced, I would say, 2 generations of Indian youths, and chess started getting pushed. It started getting pushed as a way of advancing in the society, as a way of becoming a sports hero, as a way of making some money.
Yeah.
And, you know, for Gukash in Prague, breaking through and qualifying for the candidates, that's just going to generate another generation to say, I want to be like Prague, I want to be like Gukash.
Yeah,
So
I have some.
They're remarkable.
I have some
Please,
explanations
insights?
as well,
Yep.
because I feel Vishy plays a massive part in
Clear.
being like an absolute inspiration for the juniors, but also the system is geared up to producing young talents. For instance, the schooling system, I mean, these teenagers, they've been allowed not to attend school. They've been allowed to focus on just one talent that they have.
Really?
Yes.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, like in the West, I mean, I'm just drawing from UK experience. I mean, you would have had a fight with the authorities on your hands if you wanted to pull your child out and let them just play chess all the time.
You have to get your histories, your maths, your science, your chemistry, and everything else.
And
in
I
between.
also, again, referring to your point about Vishy, is when I look at the support, the public support that these youngsters get, it's incredible.
I've seen it with my own eyes. It's amazing.
And I also kind of can credit that as well to help Magnus become world champion, because when he started doing all these amazing things at a very young age, the public was right behind him. The newspapers were generating publicity, and the same goes for these youngsters. And they're sponsored. They're very well funded, so they're able to travel the world. So there is no battle with their federation, so to speak, or trying to get access to money. It's there, it's available. They have the resources to dedicate themselves to becoming an excellent chess player.
Thank you, Nate, for the
Thank
question.
you.
Jump in here on that one as well, because it's not just with the boys. We've seen Indian ladies, Humpi, Harika, Vaishali, who just played in the candidates as well. The sister
Divya Dismukh, who just
Yeah.
became world junior champion.
Thank you. We're seeing it with the Indian ladies too.
Yeah, I think it's a cultural thing. Just like in Georgia, chess is very popular and very loved. So women
At one time, Georgian women dominated the top 10. Please.
Yes, so it's encouraged from early age to play. And all I can add to everything you two said is that my personal experience when I played in Chennai, India in 2011, it was
The Olympics?
No, it was
2011, sorry.
World Junior Championship.
Gotcha.
I remember there was an opening ceremony and then top seeds, and at the moment I was the top seed. We played Blitz with a lot of kids, chess fans who came, and the kids were so good already. I remember everyone saying, future of chess is Indian.
Yeah.
There were so many people who showed up just for it's not Olympiad, it's not World Championship, it's World Juniors. You think it's a small tournament, but no, Indian chess fans, and this was in Chennai where Anand is from, so you could already tell that Anand has made such a huge impact that chess is loved. I know you said cricket is their sport, but I think chess has to be at least number 2 now.
It's coming up so fast up the ranks.
When we played the Olympiad in Chennai in 2022, it was incredible that they managed to actually hold an Olympiad in just 3 months. I mean, it was insane, the effort that they went to just to get an Olympiad. But what I was going to say was, you could also see the public support, because I remember getting off the bus and I was together with one of my co-commentators, David Howe, and suddenly I heard, David, 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 and like a swarm of people came around. I thought, okay, well, David is the one.
You could sneak away.
I can sneak away. As I turned the corner, Jovanka, But it was absolutely marvelous to see, you know, how well respected chess is, how popular it is.
Exactly.
And yeah, that definitely has to have an implication.
Wow, and with Gukash again, making the challenger. Wow.
We have
Huge.
one more question.
Please.
Asked from Twitter, and
Let's go.
Let's go. It's a question from Rob Nikolai. I see quite a lot of near future top players switching federations for several reasons. Which federation would you recommend to a prospective switcher when it comes to chess infrastructure? Tournaments, competitions, clubs, coaches, trainers. I know. I'm going to be here. USA, hello.
USA,
the Cairns Chess Queens Award. I mean, that's a massive incentive to change.
We have rolled out the red carpet, and I assure you, I have. It's funny. Many of the top junior players in the world have come to St. Louis to go to, whether it be St. Louis University, Missouri University, Lindenwood, Webster, you name it. And then they really enjoy the American lifestyle. They say, well, I'm going to get a green card, and then they need letters of recommendations. Trust me, I have filled out more letters of recommendations. I'm a one-man industry over here. I got to tell you, we do have a lot of players transferring, let's put it that way, and including, when you think about it, Lanier Dominguez recently, Wesley So, Levon Aronian. I mean, we are attracting a lot. But I could say that probably in the 10 years, China has been really building up its chess infrastructure. Like there's the Chinese
Would you
chess
recommend
league.
Switching to them?
No, I'm not saying that that they're even that welcoming. I don't know. But I'm just saying that when I think about India and China, they have really improved the number of events, the number of trainers are getting more well-known in both of those nations.
Well, they became a massive powerhouse.
Yes,
and
they did.
I remember there were rumors of there being a chess house in Beijing, and I asked the Chinese grandmasters about it, and they said, yes, it's true, but actually it's not so well used these days.
Right.
And, you hear of stories about how they really treat chess like a sport.
Yes.
Because in a sport, you get to a certain age, you retire, and you become a coach.
Right,
And
of
this has
course.
happened to a lot of the Chinese top players.
That's right.
They get to a certain age, and traditionally most players kind of continue, but instead they're like, okay, we retire, we help the younger generations.
Right.
And this, I think, is such a great model. Actually, you provide work for the older grandmasters, and also they can just give their experience to the younger generations, and you get better and better with good coaches.
No question about it. One of the things that really surprised me about the Chinese is like Ye Jingchuang, who is the head of the Chinese Federation. Not Wang Hao, but there was another top grandmaster who retired early.
Bu Zhangji.
Bu Zhangji, although he's playing too. But I'm going to say that, oh boy, the lady world champion who, 2700, she was 27.
Hou Yifan?
Hou Yifan. I mean, how do you retire a Hou Yifan at the top of her game? She's like still a very young lady. In my view, she could become world champion and she could aspire to becoming a top 10 player overall in the world. She became a university professor and is teaching chess in China. So they retire their players too early.
In the case of Hou Yifan, that was very much a personal choice.
Of course.
But in the case of, I think, Bu Zhangji, they just developed their own schools.
Yes.
And I think Wang Hao has a
That
chess
was
school.
the
Wang
one
Hao, Wang Yue. They
Yes.
both have schools, and I can't remember which school that Lei Tingjie, she's a disciple of. She was taught by Wang Hao.
Jump in on this one. Do you have any recommendations? Belgium, here we come.
No,
What do you say,
definitely
Nancy?
Team USA.
Team USA. Okay.
Yeah, switching federations to USA was definitely one of the best decisions of my life. My
Right.
life completely changed, and
Born in Georgia, which is...
born in Russia actually.
Pardon me, I always associated you with Georgia.
Yeah, I learned how to play chess in Georgia, but then I did move to Russia, and actually back in the day, Russia was great for chess.
Right.
I quickly jumped from 2100 to 2400 in less than 2 years.
Wow.
Yes, because there's so many chess grandmasters, and you could train and play with them every weekend.
Fantastic.
And it was fantastic, so many tournaments. But now that's the case in the US,
Right.
especially in St. Louis, where we have
Right.
most of the grandmasters.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I would also say Poland. Poland is a good chess country.
Poland.
Yes.
Interesting.
Just off the top of my head.
Yeah,
they have a very good infrastructure for chess, but the emphasis is on results there.
Interesting. Romania.
And of course, Romania. With the Super Bet, which was where we're going to be.
For the Grand Chess Tour.
For the Grand Chess Tour, yes.
Yes, indeed. Bucharest. I just want to go back into the game between Harika for a moment because definitely a shift, a changing pattern has occurred. And what happened was after the knight retreated, Anna wasn't so interested in jumping quickly into that line with knight e7 check and taking the pressure off through trades. Rather, she played, well, wait a minute. Hold on just a second. Wait a minute. What am we doing? She played rook to c1, did Anna. So rook to c1 stops, knight c5 as a potential.
And f4 played.
And f4. We're caught up now. For the moment, Harika is still being contained. I'm assuming I want to defend the pawn.
Yeah.
What were you about to say, Jody?
Well, I was wanting to move us to a different direction.
Please,
because
let's do it.
I'm following and tracking the evaluation bars, and I can see Alice Lee has been in trouble for quite a while.
Yes, she has.
Is it nearly game over for her? The evaluation bar I see it's all the way up. It's hopeless.
Teetering at the very, very top. Rook e1, rook takes e6, bishop d4, and Nasi do the honors. Knight d5 check. Looks so good. I mean, I don't know how I could resist not playing knight to d5, unless bishop d5.
They're both very good. Knight d5 is the best though, and the evaluation is +4.
4?
This is so much. I would have guessed +2, maybe 2.5. After knight d5, it's just pretty much game over. So let's say we trade. Rook c6 is about to come and pick up.
Rook takes a6.
Right, and
if you
the two bishops, it's like king is almost checkmated.
And if you slide the king over to b7, is it just...
Then the bishop on c6 is trapped. Knight d5 check. King to b7.
Oh, that's what you mean. Sorry.
And I'm thinking knight to b4, and the bishop on c6 is trapped.
It's trapped.
Knight b4 or knight e7.
Yeah. Oh,
knight e7, so there is no
dear.
even rook c8.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
And Alice is
Alice
like,
is forlorn.
yeah, why did I wake up this morning?
There is a complete difference in body language.
And it was f7, f6. It was the one move, one mistake Alice made out of the opening that has led to this horrible predicament.
And sometimes this happens, you just one mistake and that's it, your position collapses.
In the old days, my generation, that was most often the case, a bad move and there was no recovery. Today, I just want to say the resilience of the players, and we've seen it here in this tournament, a lot of bad positions have been saved. People fight back because the engines have taught them that there's tricks in the position. But the accuracy that...
Mariya is displaying 96.1%.
No way, she was at 100%, and that was only a few moves ago, and every move she's made since that 100% has been great.
I will never
Explain
understand
yourself.
That.
Just apples and pears.
I think the engine caught up with the rook e5, that it was not the top 3 moves.
But it worked like a charm.
I think it was just delayed reaction.
Okay. Okay, Alice is in bad shape. We're going to leave her alone to her own suffering. Bishop d5
played.
Also, those were the 2 top engine moves. But knight d5, I couldn't resist because I see the 2 bishops as coming into my possession. Well, let's see what Alice could do here. Knight c6 makes no sense. Pardon me, knight b8 defending c6 makes no sense.
Okay, let's start with the trade. Bishop takes bishop.
Knight takes, that's a check.
King runs away. Pick your square, Yasser.
Well, in this case, I'll pick b7 just because of this, and I'm assuming we get hurt by rook to d6.
And a second pawn move for bishop takes f6 is in the air.
Yes, precisely right.
Yeah.
Nothing to discuss. I think Mariya's got this one in the bag. Let's go. We just recently seen Anna and Harika. Let me just update the board. In fact, rook a7 has been played. Harika's got a solid position, although I must say, she's a bit passive at the moment. We'll keep an eye on that. Irina. Sorry,
yes.
where would you
yes.
like?
Again. I was just tracking the evaluation bar, and I see that it's shot up in favor of Zhongyi against Elisabeth Paehtz.
So you'd like me to go there?
Yes, because look at it. It's all the way. Now that could be, what is it, 3.4.
Okay, when we left it, we saw the move knight c5. Deep breath. We were looking at rook a e8 and how best can we hang in there. Rook c8, I had a problem with that move, and I don't think it was rook c1. I thought it was simply a capture. It's rook c1.
We were looking at rook d8 and rook e8.
Yeah, king h8. Not a fan. Queen to b3. Eyeballing the e6 pawn. Would you like to give up one of your two bishops? Bishop takes, rook takes. That's no fun.
Let's try to hold on.
Please do
Waste
your best.
some time. But the problem is, I don't really want to go rook f8. So let's just admit that something went wrong and go rook c to e8. Let's just
rook to c. Admit when it's gone bad. Pause here because I've got a feeling that, okay, first of all, just look at this rook vis-a-vis the queen. These two rooks, this looks like a traffic jam, and a big accident is about to happen here. Knight g5. Can I get you from the side there, eyeballing e6? Bishop c4. Okay, I'll tell you what. It's very hard for me to resist knight g5. So I'm a simple man. I want to capture the pawn on e6.
Well, simple is as simple does. So yeah, I don't know. I feel like I have to go bishop takes knight or knight to d5.
I know. Bishop takes c5 just has that feel of, by the way, Elisabeth swallowing her pride.
A mistake. And just put a rook on e8.
Rook, and by the way, she did it. One of the things that stood out for me about Tan's play in this event in particular is the speed. She has been always ahead on the clock, and today, that's emphasized.
Oh gosh.
Wow.
And you can just see the clock times. There's a marked difference of over an hour.
Exactly.
But let's remind ourselves of the win probability. And here it is after day 6, after yesterday where Tan drew her game against Nona Dzagnidze. Her chances to win the event have gone up to 70%.
We call that the lion's share of the pie. She's about ready to take the whole thing if she were to take Elisabeth down in this moment. We don't like Elisabeth's position. How bad, though, is it, Nasia? Oh, I see you.
Yeah, Elisabeth's in trouble. I checked. It's more than +2 for white.
More than +2.
But I do have a big update in this game.
Please.
Irina Krush against Nona Dzagnidze. Earlier we saw she didn't play Queen f5 and missed the great opportunity. But she's getting her second chance because this last move, rook e6 by Nona, is a bad move. Now, if Irina plays either Queen h3 again or move f4, white's advantage is again pretty serious. Pawn's going to f5, and then there's some holes in the black's position on the king side that Nona has to be very, very careful of. We don't want to play rook d6. That's such an awkwardly placed rook. What would we consider h6? H6, right, and f5 here. And if you go rook d6,
that's a nice tempo.
Finally, I'm getting that exchange that I was trying to get 10 moves ago.
Got it. But by the way, you said, go back a moment if you don't mind. You said the move rook e6 was a mistake.
Right.
And, well, you put the rook back for a moment. I mean, I'm sitting there as black. I'm staring at knight f6 check. And I figure I've got to protect the square. What else could I do? Rook e6 is a mistake. Knight
e5 was a strong move.
Was required.
White's still better here, though. So maybe mistake. There was a. Let's see where was another mistake. Oh, okay. After e4, bishop g7 was an inaccurate move.
Oh, okay.
She should have played knight e5 immediately.
Gotcha. Makes sense. That move looks tickling d5 and hitting d3 as well.
And here it's very close to dead equal, but since then, it looks like white kept improving and black's position kept getting worse and worse. And now if she plays f4, black's in serious trouble.
Wow.
f5's coming.
So it's all about f5, but in another way too, it's about stopping knight e5. The knight on, I'm looking at this knight on c6. It's, you know, as white, I'm thinking to myself, I've got this knight e7 check. So I start thinking about, yes, exactly, and I'm thinking about, rook takes c6 and knight e7, and I'm going to play f5, but this knight on c6 is not good.
Can you just try to create some chaos? I'm just thinking of it just accepting, sacrificing the exchange.
How can we do that? Rook d6,
yeah,
for
rook
example. Rook d6.
Yeah, that's the best move, f5.
And sacrificing the exchange. Jovi did it, I didn't.
Okay, I'll take responsibility, I'll take the fall, yeah.
Yeah, I'm throwing Jovi under the bus.
As per usual.
I'm an expert, please. Queen takes d5.
Yeah, rook e1.
Knight e5?
Yeah.
See, because the pawn's on d4.
Oh, it's rook c8. Sorry, you're sorry.
I was going to say, because pawn's on d4, I would think black has some compensation, but computer says almost +4.
Wow.
I can't argue with +4. I can argue with +1, but not +4. Oh my.
Yeah.
Okay, so, and the times are not a factor at this
Not yet.
moment.
They still have 48 minutes and 44.
F4 is good, and I definitely think about F4. I also think that, gee, it would be really nice if I could put my bishop on C4, my bishop on B5, and
There are many tempting moves here for white.
Queen H4 ridiculous?
Queen H3 is really good.
Queen H3, yes, Queen H3.
Queen H3 is live.
Knight F6 check
exactly.
starts to be very tempting, right?
Yeah, this is second best move.
Second best, sorry.
Let's say after Queen D6, then you can play F4 again. It's actually funny, computer likes both F3 and F4.
Right.
Even though they're two very different
approaches
moves,
to the same position.
And Queen H4, yeah, F6 square is really the
Tempting.
target here. And E7, yeah, now if you go 95, I'm ready to win the exchange.
Jump to E7. Thank you for that, Nasi. As Irina Krush at 50%, Nona at 50%, both those ladies to get to the podium need a win. And we think that Irina has a really good opportunity.
And there was some big moments, and it does look like 3 players are on shaky ground. Can we therefore go to the game between Anna Zatonskih and Alexandra Kosteniuk?
I pulled it up as you were speaking.
You read my mind.
Yes,
because
you did.
Alexandra is currently, she's second place.
With Harika coming into
she's
today's
playing
round.
black against Anna.
When we left it, we had focused our attention, and I didn't get a chance to show the audience my idea of a puzzle rush, and that was we wanted to put our rook onto d8. And in a position like this, where we were really putting the pressure on the knight, we had kind of stopped ourselves here. But there is a nice little combination that
you forced me to solve.
That I
Rick
forced
takes
you
bishop.
Yes. And it's based on the idea that the queen is unprotected. At first blush, you don't see it until you get here, and then,
Knight takes h6
how
check.
nice. And
Now
knight f5. And that is winning all the material back, plus we've got a pawn in the pocket. None of this happened, and another move that Anna certainly had to consider, the computer recommended b4. That's really
Such
a remarkable
beautiful move.
A remarkable conception with the idea that you're driving the bishop back. Now you're taking advantage of the pins, this pin, as well as this pin, and you want to play the move d6. There was a line that the computer showed bishop d8, d6, large advantage to white. No b4, no takes on c5. Instead, Anna played rook to d3. Well, in this case, I was thinking that that's a move I can breathe. You know, you just give me that moment to breathe. Rook to d8. Anna played d5, and now I'm less sure that she's on the right track, because now I start to think, wait a minute. What about, oh, I know what she was intending. Rook e3. Because if you play queen takes e7, I really like black's position suddenly. It's all gone
the
wrong.
pawn on d5 is hanging, yeah.
Yeah, but now I understand that her idea is to play rook e3, drive the queen away so that she can take the knight.
Yep.
Okay, maybe I have to take it all back. d5, Jovi. I'm stunned.
It's a great move, although you do have to look at what's going to happen after g5. We saw that in the air. Here, there's a rook on d3.
Yeah, the rook is already a rover, right?
Scaring the living daylights.
Yeah, so you start to analyze these things, but again, concretely speaking, can we get away with this? I mean,
well, you still got rook e3.
Very important. Thank you so much, rook e3, because I was thinking about queen f3, and then suddenly I get to turn the tables. I get out of the pin with a gain of tempo, and the bishop is hanging. But your rook e3 is brilliant. Absolutely.
It's yours, though.
No, but you kick the queen away from the knight.
Okay, so g5 is out of the equation. Okay, wait 1 second. So this means that maybe one is forced to close down the position. Could that be?
e5? Well, I mean, when you exhaust the other possibilities, e5, I guess I'm going to be doing the same stuff. Rook e3, rook e...
Okay, now I don't like this at all.
Yeah, you've kind of given me a protected pass pawn in the center, so... Once more, let's just have a quick gander at this. I mean, I'm not a fan. Trust me, I'm not a fan. I don't like this at all, but bishop f4, rook e4. I'm not happy here either. I'm having trouble finding equality suddenly. Nazi, jump in on this one. d4, d5, confounding move. At first blush, I thought that was a mistake. Now I'm asking myself, is it brilliant? I mean, I went from mistake to good move.
That happens during my games. When my opponent makes a move that I didn't consider, I was like, oh, what a terrible move.
Right.
I started thinking, I was like, oh, my opponent's a genius.
Right.
Well, here, rook d8 actually was a mistake from black. And d5 is the best move. Yep, you came to the right conclusion.
Right.
Now white's +1 already.
She had to take on d4, essentially.
Instead of rook d8, yes. Yes, c takes d was required.
Gotcha.
And then you can play knight e5 now. This b4 move keeps showing up everywhere, in every line.
In every variation, d4 is the go-to move.
But let's say if you make a normal move, knight d4, then rook d8, and the position's very even.
Okay.
Black has no big issues.
Gotcha.
But now after d5, she's in trouble, yes, because if e takes d, like you were showing, rook e3 is strong. Queen f8 is just +3.
Yeah, that's gross.
Completely over. Queen d7 is the best option. And after takes, knight, I was going to say, knight h4 is tempting. C takes d is good too, but knight h4 is the best. Even though black has d4 here, you can play rook f3 and completely dominate on the white squares.
Yeah.
And this would be Anna's first win of the event.
Our defending champion has had such a bad start.
Yes.
She had 3 blacks out of her first 4 games. Unfortunately, she didn't score anything with the blacks. No. So that was why she's been relegated down the table.
Alexandra's currently in 2nd place, so this loss would
be huge.
Yeah.
d5.
I mean, is e takes d5 the best try?
No, that's what I'm thinking.
Rook e8, but that's admitting that rook d8 was a terrible move.
Kind of like Elisabeth in her game, admitting that rook c8 was not good. Could I offer another move? I mean, I'm not a big fan of, trust me, I don't like rook d8. I don't like the position that Alexandra is finding herself in. No, bishop f4, the problem is my queen. No. Okay, so that means I'm going to go rook to d7. I'm not happy. I'm definitely not happy.
D takes e.
Pin.
E takes d. Can I get out of these pins? Queen takes e6.
Rook
e3. Rook e3 again. Oh, goodness.
Rook e3, Queen F5.
Bishop
Thank you
F6.
for the support.
Your rook's hanging on D7.
Yeah, your rook is hanging.
Bishop F6.
Oh no,
There's
my
rook
rook
E8
is hanging. Oh.
At the end of everything. Oh, gosh.
Oh, you guys are beating up on me. Rook E8, that's a really nice move. For a moment there, you said my rook was hanging, and I said, huh? Got it. Rook E8. Rook takes E8. Queen takes E8. Check. Picking up the rook.
Yeah.
You got me.
Well,
I lose.
Anna's
Yes.
position is just commanding after this beautiful D4, D5 pawn push.
Can she hang on?
Can she hang on? That's going to be the big question. And talking about questions, we are inviting everyone at home to ask us some questions. So it's that time again. Are you guys ready?
Yes.
Yes. And here is the question from Raymond Bruhl. He says, who was the highest rated player to have played in the Cairns tournament to this day?
Wow. Here comes the answer.
Okay, we actually have some graphics for this.
I was going to say...
In 2020,
the
I was
world
going to say
champion,
four-time
Ju
Ju
Wenjun.
Wenjun was playing. 2024, Tan Zhongyi was the highest rated player with 2540. And Alexandra Kosteniuk
Twice.
was twice the highest rated participant in the field. But yeah, I do remember Ju Wenjun in 2020.
Yeah.
And it was very strong. I was
Yes.
so excited about this event.
I know, and world champion Ju Wenjun. For some reason, I was, no, it wasn't Hu Yifan. I know what I'm thinking. I'm thinking Judith Polgar is going to come to St. Louis, but she's coming for the educational conference, not as a player. By the way, going to the game of Tan, thank you for the question, by the way. Highest rated player to play in the Cairns Cup. World champion Ju Wenjun was the correct answer. Knight G5 by Tan. Immediately targeting this pawn on E6. I love that move. I mean, especially if it provokes. Bishop takes C5, Rook takes C5. We're all set, ready. March, let's go. Bishop C4. This bishop is just brilliant. Tan's position has everything going for it at the moment.
Totally.
And for Black, this bishop makes a bad impression, and here we go.
Okay, we saw bishop takes knight.
Elizabeth with 6
minutes, 47 seconds, Yasser.
Yeah,
Whereas
not good.
Tan Zhongyi, 1 hour, 17
Cruising.
minutes and 26 seconds.
Yeah.
I mean, it's and it's
Rook
such a
takes-
complicated position for Lizzie. It's going to be
Exactly.
very, very difficult to hold on. And I'm seeing today is a very turbulent day. You know, I'm just again tracking the evaluation bars, and I see that something is shining on the players with the white pieces.
Rook takes C5, Bishop
C8.
not the attractive move that we were really playing for in such positions, but Bishop C8, and everything is going, and you're saying White's advantages are excellent. We know Mariya's winning against Alice. So Bishop C8 and
Irina
just-
indeed did play F4.
She did.
So she's in the driver's seat
As
in
well.
that game. And yeah, Tan Zhongyi just looks like she's in business mode.
For me, what's really surprising is the game of Alexandra Kosteniuk and Anna Zatonskih, because, I mean, if you were to look at this position, you kind of think to yourselves at this exact moment, it's a position of innocence. Neither player, you know, they're throwing marshmallows at each other from 50 meters. You know, they're not really laying any blows. Then you see the move Rook D3, Rook D8, and then suddenly D5. You cross the equator. And it's shocking how really, really strong that move is. And asking Black, what are you going to do?
Yeah.
This move Rook E3. Every time we open the D file,
You're in trouble
open
because
the
Rook to
E-file,
E3
Rook to
will
E3.
come and
Yeah.
the queen has to leave the protection of the knight.
Absolutely.
And yes. Well, still one game we need to dive into.
Which
but
one?
before we do that,
Which
we
game?
are going to go on a break. And when we come back, I promise you, we'll be looking at the game between Anna Muzychuk and Harika Dronavalli.
I'll get myself
And
ready.
Nona Gaprindashvili is a Hall of Famer who has been a special guest of the St. Louis Chess Club this week. Take a look at the remarkable career of this player. And on the other side, we're going to dive into all the exciting games. So see you in a few minutes.
Arguably one of the best women chess players in history, Nona Gaprindashvili was the first woman ever to achieve the title of Chess Grand Master. The Georgian Soviet chess enthusiast was born in 1941 and began playing chess at age 5. By 1961, at the age of 20, Nona had won the Women's Candidate Tournament, a major chess tournament that decides the next challenger for the World Championship. Nona became nothing less than dominant in the game of chess. In fact, 5 times in 2 decades, she became the Women's World Cup champion, first receiving the title after playing against Elisabeth Baikova, a Soviet grandmaster and 2-time world chess champion, for the Women's World Cup championship title and winning. During the Lone Pine International Tournament in 1977, normally an all-men's tournament, Nona Gaprindashvili defeated 4 grandmasters and finished in first place. This impressive feat earned her one of her most monumental accomplishments when, in 1978, she famously became the first woman to earn the title of Grand Master by FIDE. From 1963 to 1992, Gaprindashvili was an active member of both the Soviet Women's Chess Olympiad team and the Georgian Women's Chess Olympiad team, earning various victories throughout her Olympiad career. More recently, Nona has won 8 World Senior Championship titles, establishing one of the most influential legacies in the history of chess. Nona's overall impact on the game is inspirational. In 2013, she was recognized for her performance and was inducted into the World Chess Hall of Fame alongside Elisabeth Baikova, her previous challenger. In 2015, Nona received the Order of Excellence from Georgia's president, Georgi Margvelashvili, for her outstanding contributions to her home country and nation. Throughout her inspiring career, Nona Gaprindashvili displayed unmatched skill and sportsmanship, motivating generations of chess enthusiasts worldwide. Often regarded as one of the best female chess players in the game's history, her influence extends far beyond the chessboard, breaking gender barriers and paving the way for future female players to excel in the game. This year, the chess capital of America, St. Louis, Missouri, proudly welcomes Nona Gaprindashvili as an honored guest during the 2024 edition of the Cairns Cup, where 10 of the world's best modern female chess players will compete for a $200,000 prize fund.
I have heard a lot about your chess club and the museum as well. As for St. Louis, my grandchild has become the Bachelor of St. Louis University in Madrid. And I was on his graduation attending there. I had information about your club, and it's really great that you are making this type of tournament. We're expressed with your museum, the chess and what's presented here. I'm happy that I have the chance to leave a small piece of me in this museum. What I can say is all the good things. I cannot say something better. These elite chess tournaments are good. They are inviting the players with rating, and they have good prizes. I can say only good things, and it will be great if many such kind of tournaments will be held. What I can say, I'm really sad that I'm not young and I'm not able to participate in. There was nothing like this happening in my times. Only official tournaments were available that times.
The stages are set. The players are primed. The best of the best are ready to face off in the 2024 Grand Chess Tour. The top players in the world prepare to battle across 4 countries for a $1.5 million prize fund. Everything starts in Warsaw with the Superbet Rapid and Blitz Poland. Then off to Bucharest for the Superbet Chess Classic Romania. The players then travel to Zagreb for the Super United Rapid and Blitz Croatia. The tour concludes with back-to-back events in St. Louis, Missouri, the chess capital of America, for the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz and the Sinkfield Cup. 9 players will go in, but only one can be crowned champion. Who is prepared to make history? Get ready for the return of the Grand Chess Tour.
We are here to celebrate what the chess campus does and collectively make a difference to St. Louis through the artistic, cultural, and educational endeavors of chess. The St. Louis Chess Club and World Chess Hall of Fame makes such a significant imprint throughout our community, and with your help, we will continue to grow opportunities of outreach and engagement.
I'm Grandmaster Maurice Ashley. Join me on October 24th to 26th for the St. Louis Chess Conference to be held right here in the chess capital of America. Also featuring legendary world champion Garry Kasparov and Hall of Fame inductee Judith Polgar, the conference will explore the broader educational and social impact of chess. For more information, visit stlouischessconference.org and sign up today.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. championships as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today. The St. Louis Chess Club Scholastic Program brings the educational value of chess to kids in schools across the St. Louis area. Active in over 100 schools throughout the St. Louis city and county, the St. Louis Chess Club has been able to reach over 85,000 students in both in-school and after-school programs. We view chess as a valuable educational tool. Learn more about our scholastic programming by visiting stlouischessclub.org/education. In the world of collegiate chess, there is no team rising quite like the one at the University of Missouri. The team has brought home title after title, including the 2024 Pan American Intercollegiate Championship, the first time ever in school history. Guided by their head coach, Christian Karilla, there is no stopping the Tigers. Respect, responsibility, discovery, excellence. University of Missouri.
Here is the place where we enjoy the game of chess of its beauty. To advance the cause of chess and to help St. Louis Chess Club to serve as a capital of the world of chess and to keep bringing new and new millions of new fans into the game every year.
I'm Grandmaster Maurice Ashley. Join me on October 24th to 26th for the St. Louis Chess Conference to be held right here in the chess capital of the United States. Also featuring legendary world champion Garry Kasparov and Hall of Fame inductee Judith Polgar, the conference will explore the broader educational and social impact of chess. For more information, go to stlouischessconference.org and sign up today.
We are back halfway through round 7, and the games have been incredibly exciting. But before we jump into any form of action, let's remind ourselves of the standings so far. And here you see Zhongyi. She's played a very impressive tournament so far. She's on 4 points out of 6, but of course she cannot rest because Alexandra Kosteniuk and Harika Dronavalli are breathing down her neck with half a point behind with 3.5 points. And of course it's such a closely contested field with Irina Krush there in 8th place with 3 points.
Yeah, it's close at the top, but Nasi, halfway through this round, what's been your impression so far of the play?
Well, I'm amazed how in every game, White has an advantage.
Right, Mariya.
And a big one too.
Yeah.
Yeah, Mariya's close to winning.
Right.
10 is also close to winning.
Irina,
yeah, it's developing. I keep watching the eval bar and it's White's day today.
Could be a whitewash.
I think it could be.
It could be a whitewash.
And we could be seeing like people play the role of spoilers.
Yes.
We've seen surprising results, and wow.
Let's dive into the games. Well, first of all, we've left Anna Zatonskih in a position. She's played D5, and well,
but
Alexandra
I promised
just can't
everyone
move.
that we were going to dive into
Oh,
Anna
yes.
Muzychuk against Harika Dronavalli.
And that's another game that has really gone in the favor of White.
Yes, because
Let's see what has happened.
just before the break, we saw that Harika. Okay, well, we'll take it from here.
Rook C7, everything's good. Bishop takes D5, pawn takes D5, knight to D8.
Not the best circuit for
F6,
the knight.
yeah, not the circuit you want. I love this move, F6, by the way. As we know, bishops love open positions. And so when you're the one who has the bishop blast open the position, captures on F6, and this move, Rook H4, makes a very nice impression. Pawn on H7 is our target. Don't even think about trying to hold the pawn. King G7, I can play Rook to C3, Rook to G3 check, and gang up, essentially, on that pawn. The knight on E6 is terrible. After Rook H4, C6, and we were just coming back from break, and I was saying, Nasi, I really like Anna's position. Everything about it says Harika's in real tough moment. This is the Alexandra game. I meant the Harika, sorry.
You said Anna, so we have to...
Yeah. So, apologies, Anna Muzychuk.
Muzychuk, all
yes,
right.
Apologies. I really like White's position, and she's doing great.
Yep, she's doing great. She can continue with Rook E1 or Rook H7, or even taking on C6 is still considered very good for White, but let's take a look
Rook
at
H7 is the most obvious for me.
Okay.
For you?
Like, how could you not?
So you take the pawn because you're
Right.
desperately trying to get the knight out of his
Such
prison.
beautiful pawns for black.
I would say ugly pawns.
Okay, knight E6.
I was trying to be nice.
Yes.
Rook E1.
Knight E6.
Knight E6.
I got it. No.
That's losing the rook.
Let me introduce you to the skier. It's a very nice
So you have to
tactic.
include King G8 first.
Okay,
Right.
yeah.
And then play Knight E6.
Right.
And here I can pick up the pawn. This rook's gonna come to E3. Oh, this is looking so good for Anna.
Terrible structure.
Terrible.
Yeah.
I'm actually surprised. Today we keep seeing positions that are better and engine says +4. Here it's not saying +4 when it feels like it.
It feels like
It's actually
all
less
one.
than +1, it says.
Wow. I would have thought that this was one-way traffic, and Anna Muzychuk is doing really well, and Harika is in trouble.
Talking about one-way traffic, can
Yes.
we quickly go and check in on the game between Mariya Muzychuk against Alice Lee?
When we left it, we saw this. Unfortunately for Mariya, she had this really two incredibly tempting choices. Knight to D5 check and bishop to D5. I like knight D5, and bishop D5 was also engine improved. Bishop A8 was Alice's response, knight D5 check, and who doesn't like pawns? That's an extra pawn. And don't think that I'm going to go blindly and take your knight. No. The bishop actually in this case is a better choice. Don't go bishop takes F6 check, king E7 and make your life difficult. Take off the bishop and you've got two pawns and a perfect advantage.
Normally I'm asking, like,
Yes.
is there any chance to save it?
And
And here I'm just going to be asking,
How bad
is it?
I would take this pawn myself. Bishop takes b2.
Did you mention a skewer, Yasser?
Oh no. Yes, beautiful. This is why you don't take the pawn on b2. I did mention a skewer. Got me. Nicely done, because I was hoping you were going to go check, discover check. And then I was hoping, okay, I am so far behind, but the potential of a race suddenly flared in my mind.
Yeah.
Knight takes f6, a winning threat of rook e8 check. There's no time. No, I'm sorry for Alice Lee's fans, but this is almost a time to throw in the towel here, as she's 2 pawns down, and you know she never solved
had a
her king position.
Right.
Her king was
after that big mistake in the
with
opening
f6,
back
yeah.
to f6. You know,
It's all
Mariya
gone wrong.
just kept upping the pressure until Alice went wrong again. Okay, and there we see bishop takes, knight played. But yeah, this...
Now we are obliged to play bishop takes f6 check, as Mariya has done. What else are you going to do? You're going to play...
King c7, just keep the
king
pieces
e7.
on the board. I mean, I don't see...
Okay, well that makes life a little bit easier. Bishop to c3, rook to h6, and I'm going to... Well, Mariya's going to be picking up yet
pawn.
another pawn. Yeah, it's all good for Mariya. Let's continue our... she's played it very quickly, did Mariya. Irina Krush versus Nona. When we left it, Nasi was advocating for f4 and the very simple and very powerful f5. Irina has played the move f4, and guess what? Nona just went into a sit. I think she's been at least 15 minutes, possibly even longer, and she's having trouble just finding a decent move, and I can't blame her. It's not easy. This is very tough.
Yeah.
There's always knight e7 checks on the position, so you can imagine that your knight moves, your rook gets booted, and suddenly you're facing a knight e7 check, and it's disaster. I don't have a good suggestion.
I don't have a good suggestion either. And okay.
Mm.
Yeah, I mean, still the same issues
And
that were present when we analysed it. And this is the game that's very, very important for the standings. Zhongyi, she is the leader. If she wins, and it's looking likely that her closest followers...
Rivals are falling.
Rivals, yeah, exactly. Her followers. Well, well, there's Harika and Alexandra Kosteniuk. It looks like they're going to be... Well, they're in trouble, let's put it that way.
Rook d1, c1. Okay, I think I can get behind that move. Bishop takes a6 is one way of undermining this knight and winning material. Stepping out of the pin with the move queen e7. And let me see, knight drop back to f3. Bishop back to d7, bless her heart. Elisabeth is doing the best she can to just kind of hang in there. a4, now a new series of threats are appearing, and this time on the dark square diagonal, a3 to f8, and there's a traffic problem on that diagonal.
That's why she played rook c8.
Okay, bishop
a3, and now the knight jumped into e4.
Whoa. Yeah, sorry.
Not only problems on the board, but also problems when it comes to the clock. She's under 2 minutes.
Okay.
Zhongyi, 1 hour and 5 minutes. Loads of time.
That's really a luxury. Here, I start to calculate bishop takes e4, pawn takes, and...
She's just dropped her rook back to c2.
And yeah, I just wanted to say that if I'm not satisfied by the calculations here, just takes, knight here, because I do have these ideas of b5 and knight e4, or maybe knight d2. I'm not really too sure what's it all about here, knight takes e4. If I'm not satisfied with that, I'll just drop the rook back, which she has done, and this very powerful, how am I going to deal with b4, b5, discovery along the long diagonal, and I'm losing material.
Yeah.
What am I missing? the knight is going to be hanging. There's an exchange on f8. Nasi, jump in on this one because neither of us, wants anything to do with Lizzie's position. Does the
Lizzie
engine
has got less than coming close to a minute on the clock.
Can the engine put up any resistance here? We just look at this position and we go,
Yeah, it's pretty much over. Advantage is almost +4.
+4, even though we're not up even a single pawn.
And the clock time is absolutely incredible. Hour and 6 minutes against 45 seconds.
Dominating performance here by Tan. Wow. So what is the best move for Lizzie at the moment? She's got 30 seconds and I can't even find a move, and she's just played the move rook e8. Oh my gosh. Okay, so we're about to play
+5 now after b5.
b5?
b5.
Okay, this is knight a5.
Okay.
Queen b2, let's say.
And
queen moves somewhere, f7.
Knight e5 comes in.
Queen moves somewhere.
Okay, queen d8.
Queen f6.
f6, yeah.
Knight e5.
Knight e5. Give me the trapped bishop. By the way, this knight might be trapped
as well
after bishop b4. Oh my gosh, we fully now begin to comprehend why +4 is the valuation. And Lizzie made the move, with 3 seconds on her clock?
With 33 seconds
33 seconds on her clock.
Yeah.
And this is the current situation. We're expecting Tan, our tournament leader, to play the move b5 with the double attack. Give me the queen, give me your knight. As you were mentioning, Jovi, only move. Queen drops back to b2. Pardon me, it was to protect the e5 square. The queen has to go. You hate d8. f8, I take it. f7 is a tempo. So f6 was my move. Knight e5, give me the bishop.
Okay, rook takes rook.
Excellent choice. Rook takes c2, rook takes c2.
And bishop c8.
Excellent choice. Wow. Bishop to b4. Going after the entrapped knight.
On a5. Yeah, I mean,
it's not Lizzie's totally jumbled pieces to and fro. If she wins this game,
it's going to be a massive win, because her road ahead, she will have the black pieces against Harika Dronavalli in round 8, and in round 9 she will finish the tournament with white against Alexandra Kosteniuk.
Speaking of Alexandra Kosteniuk, today she's playing our defending champion, but tail-ender, Anna Zatonskih. But when we left it, yeah, look at that. I mean, seriously, I do admire this move, rook e8. It's a bad position, but one of the hardest things in chess is to take back a move. So you're sitting there in this position, you know you're brilliant, you know you're a genius, you know you're a great player, you play the move rook d8, and immediately you have to recognize I'm an idiot. You take my move back, because after d5 she had no good moves. And she had to make the admission.
Can I just tell you something funny? I'm just looking at Nazi's screen, and I can see that the last 2 moves on some of them were rook e8.
Rook e8. Yes.
Yeah, and also in Lizzie's as well. It was
Nona as well.
Yeah. And another similarity evaluation bars.
You're right. It's all very high for white.
Yeah.
Rook e8, and Anna Zatonskih is enjoying her best game of the tournament thus far, her best position in the tournament thus far. And Nasi, how close is she to her only win thus far?
It's very early to call this a win, because it's only +1.
Only?
Yes.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because of rook e8. If Alexandra didn't play rook e8, white's advantage was much higher.
Okay.
But yeah, she admitted that was a mistake and fixed it. And now Anna can play either queen d1 or rook e1. Queen d1 is the best. e5, rook e3, e4, knight d2. It's not that simple. I wouldn't be that sure that in this position white's +1.
And I wouldn't be sure that my last few moves were all the best moves, because sort of like I was going back, queen d1, bishop d3, knight d2. Why at the start aren't you playing rook e3? Because of bishop f4, rook e4, g5 now works very well.
Right. And if you start, you can start with rook e1, but still after Oh, here you're allowing e takes d.
Yeah.
So that was the idea of queen d1 to avoid any kind of queen trade.
Gotcha.
Okay, whilst it certainly looks unpleasant for Alexandra,
We
gotta go to
champion, our leader.
Tan Zhongyi, as Elisabeth Paehtz finds herself with just over a minute on the clock and dire position on the board.
Facing a disaster.
Knight f7 threatened that would fork the queen and the king.
Do you in the UK call it the royal fork?
Yes.
When you king and queen, the royal fork? Yes,
and there's
knight
also
f7.
family fork too.
That was when you get the king, rook, and queen. Then it's the whole family. Yes. But knight e5, the royal fork is being threatened.
Yeah.
And there's just no moves.
Seconds.
Well, only
GK,
move.
she
King g8.
slides the king over.
Now we're looking at
Bishop takes knight.
Pawn takes.
And now the rook will just move over to d2.
For the
There's
trap
no
bishop.
saving of that bishop, and the game is going to be over. And there you
Absolutely.
see bishop takes knight.
Yeah.
Well, you know, when Tan wins games, she wins them smoothly.
And
there
Elizabeth
we have
said,
the handshake.
congratulations. Yeah.
First result of the round. It is a win for Tan Zhongyi, which
Very
means
impressive.
that she is now
Clear
first. I mean, she was already clear first, but now
But
she no
now
longer has
There's a gap.
people with half a point behind her. Wow.
Wow, very impressive. And we will certainly look forward to Begim's conversation with that young lady, as she's the first result, and her nearest rivals. Let's take a look again at that game of Anna Zatonskih and Alexandra, because after the move rook e8, I was a little bit surprised by what Nasi was saying, that queen d1, a retreating move, e5, rook e3, e4, knight d2, a retreating move, g5, all the best moves for white, and, you know, again, a move like bishop f4, and I'm not a retreating, you know, like when I have the momentum going in my favor and I'm thinking I'm doing really good, these aren't the moves that come immediately to my mind, because I'm just going backwards and the computer says big advantage white.
Yeah, it doesn't quite make sense, right? But
Right, very awkward to understand these moves. So from Anna's perspective, from the current position, she's sitting there thinking to herself, okay, how do I strike? You know, while the striking is good. How about rook e1? What do you think about them apples? Rook e1.
rook e1 looks good. I guess I would be e5.
Because once again, my go-to move, right? Every time you reach for your e-pawn, I want to play rook e3, followed immediately by bishop takes f6. So you went e5, and in this particular case, yeah, I would find myself looking at bishop takes f6, and, you know, trying to fight for control, possession over the light squares, right? Maybe on a good day I get my pawn on g4.
Ah, okay.
You know, those kinds
Yeah.
of things.
Whoa.
They come to my mind.
Hang on
What
a
have we
second.
got?
Anna got queen to d1. She understood what needed to be done.
Well, that was the engine's top move. And
Yeah.
it's not intuitively obvious. You want to strike. You go ahead, up the
Well,
board.
she has the threat of d takes e6.
Yes, she does. And
So
that
she more or less
forces the
forces
clarification
E5.
of the pawn. And then because e4 is on black's agenda, that was why the computer favored the move rook e3.
Mm-hmm.
Once again, e4. Not that we're immediately threatening to capture the knight, but makes sense. g5. All of these moves somehow have a flow, right?
Yeah.
And then would you assess this position as much better for white?
I would assess it as much better for white.
Because?
Because, well, black's king is weak, right?
Yeah, that's
and you've
what it
always
is.
got that potential to open things up on that in that side of the board. And also the e-pawn, it's not necessarily an asset at the minute. Because you can just imagine rook e2, rook e1. I'm
maybe
corralling that pawn with queen c2 as well. But yeah, I'm also Well, this one is very tense.
Corralling. That
Yeah,
sounds
that's
like a
from
very,
Christian.
very American word. You're going to lasso
I would
the
say
pawn.
I would say round up.
You would. Oh, it still sounds like the Western, American Western roundup.
Really?
Yeah, roundup. We have a roundup. We have a
I liked
corralling.
it. I borrowed it from Christian. I liked
Very
it.
good.
But okay,
Steal
this one
from
looks
the best,
very, very
say.
tense. And let's quickly dash to the game between Mariya Muzychuk and Alice Lee. Alice now 4
Whoa.
pawns down.
Yeah, she is a fighter, and well, I mean, it was that miracle on round 5. I think that was an unforgettable moment. That will go down in the history of the Cairns Cup as an incredible save. But 4 pawns, I think that's
4 pounds.
too many.
It is 4 too many. But yeah,
Wow.
Alice trying to keep the game alive, but once the white pawns start motoring and the white king is completely safe, I just don't see a way that Alice can even try to save this position.
Absolutely not, no. First things that come to mind, well, it's just too many moves, frankly, but I do like the idea of cutting off the king and just asking it the most salient question. Where are you going? Rook check. Would you like to go backwards to g6? Well, that's fine. Anytime you're retreating, that's good. You know, rook check. Your knight is the only thing on the board that could potentially disturb me. Rook to d7. Just too many good moves here for white. Is the clock a factor? No, it's not. 45
No, it's not.
minutes.
Just to give you a little bit of trivia,
Please.
with Zhongyi's victory
She's a
over
+3.
Elisabeth Paehtz, she has now entered the top 4 of the world in women's ratings. So it means that Hao Yifan from China, number 1, Ju Wenjun, 4-time women's world champion, is number 2, Lei Tingzhe is
From the
3rd,
Feminines,
and
yeah.
now Tang Zhongyi. So the top 4 highest rated women are Chinese.
The ratings are fine in the sense that once you get a good rating, you can get invitations to tournaments like the Cairns Cup or the Sinquefield Cup. But, you know, I'll take the World Championship title any day. You guys, I mean, she's got the World Championship title. That is something that she can treasure for the rest of her life.
There's also $50,000 at
That
stake
you can also
here
treasure.
at the Cairns Cup.
Rook to d7. That
Rook to
was
d7.
just asking the question, where are you going?
Exactly. And actually, where is the knight going, Yasser?
I have no idea. I'm assuming I'm going to go rook check and knight c1 check. Don't ask me what I'm doing thereafter. King e2, knight c1 check, king
moves
king
up to
e3,
e3,
and I have no
that's
idea
it.
what these guys are up to.
You gotta give up the ghost.
Yeah, exactly. Knight b3, rook d5. For Mariya, you know, a fine win, but you tend to, as chess players, be maximalists, and you think to yourself, damn, if I had only won the game yesterday against Alexandra, I would be right up there with Tan.
You
Gotta
can't
put
get
that
into
away.
that
I know.
right mentality
Coulda,
at all.
woulda, shoulda.
No, exactly.
King
You got to
E2.
focus on the present. She has,
And
and there we see Alice
a
resigns, and Mariya Muzychuk wins against
To move
Alice
up to
Lee,
+1.
and she moves on to +1. She's now on 4 points out of 7.
Absolutely. For Alice, don't beat yourself up too much, Alice, because the truth of the matter is your position was bad after you played the move f6. After this, it just went wrong because Alice had missed this really, I think it is hidden. I mean, you got to give Mariya a lot of credit for finding this one. I think a lot of people just reach for their bishop and they move it back. The bishop's under attack. But it's this in-between move, rook e1, the provoked e5, and now the center is really fragile. And in fact, on the very next move, rook takes e5 came, and there was a combination based on knight takes e5, bishop takes f6, and Mariya coasted to victory. So congratulations to Mariya.
Okay, well, we're going to go to Begim right now, who is currently with Tang Zhongyi. So let's have a look.
Dan, congratulations on your win. It was an important game to solidify your leadership of this tournament. Can you talk about the game a little bit?
就今天我肯定是想要求胜的，而且
I want to win today.
而且我的对手他其实是一个非常进攻性的选手。
My opponent is a very aggressive player.
如果我们谁能够获得这个棋的主动权，我们都互相有机会。
Whoever gets the initiative in this game would have had a chance to win
然后
in
在
here.
上一次对局当中，我拿先手对他是非常危险的。
Last time when I played her, I took the initiative, but it was really dangerous.
我希望这次能够下的尽量在自己的掌握当中。
I was hoping that I would be in control of this game.
So that was the reason why you chose to play c5 and she chose to play c4 c5 to have some like more complex games. Is that correct?
是更复杂的比赛是吗？的开局。
它的主要的体系是古灵度，所以说其实 C5它这步棋它是花了时间的，可以看到它花了4分钟。应该说他对我的 C4他是没有放在主要的准备范围。
So her main opening is a Grunfeld? Did you say Grunfeld?
古音度。
Okay, so in any case, when I played C4...
King's Indian opening.
Oh, King's Indian. Okay, so she thought for 4 minutes before playing C5. So I don't think this was the opening that she prepared against me.
当然我其实也没有准备他 C5。 然后我们
But I also didn't prepare for her response of C4, C5.
我突然意识到
When I was here, I realized
她
that
好像更加依赖 G6 的那个结构。
that she relied more on G6, the structure.
所以说我就灵机一动走了 E3。
So I decided to do E3 here.
我希望她能还到后兵体系。
I was hoping that she would change into a different structure.
And which she did, and you guys got a interesting position out of the opening. This position, which seems okay, a little bit pleasant, was white. And what do you think was her critical mistake in this game?
这面看着对白色还不错，她出的主要错误是什么？
我觉得她可能更多的是心理上的压力。
I think she probably had more of psychological pressure in this game.
她可能会觉得，白方在这个局面当中有很多的。 因为同样对称的结构不是她擅长的。
She might feel like white had more chances because when it's a symmetrical structure like this is not something that she's particularly comfortable with.
她总是想挑起战斗，但是作为黑棋，她可能需要先求得军事。
So because she's an offensive player with initiatives, as black, she needed to first stabilize her position.
So that was the trick because you were very fine with this position, with continuation, and she doesn't have the queens, and most probably she feels very uncomfortable in such positions.
这样子会让她没有太多施展的空间。
Yeah, so with this position, she doesn't really have a whole lot to go for, so it's not a position that she's comfortable with.
So going forward, do you think already this position is very unpleasant for black?
对黑的来说，这个局
even
面不
though
好。
我觉得已经非常危险了。
It's very dangerous for black
这
already.
个 C8 象就
Because the bishop on c8 is stuck.
对，我觉得很危险。所以，而且他没有在短期之内去解决它的这种可能性。
And she doesn't really have a way of solving the problem for the c8 bishop.
但是我依然认为他应该走向D7，所以说当他马G4的时候，我非常惊讶。
So this move was a surprise to me because I thought she should have done D7.
对，但是我的第一感觉肯定是走马E4，但是我不愿意给他这样的机会。
I considered moving the knight here, but I didn't want to give her a
我知
chance
道
like
肯
this.
定是白的好，但是
I
我觉
knew
得
that white is better here.
But this is the type of position she wants to
yeah.
get, right?
对对对，就是他肯定是看马E4。
Yeah, so she probably was hoping for a position like that.
所以说我选择了让他回家。
So I chose to drive the queen back
他应该
home
是没有看到马 S 这步棋，他非常难受。
because this is a move that made her very uncomfortable.
然后在这里之后，我觉得我已经快赢了。
So when it's like this, I felt like I was about to
甚
win.
至我觉得这步棋他应该忍不出来。 甚至这步棋走完了压力也非常大，但这步棋基本上就快输了。
So even if she did h6, it would have been very pressure for her.
如果她在这里，她要走h6的话，她会很快就走。
She would have
one-sided
done very quickly with h6, but after thinking for a long time, she
对这
did
个
a
局面
different thing.
她意识到的话，就知道这步棋她没有什么可选择的，她只能走h6，这是唯一的一步。她如果在思考，就证明她可能
Yeah,
不想走h6。
she had to play h6, but because she thought for a long time, it means that she didn't want to play h6.
She wanted to be more dynamic still, right? And then that's why she played f5. And after that, so you were sure here that you're already winning the game.
你觉得这时候已经赢了？
我觉得基本上是已经结束了。
Yeah, at this point, I feel like the game was almost over.
后面只是，而且她的时间和她的这个整个的一个状态，包括她的这个阵型，她都已经不足以再抵抗这个。
The time that she had left and the entire position of the chess, I don't think she had much to resist from this point on.
白方需要怎么样子走得更加坚固，不要给她更多的机会。
Yeah, the challenge for me is to play precisely so that black doesn't have any chances from this point on.
And you never gave her any chances to escape. You finished the game strong. And also, how are you feeling being leader of the tournament from the start until this point, and you're going to last 2 rounds with like a maybe point ahead? You never know.
你整个领先在比赛当中，你现在感觉怎么样？你可能最后会领先1分，进入最后2局。
其实还是非常的就是不明朗，因为我跟后面2位棋手都是对冲一盘。
So it's still unclear because I still have 2 tough games against top players.
他们都只要我输一盘，大家就回到了起点。
If I would lose one of the 2 games, then everybody would be equal.
Yeah.
So it's still unclear at this
需
point.
要非常的小心。
I need to be very careful.
我不担心任何的挑战，我觉得我的状态还可以。
I'm not worried though about any challenges. I think I feel good about my situation right now and my state, overall form.
That's great to hear. We see you play strong as well, and we hope you will achieve what you're looking for. And good luck with the rest of the rounds.
谢谢。
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Begim. And a special thank you to Vanessa Lee, the mother of Alice Lee, for doing such a wonderful job at translating for us.
Absolutely. Thank you, Vanessa. If it's not tough enough being the mother of, prodigy, well, I mean, put her to work. That's our philosophy here in St. Louis. Everybody's got to work.
Everybody has to work. And, well, we had 2 victories. Let's see how they have impacted the standings.
In a big, big way.
Yes.
Trust me.
And Zhongyi with her win, she moves to 5 points out of 7. And if the results go her way, well, she will find herself with a very comfortable lead of 1 point.
Alexandra and Harika struggling.
They are struggling. Mariya Muzychuk there also with 4 points out of 7 after her victory over Alice Lee. And as you mentioned, Yasser, Alexandra Kosteniuk, Harika Dronavalli, in their games, they both have the worst of the positions.
Guess what? The position between Anna and Alexandra just blowed up. Essentially, G7, G5, Alexandra is doing her best to break this pin. And we had seen those positions where the rook came to E3 and the knight came to D2. Anna, again, much like the way I play chess, says, I'm better. I want to go forward. I don't want to go backwards with my pieces. I don't want to play bishop G3, which might have been the best move. I don't want to play knight D2, etc. She just went munch, munch. And now, in view of the crushing threat, if it was white to move rook F3, we would just sign the score sheets. It would be game over on the spot. But it's Alexandra to play. She's played the move E5, E4, which crosses up white's plans of rook F3 and introduces queen E5. Now, did Anna make the right decision in making that sacrifice? I mean, obviously Alexandra's king is greatly exposed, but this is where calculation is absolutely
Okay,
required.
she swings the rook over to h3. Again, very natural.
That move not only stops, bishop takes check, but also after the move queen e5, h2 is covered, but I don't think there's much choice. I hate being in this pin, so queen e5, temporarily getting out of the pin.
Okay.
And wow, just at the time this position blows up, we have Begim with another special guest in studio.
She's with Mariya.
Welcome to the studio, Mariya. Congratulations on your win. Can you please talk about the game a little bit?
Yes, today everything went fine for me from the very beginning. I played c4. I think that my opponent was not preparing this, but anyway, she played very fast, and I was very surprised of it, that she didn't think at all.
Because you're usually an e4 player, right?
Yes, and sometimes d4. I also played c4, but only a few games.
Mm-hmm. So c4 was a huge surprise for her.
It should be a surprise, but I do not know. Maybe she planned to play like d4, d5, c4, e6, and like transposition to the same line, maybe. But when I played d4, and okay, I couldn't have many games in my database here. But anyway, she took dc quite quickly.
And you guys got Queen's Gambit accepted position. Was it your prep? I was just curious. And then you guys played some theory here. And then I was curious about move e4. Was this your preparation for the game? That's why you wanted to like transpose to the Queen's Gambit accepted. I'm just curious, like, is that a little trick you had?
I didn't really play this, but I know something here. I analyzed long ago, but still I remember something. Like, of course, like knight e4 is not a good move here. Taking the pawn, because then I will take it back, like knight e4, bishop e4, queen e2, and then dc, and so like white is obviously fine here.
Yeah. And which she didn't do. She took on c4, which is a right continuation.
Yes, knight c6, and here queen d1, yeah, because like bishop c6 was also a good alternative, and I think that black should equalize.
Here, after bishop c6. Even queen d1 seemed like okay to me. And here, bishop c5. It feels like there's nothing forcing here, but that's why I was like, was it her preparation still or not? So I was just curious when you guys got this position, bishop g5 move, which is a very tricky move, it appeared to be. The engine is saying you need to go king e8. So
yes, I was expecting king e8, but okay, like now black cannot castle, and that's quite important. So the rook on h8 might stuck.
What was your plan to play here? What were you considering?
I'm not sure what I would like. Bishop before,
you just
like
thought
the first
it's a pleasant
thing,
position?
yeah, that you have to calculate. But okay, like after king e8, I would have thought like what to do next.
So and then she played f6. After that, the game went quite
straightforward.
Straightforward for you.
Here I was very confident about it. I mean before king d8, because yes, she missed rook e5, but anyway, here I was very confident, and I knew if I would play normally, everything would be fine.
And then she missed, which is already a very tough position to protect, in my opinion, and she missed rook e5, which is just crushing. And after that, very soon, you converted your advantage. Mariya, how does it feel to win this game? Because I feel like it was very important for you to score a point. Yesterday you had a good position, very close to winning, and then it was a messy game, crazy game, and then somehow you end up losing, which was very heartbreaking to see you after the game. How did you recover from that?
Yeah, actually, after yesterday game, I decided to calculate everything like twice, 3 times. And okay, but it's not easy, especially when you had a winning position. So yesterday it was tough. Yeah. I was a bit angry, like not even sad, but more angry, like why? But okay, like, I was fine in the evening.
So you were fine?
Yeah, I was fine
That's
yesterday
great.
in the
So you
evening because
and
we went for a walk with my sister. We took ice cream.
Ooh.
It improved my
St.
mood.
Louis has some great ice cream places.
Yes, and very close to this place.
Yes. I'm glad you're enjoying some great ice cream places here. Personally, I love them too. And you have another American tomorrow, Irina Krush. How are you feeling about back-to-back Americans?
Yeah, she's very experienced, played many games, many tournaments. So she's a professional player. Of course, it won't be easy. But we will see. I mean, okay, I do not want to panic. Oh, there is no need for that.
Thank you so much, Mariya, for being here, and good luck.
Thank you.
Quick question, Begim, for Mariya. Was it Clementine's ice cream? And if so, what's her favorite flavor? Inquiring minds want to know.
So Yasser is saying, it's Yasser's question, was it Clementine's ice cream place? If yes, what's your favorite flavor?
Okay, like we went to the shop and I didn't know like any flavor, and so I asked them maybe I can taste some, and they said yes, you can taste three of them.
We have like small scoops.
Yes, exactly. So that's what we did. We tried 3 of them, and I picked the one I like the most.
You don't know the flavor though?
Oh, just let me think. I think it was Manhattan's, but it was the name of it.
Yasser, it was Manhattan, so make sure to go and try it today.
Okay, tell Mariya we're going to have to do it together to make sure I get the right one. Congratulations, Mariya, from all of us. Let's jump, thank you, Begim. Let's jump immediately into the game because Anna Zatonskih has sacrificed a piece. I saw that it was a double exclamation mark, knight takes g5. The engine likes it, and yet I'm sitting here staring at the board and I'm saying, why?
Yeah.
Why is
and we
this
have
so
a few
good?
moves as well, because indeed the queen did move up to e5, and Anna responded with f4.
Only moves for Alexandra. She's in this absolutely terrible pin. She moved queen e5, trying to turn the tables against the pinning bishop. I attack you. I thought there was a rook g3 sighting that we have to be careful of. The king f4, queen f5. Very quickly, we're up to date, and what happened?
Yeah, there's, well, Anna's now paused. She can't pause for too long. Whoa!
G4.
G4.
I mean, talk about going for the gusto. What the heck is going on? Jump in on this one, Nasi. Can this be right?
As much as I want to say G4 was a great move, unfortunately it's not.
It's not.
The advantage is almost fully gone after knight takes G4.
Which is basically forced from what
I'm guessing Anna's planning rook G3.
Yep.
And then there's this move that she probably missed, f6.
Okay.
And when you go bishop h4, just king f7.
Why don't you take the knight?
With the queen or the rook?
Rook.
The rook.
Let's say.
Rook g4, king f7.
Oh no. The operation was a success.
On the open file.
Tables are turning very quickly. After bishop h4, rook g8, black is winning. Black is winning.
Look at this, Yasser.
Well, that's what I'm
we
saying.
We won the night, but we lost the game.
What a turnaround. I didn't like g4. I did not like g4, but knight takes g4 for sure. 100% Anna wanted to play rook g3.
Are you familiar with this meme format, call an ambulance, but not for me?
Yes, yeah.
This is exactly what just happened.
Oh my God.
Yeah, so Anna had to play rook e to e3, and then her advantage is significant. But after g4, we'll see if they'll find it. Of course, with the help of engine, we see it, but...
But in this case, it's a very narrow path. There's no real alternatives. You can't go queen g6.
That's
rook
true.
h6 is just over. So you have to find knight g4. Rook g3, then you stop and think and you go, ugh.
But do you really want to play f6 because you're walking into rook g4, rook g5?
Precisely, but
then
you
might be forced.
Your king has a way of walking out of the trouble. King
now,
f7.
If this happens, this will be second game in a row
the
for
tables got
Kosteniuk,
turned.
where she came from a losing position to
a winning position. And
wins.
for Tan,
Yeah, she will be half a point behind Tan Zhongyi.
With the ultimate round, the final round between the two of them.
I know, it's the dream.
I mean, who's a
pairing.
screenwriter around here? We oftentimes, it comes down to the two leaders who play each other in the last round. We're looking in this position, G4. And by the way, I wanted to say, Anna's clock had ticked down to underneath 10 minutes. I didn't know how far it went. I just stopped looking at that point. 20 minutes I'm looking at for Alexandra at the moment.
And, well, Anna has just under 9 minutes.
Under 9 minutes. So G4 at the moment, a question mark. You can see that little fat orange question mark there. Knight takes G4 again. That looks forced. Rook to G3. These are very, very straightforward moves. You can't play queen takes G4, then we'll trade queens and take the bishop and laugh. Rook takes, we can't take the bishop because that costs us our queen, but king f7, and the tables get turned after bishop h, rook g8. Oh,
guys, another game where tables have completely turned is Irina Krush against Nona Dzagnidze.
Oh no.
After
I thought
this,
Irina was doing great.
She was, and now she made 2 inaccurate moves and now a really bad move. After queen f3, black has a couple of different moves, but after queen e5, it's already, we went from +2 to -1. So it's a big change. And here, the knight doesn't have any squares to go to an e-file, so you have to go down to b1, which is, of course, awful. And here, even if black just picks up the pawn, trade, black is up 2 pawns.
Yeah, and a bishop for the rook.
And the bishop for the rook. And the position is really good because minor pieces are very good, centralized, and white pieces all on the first rank.
Wow,
Black
another
has
turnaround.
bishops.
For a moment there, we thought it was going to be a whitewash, and we were looking at a potential for 5 wins for the white pieces. We're seeing Anna mishandling her attack. We're seeing Irina mishandling her attack. And with the, by the way, the move queen e5 for Nona, that move is, for me, hardwired. I get out of the pin, which means that makes the move d4 takes c3 possible. I also, in turn, pin.
Oh, okay. Well, guys, we have a move from Alexandra. She took the pawn with her queen. I thought you couldn't play like that.
And she can't because the knight, there's a Zwischenzug.
Yes, there is a Zwischenzug. And indeed, Anna has, of course, found bishop takes knight.
F6, whoa. Now it's scrambled again. So let's assume I don't want to go king h7.
No. You're going to get checkmated.
King h7 is the only move.
Oh, really? Oh, because after king f8, you're going to get checkmated, right? After rook takes queen and rook h3.
I don't want to do that. No. So king h7, I'm assuming we capture. Now we can capture this guy.
Bishop rook g7 check.
Rook g7 check. We go up the board.
Yeah, well, it's better, but it's only plus 1.5. I mean, not only, that's a big advantage.
Okay.
It just looks like almost checkmate, so it's not that winning.
Okay, it does look like
rook f1.
We do have to play bishop to e5 because I've got to undermine, and she did play king h7. I've got to undermine the protection of this rook. You can take my bishop, takes, you can something like this, but now I've got some counter.
Well, the king can take care of the pawn.
Is it that simple?
In my world.
In my world. Okay.
It's enough, right? But
well,
okay.
Anna's for choice. But I'm surprised by the move queen takes g4, which she could clearly see was giving back the knight. I mean, for sure, she noticed bishop takes f6 did
I think she
Alexandra.
forgot about the Zwischenzug.
No.
Well, I think she forgot about how dangerous it is, and she just, because we're also taught when your king is under heavy fire, you've got to kind of trade off queens. Mm-hmm. It's a nice defensive resource. It was just one of those moments where actually the rules were not beneficial for the defending side.
Was it. Rook takes d1 is on the board, and in view of rook g7 check, there's really not too much choice. You either have to play bishop takes f4, in order to sneak your bishop back to e5 or rook to g8. Now, rook to g8, there's nothing about that move I personally find attractive, so I would be taking the pawn on f4. And
What's best move actually is e3. That's the best try.
E3.
Try to create some distraction.
Okay. I'm kind of
Oh,
afraid
never
I'm
mind.
getting mated.
No, not here. Huh. Strange. I saw e3 somewhere, but here I'm so confused. How is f5 winning?
Oh, the king is in a mating net.
No, that's impossible.
That's just so beautiful.
So at first I thought e3 was good, but then this move f5 is winning. Just giving up your exchange. And you're still going to checkmate in a couple of moves after you lift the king. Wait, how is this possible?
Like you go e2, you go rook e1, blockade
And
for one
king
move.
g2 and rook h1.
Yeah.
mate.
There's no way
the
for
king
to
can't get
escape.
out.
But once I move the rook, isn't there going to be e1?
Well, no, it's going to be checkmate.
It's going to be check.
No, I'm going to go king g8.
Okay.
Let's say king somewhere.
Yes.
Waiting move, whatever.
Yes.
And now rook h1.
And now you can make a
I
knight.
see now. Because I was putting king on f2 in my mind. And then there was always e1 queen.
Yes.
Gotcha.
King g2 is important.
Yeah, and now
Yeah,
you make
here
a
you
knight and then king f1 and we shake hands.
Yeah.
Wow, 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 wow,
What
wow.
a resource, though.
F5.
But actually,
Move with the tournament.
it's
F5.
probably a threat if you don't go rook to.
The funny part was I wanted to play bishop takes f4 so I could threaten your rook. Now it turns out when I take the rook, I get mated. Like,
Well, without
that's so
the pawn on-
unfair.
Well, you need the pawn on
You
f5.
need f5, yeah.
Okay, so Alexandra to play. Hold on, what did she do?
I mean, she might play e3.
She did play e3.
Because it looks not. I mean, what are the chances for white to find f5 here?
I
And Anna
I
has
think
eight,
Anna can find it.
8 minutes also.
No,
Yeah, I think Anna will find it.
The funny part is I didn't like e3 for a completely different reason, which is altogether wrong. I had it in my mind rook e3, rook d3. And then please do me the solid favor of allowing me to checkmate with my second rook. But it's bishop takes f4 that rocks my world. You don't oblige me by opening up the third rank and you keep your pawn on e3. So that's why after e3, f5 is so good.
After f5, black doesn't have to take, right? What about rook g8?
Yeah, then I thought the king would just run away, king g2.
King g2. So h file is still closed. I'm not threatening rook h3.
But you're material down. You're
Well, not
down.
for now. You've got king f3 coming.
And then still rook
And then
h3.
still rook h3.
Because advantage is +6. That's why I'm
Wow.
+6.
Wow.
Because, I mean, it's just ironic, right? The bishop on d6 plays no role in helping the king, neither does the rook.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I don't know. Anna
F5.
is good.
Yeah.
I think she's more than capable of seeing f5.
I feel
And
like
setting
if
up those checkmates.
this should be a chess puzzle.
Yes.
And when you know there is a win, you will find f5.
Mm-hmm.
But without it, I don't know. I think it's hard to even consider f5.
Well, also the problem that, and Anna will be the first to tell you, that early in the tournament, she really had her confidence rocked. And here she knows she stands better. I mean, she could just make a move. I don't care. Rook e1, rook f3, and say, look, I've got the better position. A move like f5 has the potential of losing the game.
Mm-hmm.
Like there could be something that she missed, f5, and she loses an exchange, and goodness knows there's
I have faith in Anna. I have played her before. She
5
unleashed
minutes.
this tactic on me, devastating tactic. In the last seconds of the game, I was like,
Oh, but then in that moment, she might have had that very confident feel.
That is true.
Here,
But,
again, her
she's
confidence has
looking in
been
that-
rocked.
in
She's
the right
looking at it.
direction.
Yeah, and I think she would like to win more comfortably,
Yes, but it's
And-
like my friend says,
What?
sometimes you just got to embrace the chaos.
Embrace the chaos.
She said, shoulders back. And then another thing I'm not going to say on air.
Right.
And then you look ahead and you
And-
embrace the chaos.
Embrace the chaos. By the way, the alternatives aren't that obvious either. If you do play a move, I don't know, like rook f3, this is a good way of like losing a lot of the advantage in the position. Rook f5 and rook g8 check, and I'm not a happy camper. Let's just put it that way.
I tell you, necessity is the mother of invention.
That's why she might find f5.
I think f5, the clock is ticking down.
4 minutes. And in some of our other games, Harika's game, we really liked what Anna had been doing for some time. I'm not sure what the current situation. And Irina's game is kind of become a great mess. We're just looking at this moment because it's this game between Anna and Alexandra so crucial for our standings. Alexandra trails Tan by
half a point at the minute.
No, by a
well,
point and a half.
1.5 points.
Right.
But okay.
There you go. Rook f3.
She plays rook f3.
Exactly, and that's the problem. When you're not having a good tournament, it ripples. And I'm looking at rook e4 with the intention of playing rook g8 check, making it impossible for king f1 because of e2 check, and a lot of the advantage just disappears after rook e4.
Okay.
And Alexandra could be turning the tables once again, and time trouble. Time is still a factor, Jovi.
Definitely, you can see rook to g8, as you mentioned, and e2
Yes.
in the air. Talking about turning the tables, I'm again tracking the evaluation bars, and you mentioned it earlier, Irina Krush against Nona Dzagnidze.
Shall we go there?
Yes.
You want to turn away from this crucial moment?
Now that that golden opportunity has been missed,
F5,
the game will, of course, continue, and we can definitely keep a close eye on that one.
Okay. Irina Krush won an exchange some time ago, and we thought she was doing well, but a series of, well, mistakes occurred. Takes on no queen e5. That's a surprise move. Okay, but this move is an obvious one. This one I like a lot. Queen comes to g6, attacking the bishop, defending the pawn. On a good day, looky, that bishop could spell doom for white. We got to play bishop f4. What do you think?
Yep.
Tell me. I'm not liking what I'm seeing here. Okay, so can I just ask an obvious question? Give me your queen. Now, if you play queen g3, sorry.
Yeah, queen. Let's go queen g3. Let's trade.
I'll go
down. No. Listen, you tricked me there. Yes.
I'm an influencer.
Okay, queen to f2.
Okay. Wow. So I'm looking at rook e4. Let's just throw some patties.
Well, actually, we have a move from Nona. She decided to go rook e4. She swung the queen over to g6.
Yes, and bishop f4 was played.
And
rook e4. That's a heck of a post-up kind of move. Okay, knight e5 is on her agenda. So, okay, go ahead and kill me. Knight d6, she wants to take on f4. Rook takes f4, queen takes f4, bishop e5. You think this is what she has in mind?
Okay, yes.
Okay. So, because otherwise, I mean, it's painfully obvious that you've walked into a fork. Oh boy. So rook e4. It's a pity because knight d6 is what Irina has been playing for. I mean, you mentioned queen g3 a moment ago to trade queens, but again, it's 2 pawns and a bishop for the exchange. I don't know.
Okay,
what do you
Irina,
think, Jovi?
I think she has to.
What's the clock times, by the way?
Well, Irina has 4 minutes and 7 seconds.
Like Anna Zatonskih, she's the one under pressure.
Nona has 14 and 39 seconds.
a big 3-1, 4-1 time advantage between the two, and it's still under 4 minutes now. Rook e4. Nasi, jump in on this one. Rook e4. I like the potential of Black's position. Tell me about the move Rook e4. Was that a good move?
Looks like it. Yes, Rook e4 was good. Actually, earlier when we were discussing Queen f3, we looked at Queen e5, right?
Yes.
And Nona instead took g takes f,
yes,
which computer didn't like, but it still keeps the advantage for Black.
Okay.
Knight b5, Queen g6, those are all accurate moves, and Rook e4 is computer's best line.
Wow. The immediate Knight a4, Knight a5, by the way.
Knight a5?
Yeah, just humor me for just a moment, because I was dreaming of Rook e2.
Queen g3 was
Queen
a move,
G3.
but Rook
Rook
e2,
e2.
and then probably Rook d2.
Yes, simply Rook d2, defending g2.
And e2, d3?
Pawn d3.
I was trying to be bold.
You take, and then you will lose this pawn on e2.
Not so fast, not so fast. I've got ideas. There's a bishop d4 sighting. There's a bishop a6.
Bishop d4, knight d4?
No, there's a bishop a6 sighting. Yeah.
Okay. a4.
And
I can allow you to give check and just hide in the corner.
Hide in the corner.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
But after Rook e4, actually, I want to show you that White has to play Queen g3.
Okay.
Otherwise, it's -3.
-3. Wow. Any other move beside Queen g3 is bad news.
Very bad. Queen g3 only move, and here Black needs to play a6.
Oh, hang on a second, she hasn't found Queen g3. She's played Bishop g3.
Looks like a mistake. Now f4 is crashing.
f4?
Pawn f4, yes.
Okay.
There's many moves. Knight e5 is also very good. h5 even. But f4 is very strong.
And if you just capture on
knight e5.
Okay, and it's this.
So many tactics
And
here.
then after bishop takes rook, bishop takes knight.
Bishop takes back simply,
Yeah.
and too many threats on g2 and h2.
And the rook can come to e1 at any
Look at
time.
those bishops.
Yeah, death by bishops.
Death by bishops. Oh my goodness.
Such a turnaround.
Wow. f5, f4.
But not necessary.
But
Right.
for me, knight e5 is the move, I again, very much like the game of Mariya, where you win the two bishops, bishop takes, and it just looks so good. I mean,
Yeah, it is also winning.
the black bishop on
Absolutely.
e5 kind of dominates the c7, d6 squares, so the knight on b5 is kind of tethered, or, well, controlled. Sorry. Yeah, this looks, wow. What a turnaround. I mean, seriously, it blows my mind. For a moment there, I was thinking a whitewash, 5 wins. I don't know what's going on in the Anna Zatonskih game. I'm going to go back to that one.
I feel bad for Irina, but
Yeah.
we keep saying that this tournament, luck hasn't been on Nana's side.
And it hasn't.
And this is the first game where it looks like it's on her side.
Right. She's being fortunate. I want to jump to the game of Alex. I'm really sorry also for Harika's fans, because Harika, she came into this round tied for second, and oh my gosh, I'm really surprised that rook e4 wasn't played. Rook e4 tickles this pawn, hits this pawn.
She stepped up with the king. You
That's
know, one always feels nervous with the king.
Right.
Saddled out there on h7.
I'm kind of
the
thinking
open lines.
bishop e5.
Then bishop takes bishop.
Exactly, but I'm going into a 4-rook ending where I think I'm better with white, maybe not that much better. Bishop c3, and I'm assuming we're going to see king f5 and rook e4 kind of business. I don't know, rook e4 is just...
Black is completely fine here after king f5.
King f5 is the right way to go.
Rook e4 is also good.
Rook e4 also.
I like king f5.
I do
Blockade
too.
on the light squares, and you also use stop this bishop e5 ideas.
I love king walks. I wrote a book with my friend Bruce Harper, King Walks, and these moments where the king is the straw that breaks the defense.
Mm-hmm.
It's very, very nice when you introduce the king in a decisive way. King f5, and give me the valuation if you don't mind, Nasi.
Triple zeros?
But it
looks better for black, right?
Yeah, I was
Right.
going to say it's
The
easier to play
active-
if the king can come to f5.
The active
Will
black
it come
pieces.
to e4?
Maybe rook could come to e4. The other rook could swing to g8. f4 is
Yeah,
hanging.
white needs to play rook d3 just to stop king e4.
Wow.
Wow. So you're saying, just a second, let me put this on the board. King to f5, rook has to come to d3 to stop
Right.
the king from going to e4. Is that a peshki?
Yes, it is. Bishop f4, and then white's right on time.
And the king is
F5.
marching.
King f1, and then king e2.
Well, king f1, my intention was to play e2, but you can just hang around. Ah, sorry, the bishop, the bishop covers e1.
Yeah.
Excuse me, sorry.
And I can play king e1 and then win the e2 pawn.
Slowly, slowly.
Also, you have to be careful with bishop d2 because you're pinned.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Okay. By the way, rook d3 is not an obvious move at all. King f5. If not for the move rook d3, what's the second best move for white?
Could you go bishop e5
It's rook
now?
e1, but it's worse for white already.
What about
Then
bishop?
it's worse.
No, bishop e5 allows king e4.
Again, that's
Again.
the marching king, right?
And I
Yeah.
forgot that there's no pawn on g2 to support the rook.
Exactly.
Rook
exactly.
d3 only move for white to keep
By the way,
equality.
underneath 3 minutes, right?
Yeah, she's around the 2.5 minute mark.
Right, I'm looking at the web camera there. And,
And
she's reaching for
the
a bishop,
and the bishop
e5.
But it's too little too late. She should have
Well-
done that earlier.
If she had wanted it on the last move, the king would have been on g6, not on e5. Now, just a second. Can we continue the march?
Yeah, go.
It's the march of the lemmings, right?
You can take first, which is slightly better, and then go king e4.
Bishop takes e5, f takes e5, king to e4.
The reason is if you went immediately king e4, white can sacrifice rook e3 and take bishop d6.
I see. So let me do that again. So if the immediate king e4, let's try to bail, take your powerful passer, give up my exchange for a pawn,
Two
very
pawns.
powerful pawn, and a bishop. Got it. And by the way, that's a very hidden move. Bishop takes, pawn takes, king to e4, but what a powerful move it is. It protects, it gets out of check,
Oh, she's gone for king e4.
the immediate king e4.
And Anna has to sacrifice now, otherwise it's completely losing.
Wow, 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 wow. Wow, wow, wow. I am sure when Anna sacrificed her knight on g5, she never saw these kinds of repercussions. Wow, wow, wow. King. So, but the bishop takes, pawn takes, king e4, the valuation was evenish?
Sorry, 1 second. No, it was minus 1.7.
So Alexandra
Yes.
is now definitely much better. And she should not have allowed the possibility of rook takes e3.
Because
And
now
bishop
it's
ta-
less than minus 1.
Oh,
Uh-oh.
and well, we're being told
Let's
that
jump to the game
things
of
are
Irina.
critical for Irina Krush. She's on 20 seconds, and Nana has just attacked her queen. 15 seconds on the clock.
And it's not a nice position
It's
for
certainly
Irina.
not.
And
And she's reaching
7 seconds, Irina.
7.
4.
Yeah,
Whoa.
she calmly plays bishop
With
takes
2
knight.
seconds on, calmly
Well,
plays it with 2
yes,
seconds on her
she
clock.
is playing very calmly, but it's not really going to help her
She
because
always does that. Whenever we play blitz or she has less than 10 seconds, she does not rush.
It's a remarkable.
Well, bishop takes bishop.
e5, and look, alert! There's a queen discovered check alert pattern that Nana is definitely eyeballing.
And there's 15 seconds for Irina.
This is not.
No, this is.
Can you guess the evaluation here?
Oh, I'm thinking
10.
it's +4. I mean, no, or -4.
Higher.
She plays knight takes pawn.
It's -6.
-6.
Yep.
Oh my gosh. Okay, so wait a minute.
about to
Rook
lose her
e1
queen.
check. What are we doing after rook e1 check?
You have to
You can
take.
be mean as well. You can go rook e1 check.
Yes.
After rook takes rook, bishop takes knight.
I want to be mean. That's my mean variation. I want the intermezzo. what you just said, Jovi, that is it. That is the killer. Rook takes e1, bishop takes with a check, and then following it up with bishop takes f3, and that's material overkill.
And just to update you, Anna did not sacrifice the exchange and now is completely losing.
Oh my goodness. So for the Americans, this is a tragic day. I mean,
It really is.
Alice lost earlier with the black pieces, but we're watching Anna and Irina go down from positions where they were doing very well.
Anna Zatonskih especially played such a brilliant game. You know, knight takes g5. She didn't manage to find the follow through, and she had that golden opportunity to
Chess
go
can be
f5.
cruel. Chess can be cruel, and I feel
I think chess is cruel.
Chess is just cruel. That's my friend Jeremy Silman. Jeremy Silman would tell me, chess is hard.
It's a street fight.
And then you die. I mean, great. What do I have to look forward to? Nona winning on the spot with rook e1 check, discovering attack against the queen, and I think Irina has to resign. If you don't mind, I'm going to leave this game because we're expecting a one-move win, and I'm going to go to the game of Anna. She didn't sacrifice the rook as prescribed. She could have played rook takes e3, bishop takes d6 as a chance of bailing out. She played the move rook f1. So e2 is not a complete winner because at the moment you can't take the rook.
Right, but isn't it very tempting to kind of go rook g8 check?
Yes, I have to move my king. There's no
Put it
question
in the
about
corner,
that.
please.
Yes,
and
I
now
know.
bishop takes bishop.
Yes, I have to take that one too.
And is there something now with
Yes,
e2?
I'm sure there is. I'm not a happy camper.
And
in fact,
king e3.
I know, you're bullying me.
Thank you.
I meant it in a bad way. But yes, my rooks are dominated. I can't move my pawns.
I haven't actually seen a position where the king is doing all the legwork
Exactly.
and the rooks are just idling by on the back rank.
You're right.
King
You can go
D2,
king d2. You can go rook f8. I'm stuck.
It's an incredible endgame.
Yeah, and the king is not playing.
They're here, isn't it? Okay, maybe you have some chances with the two passed pawns.
I don't think so. I think it's just too strong. I think what
Also
you
have
played
a quick
is...
update for you
Please.
that Anna Muzychuk is also winning against Harika.
And
Okay.
also, Nona Dzagnidze did play rook to e1.
That was the winner.
That was the winner, and
pardon me. That was my mistake. That was
Okay, I thought we were going to see.
I was going to show Irina's
And Irina's down to 17 seconds. Maybe we can quickly go back to that game because
between Irina, because I think we're going to see a handshake.
Resignation after
Rook
takes
e1.
rook.
Rook e1. The
Okay,
rook
Irina
takes,
calmly grabs that rook, but after bishop takes knight check.
which she's done instantly, by the way. Did Nona. King has to move, and then the queen is captured.
Mm-hmm.
Simple, and that's why we think Irina's going to resign.
I was thinking she can play queen e3 and maybe have two rooks or queen f2 and have two rooks.
For the bishop and
the
queen. Yeah, this would be, well, I don't say chances to save it, but mate is mate.
She's down to 5 seconds.
And she has played king
Tucks her
h1.
king in the corner. Bishop takes queen, of course, played by Nona.
Instantly. And I suspect, just that we've got the g1 square covered, which is so very nice, you kind of want to play f4 and bishop e3 and just
lovely.
anchor that so that there's no threats. Sorry, or
Yeah.
queen h5, or I'm sure there's a myriad number of moves
well,
here.
Irina
that
is still
win.
keeping the game alive here, but after queen h5, targeting the f3 pawn.
That's a strong move.
That's a very strong move.
It certainly is.
And Irina with seconds left. Well,
Back to Anna
I
for a
think
moment.
this game will continue for a while, so maybe we can go back Can we revisit the game between Anna Muzychuk against Harika to catch up on that one? Because
yeah, it's very, very deserving game, and our apologies to these two ladies, most especially Harika, because of course Harika came into this round tied for second and ambitiously hoping that she could keep the pace with 10. What's the clock times on this one?
Well, Anna is around 3 minutes and a half, 30 seconds, and Harika has 8 minutes and 43 seconds.
But it's all about this H-pawn, right? This past H-pawn is going to cost Black a piece. I just don't see any other
Well, I'm
ways.
also curious whether it can be stopped. Like, for instance, maybe the rook can come to g8. Okay, and we have a result. It was a victory for Nona Dzagnidze against Irina Krush.
Poof, that sure took the winds out of Irina's sails, because I know that Irina is thinking to herself, I had a big advantage in this game, and where I spoiled it, I'm not sure, but spoiled it, I did.
She couldn't quite contain Nana's activity there when Nana gave up the exchange.
She didn't coordinate her pieces, but here we see the end.
Yeah.
As the clock is ticking down, and there's just there's no moves. It's not what I would call a hearty hand clasp.
No one gives a hearty handshake when they have lost. No one, I tell you. It's always... And okay, I can see Naz is really excited about one game.
Yes.
No, okay.
Yes, I am. The correct answer is, which game is it? I'm sure it's the Anna.
I think maybe I misunderstood the signal. I think she was also saying, me too.
Me too. Like, let me get in there.
And going back to the game between Anna Zatonskih and Alexandra Kosteniuk.
Rook takes has been
E5.
played, and we're expecting E2. Give me the rook on E1. We're expecting the move rook E1,
But
and
now
then
the
king
just marches in.
E3. By the way, rook takes E5, taking away that center pawn. That's hurtful.
But what's going to happen is that the rook will swing over to G8.
Yes.
And this is such an important game for the standings,
Oh my
because
goodness.
with that victory, Alexandra will be just breathing down Zhongyi's neck because half a point behind her.
We know that Alexandra and Tan play each other in the ultimate or last round, and we know from the introduction of the show, tomorrow Tan will play Harika. Who does Alexandra play tomorrow?
Tomorrow, Alexandra will play Anna Muzychuk.
Guys, I actually have an update in Anna's game.
Yes. Uh-oh, I see I see a fat question mark.
So she could have just pushed h7, and Black has to just sacrifice the knight, and she's up a piece.
Right, that's
She
what I
played
expected.
rook d8, and now, if Harika plays king c7 first,
Okay,
of course you can push h7 because I'll just take.
Right.
You have to... Maybe her plan is to double the rooks? It looks logical, but problem with that is that now you leave your king completely exposed.
Right.
There is this rook d2 and bunch of perpetuals with the knight and rook.
I'm feeling the disturbance in the force here. No.
Yeah,
Not
here it's
happy.
just a draw.
Right.
So if she goes king c7, Anna's only move is rook e8 to keep some advantage still. And after rook d2, you have to, again, still same threats.
Respect the perpet.
She has to come back and trade. Takes, rook a2. I mean, white's still... Oh, I don't have to sack. Black can play rook a8.
In this case, and blockade.
Yeah.
Let's jump to the webcam there as we see
Anna making her moves with just seconds left.
Rook
ace
A1.
A1, but of course the king just comes to E3.
calmly taking over
And
the
this is
F2
where
square
you wish the king could move more than one square.
at a time.
If it could just go to E1, and we see rook to G7.
Okay, rook to G7, so that just stops the rook check, but only for a half apply. King.
Rook f8. Rook
King.
f8 looks really good to me. You just
King
double
d2
up.
looks really good to me.
And she's, well, yeah, she
I
moves
want
the
to go
king.
queen.
Rook g2.
And now I like your move,
Rook
rook f8
f8.
a lot, followed by rook
Yeah.
f5 and rook f1. Uh-oh, that's it. That's all she wrote. I mean, it's not about the clock anymore. The position's overwhelming for Alexandra.
And another roller coaster of a game for Alexandra Kosteniuk.
She doesn't know how to
said
get off the roller
She wanted
coaster.
a nice, calm game.
Clean game.
Guys, Harika is saving her game.
Oh my goodness.
Because Anna just played rook g8.
After king c7.
Right. And now if Harika plays rook d2, it's a draw. You can't escape all this perpetual checks with the knight.
What about if you go rook takes?
There's rook
Rook takes.
a8.
This is why we
A8.
needed to go a3
Yeah.
right at the beginning. And this is why we needed to take some precautions early on.
A3 move
A3
earlier
move,
was the key, yeah.
It was absolutely the key.
Yeah, wow.
Yeah, wow.
What a save. If she... I mean, rook d2 is a very natural looking move. I
Yeah.
think it's
And
not
this-
hard to find.
And this drawing pattern is very instructive. Putting the rook on d2 and the knight will just jump from f3 to h2.
One thing that's tempting is immediately knight f3, but of course that doesn't work because I can sack that rook on e1 and then play h7 and promote the pawn.
It's
So
all
she needs to play rook d2.
rook to d2 with these ideas. So for example, again, just putting them on the board, rook to d2, h7. Let's go. Knight check.
Knight f3.
You can't go to h1. Oops.
Checkmate.
Checkmate. The Arabian mate. I know that one. King can go to f1, but this is the perpetual check that you've been prescribing there, Nasi. Just the rook and the knights. We all know this one. That's a pattern we should all have hardwired. So rook to d2, very compelling move.
And she's reaching for it, rook
And she's done it.
d2.
Rook to d2. And I think that saves
the game.
Saves Harika. Wow, but that was a very strange move, rook d8, when h7 was just begging to be played, wasn't it? Oh my
She
goodness.
probably completely missed this rook d2 idea.
Uh-oh. And what a shock that is, because she's been nursing this advantage for the better part of 4 or 5 hours. Isn't that just like the worst feeling in the world, that you've had the game, not in the bag, but you've been winning, and then suddenly with one move, rook to d2 followed by knight f3.
Is there any hope for Anna to keep the game alive with moves like rook f1?
Rook f1. Let's have a look. See.
Let the queen side fall. Look, I went back to using queen side and kings. Are you not
I appreciate
happy?
it. Thank you. I appreciate. But unfortunately, the queen side falls.
Knight
and
h3 check.
Knight h3 check. Okay.
Then knight
King
f2
h1.
check.
Knight f2 check.
Oh, you see, I told
Rook
you.
takes f2. Rook takes f2.
And then there's rook takes
And
a2.
then black is winning.
And now h7. Rook takes a2.
Or rook d4, yeah.
And
Now
embarrassing.
here, be careful. Oh yeah, it is still winning. I was thinking king g1.
Oh, okay. Anna's going for
h7.
h7.
Draw on the spot. Harika has a draw instantly. After h7, she can play knight f3. What a save. And for Harika, she's undefeated in the tournament. She came into the round half a point behind 10. She still has chances, not only for the podium, but for first, depending on her game tomorrow against 10, where she'll be white. Ooh.
I know.
It's
It's
gonna- I
like
mean,
the perfect scenario. We couldn't have asked for a better ending.
Oh my goodness. Truly.
And now Harika has to take a decision. And it's a very obvious one. You don't want to allow that pawn to queen, so go knight f3.
Well, the
and
nice part that she's thinking about is, my goodness, I mean, I've been suffering so long. And let's go back to Anna's game versus Alexandra. This is going to be a perpetual, that game that we just saw. And, I think there was a trade of rooks on the f1 square. Yes, it just happened. d6, rook takes, king, d7. And isn't this mate? Queen?
Yep.
Followed by rook h1 mate.
Yep, she's reaching for a queen. And do you think Anna will allow the checkmate?
I think that would be the 10th checkmate in the Cairns Cup.
Right. Thanks to Ben Underwood and Nasi Paikidze for their deep and insightful insights. Yes, I think you're right. The 10th checkmate. No.
Okay. And whilst the players are playing out their final moves, we are seeing a repetition between Anna Muzychuk and Harika Dronavalli. Harika saving that game from what was a lost position.
And I think she couldn't help but crack a smile there that, boy, she knows.
And then there we see the resignation between Anna Zatonskih and Alexandra Kosteniuk. So Alexandra moves to 4.5 points out of 7, half a point behind Tan Zhongyi.
Well, it's been a while since we looked at our predictions. I just want to see.
I'm excited about that.
I'm not excited about that.
Wow. I thought we were going to see a whitewash. It turned out to be 2-2 because these black wins that we've just seen from Alexandra and Nona, they were unexpected. Wow, what a shock. And this is what I was talking about. I didn't want to mention any names, but now that we're here.
Well, you guys have done very well with your predictions.
Well, thank you very much.
Nazi and Begim choosing Tan Zhongyi. You chose Kosteniuk.
It's all. I think it's going to come down to the wire and the very last game.
Last round, yes.
Right.
Right. And let's check out the final standings after this dramatic round. And there you see Tan Zhongyi still at the top of the leaderboard. After her win, she moves to 5 points out of 7. But keeping toe-to-toe is Alexandra Kosteniuk, just half a point behind with 4.5 points. And Harika Dronavalli just counting her lucky stars as she saves a lost position. She's on 4 points, but she has company. Nona Dzagnidze, Mariya Muzychuk all move to 4 points out of 7. And let's go over to Begim, who is with Nona Dzagnidze.
Welcome to the studio, Nona. Congratulations on your win today. Can you talk about the game a little bit?
Yeah, I think after the opening, I was worse because this Queen F3 idea, I didn't know how to react after Queen F3 actually. I don't know. I thought this plan with C5, Knight C6 gives me some play, but I really don't know. I have to check all this. Actually, here after C takes, I was afraid of Queen F5.
Yeah.
Can we flip the board?
Yes, sure we can.
Yeah. So instead of Queen H3, I was afraid of this line actually. Knight F6. King H8 and Queen F4. And Rook E6, let's say.
And then this is working, right?
Actually, I was thinking Knight E4 here. And if I go Knight E5, she has this Knight G5.
Even this
and let's say if I play something like... Knight D3. She has Queen H4. Instead of like, if she takes here, I think I'm fine. But she has this Queen H4, and after this, black is losing, actually. Yeah, here. But she played Queen H3, and here, I don't know, I've spent more than half an hour because I was calculating the lines after H6. After H6, I was trying. I was trying to understand what if there is difference when pawn is on H6. But I thought it's still worse, so I went G6. But after G6, I created so many weaknesses in my position. That's why I was worse, much worse here. Before, I mean, I was trying to find some chances, I don't know, to sacrifice exchange and get some counterplay, but I don't know. Here, I thought she should have played Rook E1.
Just not to give you to suck.
Yes, and
E4, right?
maybe she thought I have F5, but after F5 there is Bishop C4.
Which is like crushing king. If
king goes,
to
if king goes,
and then
E5, yes.
No, E5 because knight on D5
yes,
is
is
protected.
defended, but when she played F5, I think I already got chances here after I gave this exchange, but I think I have decent compensation here.
Yeah, I also thought you have a very great chances if she lets you to take on E4, because if she doesn't, then you don't have any counterplay. It's just like she shuts down everything, right?
Yeah. And here I was calculating knight B5. What I was calculating, actually, I was thinking how to play here.
Queen D7 or E5.
Queen E5, Rook E1, and I'm not sure how to evaluate this position. I don't know.
I like the deep pawn now. I don't know
but
if
now she has some knight D6 threats, you know, F6. So I was thinking,
it's
but
a complex position. Definitely.
So where was it? Like
F5?
Yeah, but after G takes F5 and Queen G6, I think I'm already.
You already took over.
Yeah.
I think, in my opinion, she just forgot that you can take on F5.
Yeah, maybe.
So maybe that was the thing, because I feel like she thought like Queen F3 and then F6 is coming, and she's still in control, and Knight E4 is coming maybe, and then after this move, I felt like she was surprised. Now you're threatening Queen G6 and then
and
two
this diagonal.
bishops. She has
dangerous. So Knight B5. Rook E4. Here I already liked my position, but I thought she should have played instead of Bishop G3 something better she had here. Knight D6. No, Knight D6. I wanted to play Rook F4 and Bishop E5, but something else. What I did like here for me. Just a sec. Was it Knight A7? Can be Knight A7. The move. No, it cannot be. Huh?
Our producers are saying we like Queen G3 here.
Queen G3?
Yes.
Queen G3 actually. Queen G3, yes.
Which is the Queen top G3. Engine move, guys.
Yes, Queen G3, that's what I was thinking.
Yes.
Yeah. And the Knight D6 is now is a threat. So I was thinking to play I forgot everything. But I was calculating that this Queen G3, Bishop E5 or no, something.
I mean, honestly, why would you just not play A6?
And if she goes Knight D6?
You can just draw. Ooh.
And at the same, right?
Yes.
Knight B7 and
the same idea.
Yeah,
and then you already took over, and I don't
think this position is winning for black.
Definitely
after
it's a
Bishop
G3
position, it's winning.
But after Bishop G3 it's winning. Definitely she could resist with Queen G3, and then I think you would have to fight to show that you had enough advantage. But after Bishop G3 Knight E5, which is a great move, you already took over, and you ended the game in a very nice style. Now you have 2 more rounds to go, and you have Elisabeth and Mariya. How are you feeling about that?
2 more rounds to go, and it's gonna be tough fight. I'm sure in 2 games. So I will try. I'll try to play as good as possible.
So far, are you enjoying the tournament? Are you feeling good about it?
Yes, because after so long, I was out of chess so long, so after that, I really enjoyed this tournament here. This atmosphere, everything, I missed very much, so I'm very pleased that I managed to come here for this tournament.
I'm very happy to hear that, Nona, that you're enjoying it, and I hope you will do your best, and I know you will do your best. Good luck with the rest of the rounds.
Thank you, Begim.
Begim.
Congratulations to Nona.
And a tough fight indeed.
A very eventful round 7 has really shaken up our standings, hasn't it?
Totally. I mean, Zhongyi still remains at the top after her victory over Elisabeth Paehtz. She's moved to 5 points out of 7, but Alexandra Kosteniuk, with her turnaround victory over Anna Zatonskih, moves to 4.5 points, and now there are 3 players 1 point away from Zhongyi: Nona Dzagnidze, Mariya Muzychuk, and Harika Dronavalli. And moving on to round 8, the penultimate round.
What do you have for us, Jovi?
Nona Dzagnidze, she will play Elisabeth Paehtz. Harika Dronavalli will play Zhongyi. That is going to be a huge game. Alexandra Kosteniuk has white against Mariya Muzychuk.
Another big one.
And Alice Lee will play Anna Zatonskih, and Irina Krush will play Mariya Muzychuk.
Yeah, and Begim is with Alexandra, who again is on the roller coaster.
Alexandra, welcome again and congratulations on your win. What a roller coaster days you are having. This is unbelievable.
Yeah.
Let's talk about your game a little bit.
Yeah, well, this is one of the days where, I mean, I wish I could just rest, but okay, now we had to play, and well, I'm not happy what I was doing after the opening immediately. I don't think like this position is any dangerous, but somehow I managed to create problems for myself. Like maybe I should have played h6 and knight f6, just eliminate this idea of the spin, because after bishop g5, okay, knight f6, I don't know, I mean,
you weren't
g5
happy
here.
about your position.
Well, the problem with the spin that I have to do something about it. I thought that during the game I thought that like the safest way to go, of course, g5 is always a big step forward, and pawns don't go backward. So I thought that maybe like the easiest way for black is to go bishop e7. And then, yeah, knight h5, exchange this bishops and back. Yes, I'm losing a few tempi, but it's not clear if she can like take advantage of this, of this slow play. But for some reason, I wanted to play c5. I mean, sometimes I have this, you know, idea. Yeah, and I mean, I must do everything in order to make it happen. And so, of course, after like c5, rook a to d1, the position started to look very like
dangerous already.
Yeah, to say the least. So many ideas for her. Okay, rook d3, I liked.
Did you consider this move?
No, before I didn't. I was calculating a lot like, knight e5 because I focused mostly on the king side, and yeah, here it was not clear what I had to do. Because okay, queen c7. If I move away out of the spin, then bishop takes f6, and
knight g4. It's kind of scary.
Well, you have to kind of evaluate how scary it is, and I mean, I was not so sure.
Yeah, I don't like this position too.
Yeah, but then knight g4 is coming, so like g5 probably is the only option here, but g5 is also quite unpleasant because she would go bishop g3 and f4, so I was pretty worried.
Also, it's a
about
huge
g5.
Commitment again because f4 is coming after that, so
yeah,
it's a very unpleasant position. And when was the moment you felt like you were in real danger, like it was getting
all the game, all the game? Yes. Well, I mean, I played g5. I mean e5 here, with the idea to play g5. Well, I said to myself, well, at least if she doesn't take on g5, if she plays like bishop g3, then I will move away my knight. I will play f6, and I will be kind of solid. And I mean, if it works, too bad for me. I mean, but okay, I didn't see how it. Yeah, rook e to e3. I was thinking about it. That okay, she has 2 pawns for peace.
But you must run with the king.
Yeah, that was my plan. Yeah, to run with.
And honestly, after that, I was like, I wasn't sure. Okay, it must be winning, but they have to prove, because if you run the king to d7,
then why not?
Then life is good, right?
Yeah. So I didn't see like the way for her to win. Like the straightforward way. Of course, g4 is very tempting in time pressure, like to win back the piece, and she still has a pawn up. But I think I'm out of danger over there. The only the only thing that I was worried here is to get somehow checkmated. So that's why I played e3, because bishop takes f4 was my first intention, but then somehow my king is like king f2, rook g1. I mean, it might be in danger.
It was dangerous, and after you played e3, that was the moment for her to catch. She had a ridiculous move, f5.
I saw f5, but I said, okay, bishop takes g3. But now I see that
now we are creating a
but it's too
transfer.
It's a bit true. Yeah, but you just don't calculate it during the game, because I have e2, rook e1, and still I have a move to go. And
I was thinking, wait, what if she goes like this?
But
then king is on
beautiful.
time on f2.
I mean, I wouldn't be unhappy to lose this way, because it's so beautiful. But I mean. Yeah, it's nice. I mean, and I saw f5 because like f5 is the idea, right? Rook h3, rook h8, but I thought, okay, I just take on g3.
And after that, you took over and you ended the game in a very nice way. You have 2 rounds left, and you are very close to the leader. And also, you're playing Anna Muzychuk and ending the tournament with Zhongyi. How are you feeling about that?
Well, again, I'm my goal has been the same, and I'm failing actually all the time. Every single day I'm failing to play a decent, even game. It's always up and down, and of course I cannot be happy about such a game. But again, I know that when results, when I'm winning with such a play, it's better than when I'm losing, because again I've had tournaments when I'm playing like this and I lose, it's of course it's reasonable to lose if you're doing so many bad things. So unless I'm winning, I'm happy with that. 2 rounds to go, that's true. And again, I'm just every time when I come, I try to play a good game. But I mean, somehow I just managed to play well during some parts of the game, and I want to play the whole game. Yeah, so that's my goal.
Well, I hope you can do that tomorrow, and good luck tomorrow. I hope to see you soon.
Thank you.
Thank you, Begim, and our congratulations to Alexandra. Wrap up a very eventful round for us, Nasi.
I think we're saying goodbye. That was. I thought it was going to be 5 decisive results.
Right.
It was very close, 4.5. What an eventful day.
5. Good calling the action with you both.
It's been a pleasure.
Thank you very much, everybody, for joining us. Tell your friends where you're hanging out. We'll see you tomorrow for the penultimate round and then the ultimate round.
See you tomorrow.
Good night.
Good night.
This has been a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Any reproduction or distribution of this content without the express written consent of the St. Louis Chess Club is prohibited.